Hello, guys, and welcome to a new SHIRO show, but not just the SHIRO show, the 27th Saturn Game Competition show, the #1 event of the year, of the century, of the millennia, of the whatever, this is supposed to be more dramatic. Anyways, welcome to the show. I am your host, Patrick, or TraynoCo, depending on who you ask and where you ask. If you ask me in public somewhere, I'd probably say Patrick. If it's on here, it's probably TraynoCo, but nobody asked. Anyways, today this is the official collaboration with Emerald Nova in announcing the winners for the Saturn Game Competition. Would you like to introduce yourself, Emerald Nova, for those that don't know who you are or want to know who you are?
I feel like any of the regulars on this cast will know who I am at this point, but yeah, I'm Emerald Nova, and normally I organize this competition showcase over on my stream, but we figured why not let the SHIRO guys do it since they're like 1/3 of the judges panel at this point.
Pretty much. And I'm excited.
Just some back of the envelope numbers. Even if we give everyone a conservative 5 to 10 minutes, we're gonna be here for a minute. So what we're gonna do, I think, is we want to start out. We can't really play the utilities. It's not like it's not that kind of.
I mean, you can send me a test project and I can implement Pony Sound and spend 5 hours on the stream doing that, but that'd be 5 hours of that.
Yeah. So in this year we have three different categories. If you pop on over to emeraldnova.com and you go to the first thing you see on the page, which is a link to the SEGA Saturn 27th Anniversary Game Competition, you see that we have entries for original games, hacks, patches, and translations, and utilities. Utilities are very hard to showcase, so I think we're just going to announce the winners. So from bottom to top, let me go ahead and just open up my little score sheet.
All right.
Well,
so we're going to do this for like, what, 10 minutes?
12. Anyways.
So that's the thing, though, is we can't, I mean, what are we going to do? Are we going to open up the model converter and try to make a model in Blender in 10 minutes? I don't think we're
just so I can let some of the people know when their thing starts.
Okay. So, I mean, I think we're going to get through the utilities in a couple minutes simply because there's no reasonable way to show off the utilities this year.
Do you want to do hacks? Sorry, I just want to make sure. Do you want to do hacks or the original games first?
Hacks, I think, first. Assuming you have some save files ready, because otherwise we're going to be sitting through cutscenes for a minute.
Oh, yeah, about that. Well, no, actually, a couple of these games I do, so we should be good.
Okay. Anyway, for utilities, the overall cash prize this year for the at least the prize pool is $605.98. After taking into account the fact that PayPal takes its cut and I have to start shipping out a lot of 3D prints, and Millennium Shane will be providing those prints to the winners once they are announced and they communicate with him what they want. So the overall time to actually get your prizes, winners of this competition, will vary with how long it takes for him to print, ship to me, and then for me to redistribute out to the winners. That $605.98 is distributed over the original games category with 6 prizes, hacks, patches, and translations with 3 prizes, and the utilities category with 1 prize. So the top prize in utilities, and in this case the only prize, is $84.84. So, to announce them in reverse order, 5th place is Night of Dragons Saturn Save Converter.
Good job.
I'm sorry, Night. To be fair, you were competing directly with another save-related packing software. And had Slinga bothered to re-enter his with any updates, it would have been 3.
Yeah, and you have another entry, so it's never say never. You know, you still have a chance.
Yeah. So that was with a final score of 28 points. And just as a reminder, the scoring system here is we add up all the judges' rankings, and the least amount of points is the highest ranking. Golf rules, basically.
I was about to say that's golf, yeah.
Yeah, golf. I mean, that's the only real way you can explain it to like a normal person's like why is less better? Because golf. That's why.
Don't play golf.
Everyone's played mini golf. Yeah. In 4th place, Super Ray's model converter. I believe Ray is asleep at this moment. Yeah. So it's effectively another method of getting 3D models onto the Saturn. Previously, you'd largely be relying on the ZTP format. that got 21 points. Third place, Cafe Alpha's Save Repack, bundled in with the current version of the Pseudo Saturn Kai. And that is another save game transferring and conversion tool that I believe is tailored toward the Sadiator, if I am understanding that correctly. To be honest, I haven't had time to try out absolutely everything at this point. No one's correcting me, so I'm going to go with that.
I can speak to you're talking about Cafe Alpha's save thing?
Yes.
I toyed with it for a little bit. Okay, so basically in short, you can take emulator save files, burn them to a disk, and that burn comes with the save repacker software. So that software and the save files are on the CD. You pop that in your Saturn, and if you can boot that disk, you can transfer those emulator saves to the internal memory. It also does a variety of other things. It does talk to my satiator, and I was able to dump my console BIOS to the satiator with Cafe Alpha's tool. It's kind of neat. It has does a lot of neat stuff. Basically just expands options on save transfers to people with less hardware in really metal ways.
Right. Okay, stuff. And that was third place with 17 points. Trayno, you doing okay there?
Yeah, sorry, my Saturn keeps trying to boot Vandal Heart.
Oh.
The
game. Yeah. Okay. So that was third place was Save Repack by Cafe Alpha for 17 points. And very close behind is second place with 16 points is Ponut 64's Pone Sound. I can speak to having used Pone Sound in my game. It is a very nice and convenient tool to be able to reintroduce sound in a way that isn't broken, because by default the Joe Engine implementation of PCM sound does not seem to be working absolutely correctly. So this has been our solution. I don't think I'm the only person in this competition that used Pone Sound in their game.
It's all about that
Reyes
sound with Pone.
Sorry?
Reyes did also.
Okay, yeah. So it's also in Sky Blaster, I believe, and if I'm fairly certain XL2 uses at least some of Pone's Ponut's stuff in his game at some point. Not certain, but it's like I distinctly remember those kinds of conversations happening. Anyway, in first place with a decent-sized lead of an 8 points is the SEGA Saturn Patcher by Night of Dragon.
Boo!
Congratulations! Congratulations! But I mean, I kind of expected this to be the winner because it's like the best utility of all time. It's a game changer.
I mean, so you think it's the best utility of all time. However, 3 of the judges did rank it with a 2. Or, sorry, 2 of the judges ranked it with a 2, meaning that it wasn't universally considered the best of all time.
Which one was?
Funnily enough, yeah. But however, it did have a sizable lead along the competition, and it's pretty obvious why it did. It allows you to not only easily patch your Saturn games in a way that requires very little, if any, thought, but it allows you to construct your own patches if you are working on one. Knight, I don't know if you want to talk to anything else it's good for.
Oh yeah, it's good for a lot of things. Let's see. If you are a patch developer like myself, you could create a patch. You can then sync it up with SEGA XTREME, and any new version you make, the patcher will notify you as the user. So if I have a patch out on ROM hacking and SEGA XTREME, and I just update SEGA XTREME's version, if somebody grabs the ROM hacking version and uses my patcher, it'll tell them, hey, SEGA XTREME has a new update, so go get the latest update. That was one of the...
You actually have an update API built into this thing.
Yep. Thanks to the kind folks at SEGA XTREME, yep.
I don't think that was in the description. I had no idea.
It's in there. It's in there with the rules to make it and everything.
Okay. Maybe I didn't read it. My bad.
Do you read it all?
Anyway, congratulations. Sorry?
Congrats. $84 to you, my dude.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, that's right. $84.84. I forgot how big the prize pool was this year.
See, I'm a bit on my game. I'm just a little bit out of it, but I warmed up. I drank some of the sarsaparilla good old Sioux City sarsaparilla, the granddaddy of all root beers, made with real cane sugar. So we're good on that. I got some monsters in the corner too, so we'll hopefully be going good with the energy.
Very, very nice. But the other main feature about this patcher is it's more than a patcher at this point. It's pretty much a whole CD utility. And if you're a homebrew person, you could use that infamous SSCD format that everybody's clicking on, but not understanding what that is about.
You
And
should
that
really
works
change
in the
that away
same
from the
way.
default for the next patch.
Well, that was a glitch with Microsoft. If you go use the walk converter one, it should default to QBin now.
Okay, that's good. Well, we got that sorted though. That's good.
Yeah. But anyway, that SSCD does the same feature that the SSP does, where if you have Homebrew and you put it up on SEGA XTREME and you release a future Say Your Homebrew, it'll also let people know, hey, a new version of this Homebrew exists.
Metal.
Now, the real question is, does it tell you if it itself has been updated?
Yes, it does. That also exists. So when I go to release 2.0, it should notify everybody saying, hey, 2.0 exists. Do you want to download this?
Hey, dummies, update.
And for the record, if anyone has it wants to learn how to use this utility, Knight did assist me with putting out a very long-form stream tutorial of how to patch several games, most of them using the Sega Saturn patcher. But honestly, you shouldn't need a tutorial for this thing. It is dead simple.
Dead.
Yeah.
If it's complicated, we'll turn into McDonald's menus.
I mean, it's a valid idea.
I missed that wizard that you had, the wizard, quote-unquote wizard that you actually made for that.
You mean for the Shining Force one?
Yeah, the literal wizard for patching.
Okay, so that was the utilities category. We managed to get through that relatively fast. But now we're going to want to linger on some of these games to look at what's going on in there and also what there is to try out on the Saturn, because I think most people, the utilities category is largely for us developers. Most people watching, I think, are going to be more interested in the games they can play. For those of you that want to get into development, obviously come hit us up on either SHIRO Discord or Extreme Discord or even the Extreme forums.
Or the Emerald Nova Discord, which is very informative.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we do post occasionally on there, but it's a much smaller environment, mostly focused toward mine Starlane projects. But yeah, you can come over there and ask questions. But that's we're not here for that. We're here now for the hacks, patches, and translations.
Already.
So yeah, you've got the menu already booted up in a submission order. I can see. So
we're at the list up.
There were 10. Sorry.
It's to keep the surprise, so that way they don't know which one's won. So that way it's like in order.
Okay.
It totally wasn't my incompetence.
So the hacks, patches, and translations category gets 3 prizes, starting with 3rd place and moving on up. 10th place in hacks, patches, and translations is the Southern Sega Gentleman's Gun Griffin 2 translation.
All right, let's put that. We actually have him here. Are you there, Mr. SSG?
What you think about it, bro?
Sounds good. Do you want to give us a little bit of introduction on your game as we play it, and a little bit of a background on why you decided to do Gun Griffin, the worst game on the Saturn? I'm just joking.
Obviously. No, I've been wanting to do this project for, well, over 2 years now. Actually, closer to 3 years, because I started it back in, I dabbled in it back in April or so of 2019. Trekkies was one of the first people who kind of like pointed me in some general directions. I've mentioned it before. I had absolutely no desire or time to invest myself into even I had no knowledge. Of how to do this. I'm just going to put this out there for the entire community to understand. If it was not for Knights of Dragon, this would not exist right this second. Like, he might, I don't know what he's going to say in regards to that, but the simple fact is that this dude basically taught me everything I needed to know to do what I've done. And y'all can thank COVID too, because the last 3 days I've banged out like 100 lines of text in this game. But whenever it comes to the actual game itself, I've had a love, an absolute diehard love for this game. It's not my favorite. The first game is actually my favorite. The second game is it's got some, it's actually a better game in many regards. I just there's play mechanics to it I don't necessarily care for, and I guess you could say the aesthetic is a little bit different. But whenever it comes to the actual patch, though, there's two main phases. And this patch, as it currently stands, what you're playing is the public alpha, or version 0.97, and it's 0.97 because there's literally 97% of the written text in the game translated and implemented so far. And I got that number because I literally divided all the lines of text that had to be inputted by how many I'd actually put in there. Did all that math. So it's actually 97% of the text. That's the funny part about it.
That's a lot of text.
Whenever it came to actually being able to get this to work, we ran into 3 main issues, all of which Knights of Dragon is Anthony is being credited for reverse engineering and his technical expertise in the patching process, because we had the first issue is that Japanese is a much more condensed language from English. So you have to, what they can do in 5 characters takes us 20 sometimes. So we had to deal with that limitation. The first way we got around that was Knights was able to figure out a way to take the font size in the game and reduce it by half. So we went from 16 tile to 8 tile, I believe, if I remember everything correctly. So that went from 15 characters to 30 characters per line. That was an immediate jump. The next thing we figured out was we had to have more space because we still didn't have enough room to actually implement all the text. So we were able to reduce the line spacing. So on your summary page, it's only going to give you 3 lines of text in the basic game. Now we got 5. In your briefings, it had 14. Now we have 19. So that was a big jump right there. Whenever we did that, though, we figured out that the game doesn't like to erase all the text because it was not expected for you to be able to put that much text in there to begin with. So again, Knights had to go back in, do some reverse engineering, figure out exactly why the Saturn was doing what it was doing, and we come to figure out that we had to basically tell the Saturn to wipe more information off the screen because it was carrying on to other screens. So that's basically where we got it at now. There was no special compression used. I mean, I literally just replaced. What we did was there is a part of the game that we're calling our universal notepad, basically. And what we're doing is we're overwriting all the information that was used to create the Japanese text. So all of that data, those thousands of lines of data, are basically useless for us because we're never going to use Japanese to begin with. And here's a prime example. Before you go any further, it's saying now connecting. So I presume that you went to the live function.
Yep.
And if you'll notice, all the text is extremely small. And that's because of the fact that we doubled the amount of information on that line. So everything's compressed so the Japanese doesn't look correct. It looks like gibberish. But basically
how do I exit out of this? Or do I have to reset the console?
No. Hit B.
Oh, there it is. I forgot what the B button was on the twin stick. Oh, god damn it. No.
Oh, you're using the twin stick. Okay,
yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you're using a twin stick, you hit it again. I'm
out of it. There we go.
All right. So go down to option.
Oh no, I turned it on.
Well, do you know the actual buttons, though, is what I'm getting at?
No.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Go over there, and it will show you what all the buttons are.
Okay.
The cool thing about Gun Griffin is that this game, a lot of the information is already there in English, and it's not bad English. It's not like it's not like English. It's actual English. It's proper. There are a couple of issues we ran into with the translation process. I've had a couple of people ask if I knew Japanese, and I don't. I was gifted a lot of information, a lot of links, a lot of pointers in machine learning information, like that I love it. But basically a whole bunch of programs, websites that I could utilize so I could figure out what exactly was being said. Because even though I have a ton of knowledge whenever it comes to this game, I don't know everything that's being said. I know summaries. So taking all that information that we had and trying to bring it over was kind of a little bit of a hassle, because even with me trying to stick as close as I could to the literal translation while making it, make sense. What are you doing, dude?
I'm trying to match the same perspective as the twin sticks on the screen.
You are just killing me. I shouldn't even be watching this right now. Good God. But
there we
no,
go, same perspective.
There you go.
Perfect.
Perfect, man. I love it. I'm gonna give you an award just for that. So basically what happened is that there's a lot of stuff that I had to localize. There's a lot of locations that they had that weren't correct. Like there's a number of levels they say happen in Mongolia. I understand that they were saying Inner Mongolia, but it's not Mongolia, it's China. So I had to make an active choice in regards to some things to be literal or to make it make sense to somebody who isn't from Japan. That's basically what I had to do, which a lot of people in the Saturn scene back whenever it was actually a business had to do the same thing. You know, I tried to stay on the side of I love working designs, but I tried to stay away from working designs as best as I could.
You didn't want to add a Bill Clinton reference into the game?
No. This is as loyal as I can possibly get to what's actually going on.
Do you want to go a little bit into the game right now and show a little bit off of what you translated?
Well, what I want to say first off is that your screen isn't the entirety of the screen. You're missing an entire line of text. I can see it being rendered, but your screen isn't showing it.
Oh no, it's at the bottom. It goes all the way down to Operation Attack the Enemy, and that's it.
Yeah, but you're missing something is what I'm getting at. There's a whole line of text after that.
Yeah, there's supposed to be 5 lines on the screen, and they're getting cut off with whatever capture setup you have.
Yeah,
That's weird.
whatever you're doing, you're losing a whole line of text.
That's what I'm seeing on my screen actually right now. It uses I'm using whatever the profile is for the FrameMeister for the thing. I can double check. It's using the Saturn 5X. So
Yeah, you can see the flicker at the bottom there.
Yeah, no, I mean the image is there. It's just it's not being captured properly.
I mean, is it an overscan thing? Is this how it's going to look on most TVs?
No, it shouldn't look like that at all. I mean, I do know that Gun Griffin 2 doesn't have a normal resolution per se. It's not I mean, none of them are the exact same, but I know Gun Griffin 2 is a
I'm
little
looking
bit
at my
taller.
PVM right now. Stops at Attack the Enemy on my actual PVM.
Yeah, you got something wrong with your settings, man. Because I've tested this on live hardware on 2 different TVs, and that does pop up. That fifth line's there.
Well,
So, yeah, that's
while we're
correct.
figuring this out, let me just
I turned
clarify
the overscan
that,
off. It shows. I've put the overscan on. It shows. I think it's actually going into the. It's going into the overscan. I think the area on that thing. So I think maybe because that's the default of whatever the Saturn is. So I think you might actually just be going into the overscan of the game itself, because I think my profile turns off the overscan. So that's the only thing I can think is that the overscan's cutting that off, which will cut off in actual PVMs if you do try it that way.
All right, hold on one second. Just hold on one second.
All right, so what were you going to say, Emerald?
So I just wanted to clarify that the rankings for the entire competition were based on the status of the submissions at time of entry. So basically, where the submission was on January 1st. And for the record, Gun Griffin 2 was not at 0.97 on January 1st. It was at like 0.03 or something like that. There's like one line on the screen.
Yeah,
and that's what you got dinged on. Universally, the comments that you got on that game were not, good try, but everything else was better. It was, you literally only have one line of text on here, but I want to see the rest. So keep working on this.
Yeah, disclosure, when he did it, it was the 0.3 version. This is the 0.97 version, so he did a little bit more text insertion, so...
Yeah. So, like, had you had one or two more weeks to work on this, you probably would have scored a lot higher.
I'm not.
Sorry?
I said I'm not worried about that at all. I kind of expected that. You can thank Knights for me even putting it in this year.
Yeah, he had 1 day to work on it, so.
But here's the thing, though. Next year, if you resubmit, you get scored on your delta, and the delta in this case is the whole freaking game.
Oh yeah, no. I mean that's why I was trying to say that I want to see what happens whenever he actually goes in the game about this overscan issue.
Yeah, because see here that this shows pretty much perfectly, but like when it's scrolling it shows it perfectly, but when it reaches the bottom, it's not showing the overscan correctly. We actually had the same issue in Rainbow Cotton where we had the overscan on for the Dreamcast version, but when someone played it on a CRT, it would cut off the bottom text of it because that was in the overscan area.
Oh, that might be an issue. What I'm getting at is that I've tested it on my CRT. My Triniton, I didn't have that issue.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure because it's happening both on my CRT, which is I know calibrated for Saturn, and on my capture setup. So only thing I can think of is that it might be accidentally going to the overscan area. But the thing is that since you might have been testing in an emulator, it might be showing the entire overscan area versus what's there, if that makes sense.
So a potential solution to this might be, I see you have some non-negligible spacing between lines. You can just bunch all that text up all to the top of the screen just to try and squeeze that last line in.
You might be able to do that.
Yeah, because even on the MG, it's cutting off that last line. But like I said, it's work in progress. But I do like it. Also, would you recommend this for the weapons setup, or is it just preference at this point?
No, all right. You're going in the first mission, okay? You first go up to number 1. Go over to gun.
Okay.
You're gonna want gun. You're gonna want anti-tank missile.
Gotcha. ATM. 3 SEGA Gentlemen's.
No. You're gonna want a machine gun up on that. Put your machine gun.
Yeah. And then
you're gonna want your RP.
Gotcha.
All right, so here's the deal. Before you even go up into the game, the gun is going to be a single fire, slow. It's going to be slow air fire. All right.
Yeah.
Your lock on. You have to track the entire time. You can hit twice. All right. You can hit the button twice. Do not use ATMs on anything except for other enemy mechs, AUGs. Don't worry about anything else. Whenever it comes to your machine gun, small vehicles, even small armored vehicles like anti-aircraft, you can take care of. Tanks, you're going to be wasting time. Go ahead and use your 180 millimeter cannon, your gun, your 120 millimeter cannon. Your RP is basically a giant shotgun blast of rockets. All right, it's best used whenever you're up in the air, and whenever you're in the air, you can actually move around. The way you move around while you're in the air is you actually have to go forward and backwards. You have to move yourself that way. All right.
Gotcha. How do you?
And you cannot strafe and aim at the same time.
I noticed. Yeah, I was playing this earlier with the twin stick.
Yeah, twin stick is digital input, man, not analog.
I know. I assumed it would compensate, but I guess I was wrong.
It's all right.
Is it though?
That's unfortunate about the overscan. That's unfortunate as hell.
Well, I mean, this is part of the development process.
So ATM on the mechs, right?
ATM on the mechs, but right now just use your gun if you can. Like slow moving targets, use your gun. Fast moving targets, that's where your ATM comes in handy. Can do. All them types of AUGs right there. I can't remember if those are Type 9s or what they are exactly. I think those are Type 9s. They only take one ATM, two hits from your actual gun itself.
Yeah, actually, I remember that when I was playing this earlier, it was doing that like siren thing. I was like, what does that mean? Because it had a bunch of text on the screen, and I looked it up. It was like, oh wait, that means I'm going out of the playable zone. Yeah, you're going out of bounds. Don't use your RP whenever you're on the ground. You're going to do more damage to yourself than anything around you. Gotcha. Those big ones, those are called elephants. Those are South African mechs. Basically, shoot the hell out of them with your gun. Don't even waste other ammo on them. Gotcha. I'll go ahead and do that. Oh, that's dead. But you're gonna see in your radar down there. You're gonna see that blinking blue light. Yeah. That blinking blue light is your resupply helicopter. If you go over to it and you stand right next to it without moving, I mean, you just stop moving. You stand next to it. It'll refill your damage bar, your health bar. It'll refill your jumps. It'll refill ammo, but only the ammo you have selected at that moment. So unlike the first game would basically reload everything all at once. You wouldn't have to do anything. Gun Griffin 2 makes it to where you got to actually think about what you're wanting to do. So you have to be more precise with how you're going about things. I gotcha. And do not shoot the helicopter. You'll blow it up. You can blow up friendlies. There is a lot of friendly fire in this game. Yeah, I thought the helicopter was an enemy, so I blew it up initially.
And they sent another one.
Yeah, if you want to get resupplied though, you literally physically have to be touching the helicopter. I gotcha.
Oh, it went away.
Sometimes you can be close to it, but most of the time you literally got to be touching it.
So good, yeah. But no, this is a lot of fun. I was playing this at. I don't know if it was me, but it gave me a lot of Desert Storm vibes. Maybe was that just me or?
This first mission, I could see that. What you're currently doing right now, if no one actually read everything that was going on, is this is the beginning of World War III. The Gun Griffin 2 is, it basically takes place before the events of Gun Griffin 1 and during the events of Gun Griffin 1.
So is that a different perspective?
Well, it's all right. You're playing as the same person actually right now as you will be playing in Gun Griffin 1. You're playing the exact same person. Mm-hmm. You're just playing them at a different point in time. Okay. Gotcha. And right now you are currently in the 501st Max. That's the 501st mobile armored. It's something squadron. I can't remember off top. Crap, I can't remember.
Mobile armored awesome squadron.
No, it's a unit. It's a unit type that starts with a C. Company. It's the yeah. There you go. There you go. So it's the mobile armored company squadron. Japanese are horrible about doing crap like that, and I'm not even right about the mobile armored. It's something else. I apologize. But you're the 501st Max. All right. You're part of the Japanese Foreign Legion. Gun Griffin 2 takes place in a universe where basically NAFTA turned into AFTA, which turned into a military bloc. The European Union turned into the Pan-European Union, another military bloc. You know, it's a whole different world post-Soviet Union, okay? And basically, World War III is starting right now, and much like World War II, Japan is at the forefront of starting it. This is actually a surprise attack of sorts that Japan is leading. You are a Japanese member of the 501st, and you have gone into Libya to basically attack PEU forces that are on a resupply route. All right, so you basically just started the war. And Gun Griffin 2
awesome.
is on it. Yeah, Gun Griffin 2 is actually a game not about, if anybody who actually plays this and reads what's going on, it's not about winning World War III. Here's a little spoiler alert for you. You don't. You lose. At the end of this game, you will find out you lost the war.
R.I.P.
The whole point of this game is not about trying to win the war. It's about trying to survive the war. And I think they do there's a lot of audio cues, and that's part of the whole translation thing, is that Alpha was getting the text in game. With that text you're seeing right now, that
How
is
does it
actually
take to refill? I'm not getting refilled at all with this.
Just stop moving. Stop moving.
Does that have to wait a little bit?
Thing. Yeah, you basically, you got to be right on it, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, I see. It's slowly like refilling it. Okay, that's cool.
There you go. There you go. Your ATMs are refilling. That's what I was trying to tell you. But the text you're seeing on screen right now, that's Japanese, that's an image. All those images, including the scores and all that crap, everything on screen that's not actually in the chat boxes, that's part of beta. Alpha, getting the text in the chat boxes. So we're at 97% on that.
Oh, yeah. So once you get in, I'll be able to see what they're saying?
Exactly, all that, and there's also audio cues. Much like Bulk Slash, I plan on fully localizing this game. Everything from every piece of
all
Japanese
the voices and
to
stuff?
every voice. Because one thing that you're really going to miss out on is that at the beginning of each of the missions, you are basically listening to the conversation going on inside the cockpit. You're hearing the main character, the main protagonist, talk to his fellow soldiers around him through comms over the radio. And they're all also listening to a radio broadcast that's coming out of the PEU. Actually, it's out of Germany. They have this woman that they quote unquote call Berlin Lily, and she, if any of y'all know history, back in World War II, you had the Japanese and you had the Germans who had American or English broadcasts that were trying to demoralize the Allied forces.
I remember that, yeah.
So what they're doing is the exact same thing here. You have a German woman who is part Japanese, or at least can speak Japanese, and she's talking to the Japanese troops. She's talking directly to you. In fact, she mentions what you've done over the span of the game. She kind of does a recap of sorts, and you see it from their perspective rather than your perspective. But she almost has like a playful mannerism, talking about like, oh, you would have got an Iron Cross for that if you had been a German, or we heard that y'all took a lot of losses. I hope y'all are doing okay. She toys with them, and it's a really interesting dynamic, and you lose that entirely by not being able to hear it. And before anybody gets up on the bandwagon talking about sub versus dub, there's no practical way to implement subs for that in this game. So it's going to be either no Japanese or have it translated to English.
That's fair.
So, but all this that you're seeing on the score screen, that's all images that have to be changed. So
a lot of work, but it's pretty awesome though.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, this right here has been the easiest part, and like I said, massive shout out to Knights. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have got even this far. And of course, there's also Lacquerware. Lacquerware has been an invaluable resource. He's native English, well, not native, but he spent a lot of time in Japan, and he's been able to help me through a lot of stuff that didn't make sense otherwise. So
I'm happy to hear, dude. And the thing I like about this most is that you said before, you made a video saying that you wanted Gun Griffin, and you put your money where your mouth is. You didn't like say, oh, I want someone to do this. You're like, you know what? I want this game done. I'll do it my own damn self, which I appreciated the most. I mentioned that in the scoring of it, is that you put your money where your mouth was. And I was going to ask you, how much programming experience did you have prior to this, or any computer science stuff?
0.
Exactly, and that just goes to show that you don't need to be a programmer, dude. You don't need to have all the knowledge. You just need a little push in the right direction, and you're good to go. You just need a little help from your friends, quoting the Rolling Stones off their album Sergeant Satanic Majesty's Pipe Club Band. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be that guy, but we are hitting up at 8:40. So
yeah, no, that was it. I was going to play this one mission. I just want to show the text. But let me just enter my famous name, and we're good. Okay, there we go.
So yeah, that was Gun Griffin 2 by the SSG for 55 points in 10th place.
Very much, Sam. That was awesome.
Yeah. Thank you for lowering the sound profile by 2 octaves on the stream, and getting started on Gun Griffin, and hopefully next year we'll see the finished thing.
Sorry about that. I need to switch controllers out. That was the twin sticks. I'm back to using good old Retrobit wireless controller. I got 2 of them on the ready too, so in case we need to, in case we run out of batteries, we got a backup just in case. Alrighty. We'll move on to the next game and the competition, which was in 8th place, which was, of course, Sega Ages I Love Mickey Mouse.
9th place. That was 9th place.
9th place? Oh, sorry. That was the 8th that threw me off. 9th place. My bad.
Yeah, Sega Ages I Love Mickey Mouse, I Love Donald Duck compilation by Trekkies Unite 118 for a score of 46 points.
Exactly. And this was pretty interesting. I don't know if Trekkies here. It doesn't look like he's here, sadly. But
let me give him a quick tag, see if he's awake.
Fair. But yeah, I guess a little bit background on this. Basically, this is a Sega Ages compilation of 2 Disney-based games on the Mega Drive Japan, Genesis, and America. Quackshot and Castle of Illusion, 2 of the famous games not only in Japan, but in the United States for Disney games. And people would say these are arguably 2 of the best Disney games, that are 2 of the best licensed games released. I think at that day and age that it was a very, very good quality of life. And the changes really he made to this, where he actually not only added the English ROMs to it, but he actually added the English boxes, the United States boxes for it, so the Genesis boxes. So it actually feels like a American release of this game compared to the Mega Drive, which is of course in Japan. For those of you that don't know the differentiation between those 2. So it's Mega Drive and the Mega Drive in Europe and Japan and pretty much everywhere else, and the Genesis in America. So why don't we start off with, of course, Quackshot? Because
I gotta
why not?
correct you real quick.
Yeah.
These are not American ROMs. What he did was take the text from the American ROMs and drop them into the fake text in this thing. Like he went through all the pointers, he remapped everything, so it wasn't just a simple drag and drop for this.
Okay, I see. So this isn't an emulator on here. This is an actual port, right?
Right. It's a port that's reading from a ROM, but it doesn't read the ROM one for one, if that makes sense.
I see. So basically, it's porting it, but using the ROM assets, sort of like what Trekkies did for Final Fantasy, right?
Right.
Well, the Saturn is not capable of actually emulating a Genesis the way it can emulate the NES. So I mean, saying emulate is kind of a misnomer here in both cases, because Final Fantasy is running off of its own engine that Trekkies wrote, and this game is a port to begin with, and he's modifying the information present in the port, but it's not an emulation.
I see it. I see. Okay, that's pretty cool though. But yeah, that's actually more impressive in that case. I kind of wish I gave him more points for that. But yeah, it's really impressive. People that love these games and want to play it on the Saturn that haven't played it before in English, you can now do that, which is kind of cool. Wait, did he die or? Oh no, it was somebody else that died. So this is interesting. It's like a crossover between DuckTales and Donald Duck's sort of thing. But for some reason, the enemy is Pete, which is usually Goofy's enemy, but I don't know why. Yeah, I guess I just needed an enemy, and Pete was it. Alright, let's start in Duckburg. So this is kind of interesting. I'm not really good at this game, but apparently it's just like apparently you have to explore different areas to get upgrades and stuff.
No, I remember Pete in Darkwing Duck, but I don't remember him in DuckTales.
No, he's not. I'm sorry, I meant to. He's not in DuckTales. He's in what's that called? He's in
Tailspin?
Goof Troop.
Well, he's in Goof Troop.
That's it. Sorry, that's what I meant.
He's in basic Disney lore also, which is what this part of the Donald thing is. It's like generic Disney lore featuring Donald and the folks from Tailspin.
I gotcha.
Well,
so it's kind of
according to the Disney wiki, DuckTales does feature Pete as a recurring villain or whatever.
Oh, I don't remember him in DuckTales. I must have missed those ones.
Yeah, voiced by Will Ryan in the original. I don't know who that is.
I have no idea who that is.
At this point.
Does he do all the Pete voices and stuff and all the media?
I think Disney is pretty good about having a small list of voice actors giving consistent work.
Because I could have sworn Pete was voiced by what's his name, the guy that does Winnie the Pooh.
Let's see.
I forgot what his name was.
You know, having said that, we're not gonna be able to air this stream in China anymore.
That's cool. It's not like we so I'm guessing I have to go back now and get back to the plane or something and be able to.
Okay, so the current voice actor for Winnie the Pooh is Jim Cummings, and
yeah, I'm pretty sure Jim Cummings does Pete's voice in some media.
He does Pete in a Goofy movie.
Okay, yeah, I figured he does Pete. I know he's one of the recurring Pete voices.
Yeah, it looks like he's been Pete for the past like 2.5 decades or so.
Yeah.
Because he keeps getting these Pete roles, and I'm pretty sure what the way Disney does it is they have like one guy to do a thing for a long time. Like Donald Duck was the same guy for a very, very long time.
Yes. So I'm trying to figure out how do I I'm guessing I have to leave this area and go back to the plane. I still don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I got lost in this game too, trying to figure out what you were supposed to do. Are you just flailing?
My anger meter, my temper meter is all the way up, so I was really PO'd.
Oh.
Do you go back?
I don't know how to go back.
With a joystick, that's the question.
Because I know at
probably.
some point in this game, you're supposed to get a red plunger so you could jump on it.
Yeah, because like the guy said, "Yo, dumbass, you need to get out of here and go back." But I don't know how to go back. It just gave me a flag, so If anybody's played this game, let me know, or else I'm just gonna quit out and go back to Castle of Illusion, because we don't have to really. I just want to show that it's working really for this one. I
No,
don't wanna.
most of the major parts of this release was at that title screen. Those are the parts that I helped them in. That we had to decode their weird, random, custom compression method they use, which was I'm trying to think of the name of the. It's like a variant of LZSS.
Oof, I did.
And so, yeah, we spent a good 2 months just trying to figure out how to get the graphics back in. So
There
that's
we go.
where most of his work on this one comes from. Just getting the title art in and those little tiny banners that appear on the title screen.
You did a really good job, though. I'm really glad people could actually play this in English now.
Apparently, the first level in Duckburg is specifically there to tell you you can't continue until you go to Mexico. So
Wow,
looks like
great
you're doing
game design.
what you do. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know if you want to move on to.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Castle
go to
Illusion.
Castle.
Yeah.
Sick.
Well, just do a soft reset on the controller.
It goes
That
it
one
goes
is-
back to Quackshot. I tried that.
It does that?
Yeah, I tried doing that reset. It keeps going back to Quackshot if I do that.
Weird. So I guess the game is loading up multiple sub-game program images or whatever.
I suppose
Based
so.
on the way it was laid out, I would think so. Because they're in 2 separate folders.
Neat.
Yeah, so I think it
Any
treats it
wonder-
as its own game, so kind of disappointing. But I mean, hey, the work you guys did was amazing. I really appreciate playing it, even though I'm actually, I might try Quackshot more. I actually did not really care for Castle of Illusion, but I really like Quackshot. That was pretty fun.
I played Castle of Illusion when I was a kid, and I got super lost. That game requires a lot more thought than a 6 or 7 year old is capable of doing for a platformer.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it's gonna sound controversial. While I grew up with a Sega Pico and Game Gear, I actually never owned a Genesis until years later. I didn't even own a Super Nintendo till past 2001. So I was very late to the party on that. But there's some really great Genesis games that I missed out on that I really enjoy playing now, such as a Rocket Knight. Quackshot's pretty fun. I might play that one. Some of those Phantasy Star stuff.
I mean, Phantasy Star 4 is a top-notch RPG for its time.
How do I change these controls? Oh, there we go. Just hit the. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Yep. Some English text, so now you can actually see in English and play this Genesis port on the Saturn. Also, that confused me because when you jump on it, I thought that that's what you were supposed to do, the jump. But then the enemies came and I kept getting hit. It's like, oh, you have to shoot them with apples.
But you could jump them like that, hit the button twice.
Some of them you can, like the trees you can't.
Yeah, I'm
That's
pretty
what's-
sure you can hit them with your maybe down and jump. There's a way to do it to bounce off of them.
Okay, yeah, because I tried
Yes.
jumping on them, I just took damage. Okay, there's
Your
that.
butt has to go down like that for it to work.
Oh, I have to hit down. That's so dumb. Why would they do it like that way?
So it's the ground pound, like Yoshi.
I guess. I don't know. It's kind of bizarre way to go about doing that. But whatever.
Anyway, we're coming on up on 8:50, so we might want to move on to the next game.
Yep. There's a Past Losing Quackshot in English. Good stuff. Place that it got second to last place, but still impressive. And that was a good cue for me to restart.
Yeah, that was 9th place with 46 points. Unfortunately, Trekkie was not here to talk on it.
Hope he'll be here later on.
8th place with 44 points is the Lunar 2 Eternal Blue preview.
I believe I saved a little bit after. I put in a save, so I should be past all the cutscenes, so I don't have to sit through all those cutscenes through there. So
Oh yeah, that was when I was doing the patch tutorial, I went all the way up to the point where I could like actually go into a battle or something, and that was I went back and counted. It was like 8 solid minutes of cutscenes.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Unskippable.
cutscenes. So luckily, I remember I made a save. I think I did it inadvertently, but right now, I just a little context of how much is translated. Right now, it's mostly just the text in game is translated. It's not a lot of the some of the menus are, but not all of them. And there's still a lot of stuff that's still in Japanese, as you'll probably see as we play a little bit.
This is by Mr. Conan, by the way.
Yeah, by Mr. Conan.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to say that.
There we go.
Sorry, I got your back.
Is
Level
he
6.
still Clarth on the forums?
I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Oh, is he still Clarth on the forums?
No, he changed that. It should be listed as Mr. Conan now.
Okay, yeah, because that always threw me off because a lot of people have double names like Hitomi is Jameson, and I couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, if anybody has double names like that, talk with Dibs at the SEGA XTREME, and he'll combine them for you.
Right.
There.
It was mostly a problem for me when I was setting up the family tree on EmeraldNova.com. Actually, if you guys go over to the contest page on EmeraldNova.com, you can click through and see all the games that are entered in this contest. They all have their pages now and links to their download locations and update pages and whatever, and also the credits for who worked on what.
Yeah. So one thing I want to show is the menu. So load and save are translated, probably so that way he can easily tell, unless those were always already load and save, which in that
I think
case,
those were just priority translations.
yeah. But yeah, as you see, these are the text in here is pre-translated. There's some glitches here and there, like some of the text will run off screen, or some of the characters' models will stay in place after the cutscenes are over. At least for the first part of it. It seems like the biggest issue though is when it tries to sync up with the audio on screen is when it glitches out the most. Yeah, here we goes the stuff. I'm still gonna probably see there's some glitches with that, but this uses the working designs translation, so this is well, it's a good base. I think they want to do another one, but for now it works what they need it to be. So yes, you see some of the text disappears, but like I said, this is an alpha patch, so this is in no ways perfect. Somebody asked, are the MPEG versions coming? I do not know if that's the case. I think honestly, I think a lot of the MPEG ones with all the video the video being like much the video
I thought
being
this game
increased
doesn't have
quality.
an MPEG version.
Wait, what?
I thought this game doesn't have an MPEG version.
Does it
Maybe
not?
we think it's Lunar 1.
Yeah,
I
Lunar
think it
1
was just
does.
Lunar 1.
I don't think this one has. Wait, I could have sworn it doesn't. I don't know. Someone has to Google that for me.
I mean, I'll check, but I believe Knight when he says that.
When did this game come out?
The only MPEG version was for Silver Star Story.
That's what I was about to say, because Game Arts and they walked away from the MPEG after Gun Griffin won for the most part.
So, Eternal Blue looked like it came out on the Saturn in '98, but originally on the CD in '94.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That was a late release for Game Arts.
Yeah. This game originally was on Sega CD. These two, Lunar Tuner Blue and Lunar 1, Lunar Silver Star, and I think Lunar Tuner Blue. And then they released the complete games on the PS1 and Saturn. But of course, the PS1 ones are the only ones that came out in the United States, and the Saturn again got snubbed by Working Designs. But you know, it's how it goes. I actually do.
Actually,
What?
And unfortunately, I don't know too much about this. He was pretty quiet about this project.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. It came out of the blue, no pun intended. Wait, what were you saying, Sam?
I was gonna say you don't blame Working Designs, blame Sega. Sega was what got in the way of Working Designs on almost every project they were looking at. He just walked away from the mic.
Yeah, where'd he go?
He was just like, I'm trying to sit here and talk to him. He's just like, F you, bro, I'm out.
No, he's still got his headphones. He can hear you. Sorry?
I said, hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah.
You never
But,
know.
y'all didn't see him wiping his
Sorry about
face
that,
and stuff,
guys.
man.
Need,
That's his tick.
I need to get my amulet from the game, so I have to get that. It can't really fit, so I'm just gonna put it right here. I have to untangle it, and I don't have time to do that. It'll hang right there, the amulet from the game. Sorry about that, guys. But anyways, where did I miss? Sorry about that.
I was telling you that you could blame SEGA of America for working designs not working on a lot of games that were coming over here. Now, granted, they did get a whole lot of stuff, but there was a whole lot of other stuff that they wanted that SEGA of America kind of got in the way.
There was no working designs for this.
You mean Bernie Stolar did something good by screwing over working designs?
Oh, bro, we're gonna get up in that argument? Come on, man.
We're getting
Working designs
fist
was a grace of God for us over here, man. Whether you like the translations or not.
As much as I have to agree that I don't like working designs translations and the way they went about it, I do have to agree with Sam that it's better than nothing. But
dude, most of the awesome RPGs we got wouldn't have even came over if it hadn't been for working designs. So I can promise you they would have done a much better job than SEGA of America did with that localization of the original Gun Griffin. I can promise you that.
Yeah, I guess you had to be there. I was too young for this.
Yeah, we're all in hindsight, but we have to think like, oh shit, we can't get RPGs back then at all. Like, we don't have the cool people like you that we had nowadays. Box.
No, especially on Sega. You had Squaresoft bring everything to SNES, Genesis, and Sega CD. They were getting nothing.
R.I.P. Yeah, I meant to grab this amulet before I went on the show, but I completely forgot about that. It'll give me the power of something. Yeah, but yeah, do we want to go to like up to a battle or something? I don't know how long a battle's gonna take to get to from this point, so I think a battle's coming up north now, so we'll go ahead and do that now. I'm gonna make sure I equip the knife to him so I don't get owned in the field.
Is the battle system the same in Lunar 2 as it is in 1? I found 1's kind of a little sluggish.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Is the battle system the same in 2 as it is in 1?
It's pretty similar. It seemed pretty, at least to me, it seemed pretty much the same, but I also could be misremembering it. All right, let's use the gym and open the door. Yeah, so I'm seeing. Well, there's a lot of text. Yeah, CD and the CD version on 1 is different. Intro and cutscenes has the PS1. Not sure on the Saturn version. Oh yeah, I think they both use the updated versions because like the Sega CD ones have like a it's like this weird kind of cutscene and they have like different music. Alright, do it. Alright, put the jewel up. Anyone just put the jewel off, thinking what happens, you put the jewel on the other end. Okay. Yeah, so let's put that left eye in. I'll just get to one battle and then we'll get to the next game. I just want to show off the battle. I think I have to, yeah. Go ahead, do that. There we go. Open the door. Any other Lunar fans in here? And what do you guys think of the game series? Just some thoughts.
I'm not a fan of Lunar at all. You need Peter for that.
R.I.P.
I played the Game Boy game, and it was fine.
I know there's a Game Boy.
I find the battle system is too sluggish. The animations take too long. I didn't have the patience for it.
I think Lunar 1 was the first JRPG I ever played, and it was on the Sega CD. And I liked it a lot, although my Sega CD randomly decided to wipe my save file, so I never actually finished the game.
To be fair, that's pretty common practice for the Sega CD. It's just to wipe your saves randomly.
Mm-hmm.
I played Silver Star Story on the PlayStation first. Actually, alone. I didn't play it on anything else. And I got to the second disc and was getting pretty close to the end, and my PlayStation memory card was wiped. and I never picked it up again.
Bro, does
That
anybody
sucks.
remember that demo disc on the PS1 that if you played it, it would literally like completely frag your entire memory card? Does anybody remember that?
Really? That
I do
did that?
remember it happening. Can't remember what disc that was though.
I'd have to look through it, but I have it, and I have it like inside of a folder. Inside, like I keep a whole bunch of in a what do you call it, CD binder, and I literally got a note up in there that says "Do not play with memory card."
Lol. That's
But, I mean,
bizarre.
in
We
case
do
people
that
aren't
though.
aware, there is a third Lunar game also on the Saturn.
There's a third one? Oh no, isn't that
Yeah,
just like a
Magical
media
School.
library?
Magical School.
Oh, the school. Yeah, that's right.
Wait, isn't someone already working on the translation for that as well?
Yeah, but she hasn't had much time for it lately. I remember
Yeah, as you can see,
playtesting the
there's-
Saturn version. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's some translate stuff. There's a lot of glitching. So, like I said, it's a work in progress, Alpha. What were you saying now? Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just saying. Interestingly, when I was testing out the Saturn version of Lunar 1, I found out, pointed out to Mr. Conan, there was a freeze in the volcano section. Turns out in the American release, for some reason, they added in a full party heal in the middle of the dungeon. That's not in the Japanese version.
Really? So then it was like it was waiting for that
So-
party heal, but never happened.
I get working designs for once actually made the game slightly easier.
Huh. Yeah, because I think I remember them. Yeah, that's BV. That's not descriptive. I remember that yeah, I think they did make some encounter rates a lot lower in Lunar 1 on the English version compared to the Japanese version. Or maybe I'm thinking that they did that for both versions in the complete games.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely.
If I had more control over like how the game. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say they definitely didn't do that for Albert's Odyssey.
They went the opposite way with that.
God, yes, I love that game to death, but it is stupid.
If I had more control over.
I was just gonna say, I think we probably need to start moving on to the next game.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Let me go ahead and go do that real quick then.
Dude, you need to die in this battle. Don't you do it. Don't you hit that reset. You die. You die up in this battle.
I healed.
What happens when you die?
I don't know. Something. A magic beam pops up. I don't know. I just think it'd be funny to see him die in the middle of the battle.
Okay, Win, finish your thought.
I was just thinking that if I had more control over how Lunar played, I'd probably increase the MP and lower the enemy's health just a little bit. Because I always felt like you're always struggling for MP to the point where you're trying to conserve your special moves, but then all the random battles just takes forever because you're never able to clear out the whole thing, clear out all the enemies at once. I think that was what turned me off on Lunar when I was beta testing.
It's pretty tough. I was surprised. You lose health so fast in that game. It's ridiculous.
I think that was it. Like, I never felt like I was getting stronger. Like, the enemies were scaling at the same exact rate as I was, and I just didn't feel like it was leading to anywhere.
Yeah, I definitely want to go through it though because I really enjoy the story of it. I just really need to sit down and play it, and I'll tank through it. I'll do it. I'll do it. But anyways, let me move on to our next game that we have. It's going to be in 10, 9, 8,
Okay.
6th place, 6, right?
So okay, well just maybe just let me announce these, I guess. So in 7th place is Fire Pro 6-Men Scramble by Malenko at 43 points.
Sounds good. Let's boot this up. Play it a little bit earlier. I don't think we're gonna go too in depth with it because we did it a little earlier, but we'll just because Kate talked about it like in the previous stream. If you wanna look for info on that, you can watch that. But basically, basically it's a for those who don't know, it's a wrestling customization game, pretty much like a simulation almost. So it's very in depth, very in-depth character creation. It's ridiculous. You can pretty much create everything in this game and create AI to do certain things. But just for real quick, we'll do a quick death match. Actually, yeah, we'll do death match. We'll show that as Kay went to the customization. So One player, computer, one type, 3 count, bomb. Calm level, we'll do 1 because I want to win. Speed 100.
If you're gonna, oh, hold on. With that game speed, Pat.
Yeah.
The 100% will feel a little slow if you're used to playing fighting games. I'd play it at about 125, but
Gotcha.
I'm also used to it. So keep in mind that it's a timing game, not a button masher.
Gotcha.
It's very button mash unfriendly, and it's the analog or analogy I would draw is that the most similar game I would think of is like modern Mortal Kombat, where you need to be very deliberate with every button you press.
Keep going to the left, you'll go to the U.S. wrestlers. If you keep going to the left a little bit more, like another 2 federations over. Keep going to the left. Yeah, just keep going.
Gumi, F Night Ring, UWF.
Keep going.
World CW Federation.
Here we go. So here's wrestlers that the Western audience would more likely be familiar with.
Goldust. Yeah, so we got Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Undertaker, Big Van Vader. I don't remember him. Bam Bam Bigelow, of course. Warrior
You don't
Hawk.
remember Vader?
I don't.
Wow. He was a school teacher too.
Damn.
You have Ric Flair?
Yep, Rick Steiner.
Ric Flair is in the game, but you have to unlock him.
Oh, okay.
And so the save doesn't have him.
So yeah.
Okay. Is Randy Savage on there? Or
Yep, Randy Savage is right there.
Oh, there
got Randy Savage. You got
Origin America, all caps. There we go.
Yeah, America. Scott Steiner. If Savage and Steiner sound familiar, keep paying attention to the stream. Bret Hart. If any of those names are ringing a bell, we'll reveal that later on when we play another game. But why don't we do my favorite wrestler of all time, Rey Mysterio?
When you select the wrestler, use the Z button to pick the one that's most familiar to people.
Said the Z button?
Yeah.
All right. And we'll do we'll
you
face.
can hit the start to choose a random wrestler.
Gotcha. I'll just start. Do Grand Naga. So yeah, Rey Mysterio was my favorite.
Odd seeing.
Yeah. Sorry.
So odd seeing Hulk Hogan not in like yellow and the red bandana.
So today, I talked about this in the stream, but today Malenko handed me a updated version of the patch where the default colors that you'd normally pick with either Z or sometimes Z, sometimes Y. Both of them have like attire for the wrestlers that are considered normal. It is now set as the default when you look at them. This is how Human Entertainment was able to get around some of like the trademarks and copyrights of the personas. Like
so it's like
we had to,
Hulk Hogan, it's like Big Axe or something,
Axe
like they call him some fake, Axe, something like that, some fake name. And Pat, try bashing the X button when you grapple with him.
I gotcha.
Heyo.
There you go. Oh, right into the barbed wire. Also me right to the barbed wire.
So is that barbed wire or is that like an electric cage?
Yes.
it's electrified barbed wire.
Oh.
If you slam into it a bunch of times, or slam your opponent into it a bunch of times, they'll actually start bleeding.
I didn't see his face right there.
It looks like he is.
Probably doesn't help him
yeah,
kicking his ass.
That's giving some real Running Man vibes right there, man.
Yeah, I got the same vibes weirdly enough. I forgot how to
Hold down
pin.
the Y button to catch your breath.
What?
Hold down the Y button when you have a second to catch your breath.
Gotcha.
And now you can try like B moves now on him when you grapple because you've done a lot of damage to him. So you can try the A moves are the weakest, the B moves are stronger, and then the C moves are the strongest still.
Oof.
There's also a combination of A plus B, which is just an extension of the C moves.
Oh my god, it's right to the cage. I ran myself into the cage. It's pretty funny. Why? No,
And so
I want to catch my. Oh, sorry, I hit an X instead of Y.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Throw his ass on the cage.
Yeah. I don't want to. I don't want to run myself into the cage. As funny as that is. Man, this guy just won't go down. Come on, go down, dude.
He got a 1 count.
Yeah, it's probably because I'm not doing it soon enough.
You got them worn down enough, you can probably start trying to use C moves when they grapple. So the trick to it, there's a little bit of an audio cue as well as the visual cue. The visual cue is when they lock up and do that grapple. There's like a half a second where they like kind of reach back before they lock up. And the moment that lockup happens is when you want to hit the button.
Ooh, I like this. I'm actually having fun now. I got the moves to like destroy them. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I'll probably should catch my breath though after I knock this guy again.
So you can see if you're out of breath if you just don't hit anything and just stand still.
Yeah.
If the guy looks like he's worn out, then you want to catch your breath a little bit.
Yeah. Man, this guy's taking me to the giving me the corporation right now. Jesus. Okay, let's not do that. Go. I gotta beat this guy.
How
No.
long did you have the time limit set for?
4 minutes. Or not, I don't think I said it.
So 5 minutes probably.
Yeah.
Ah, so close. This feels like a real wrestling match.
So try like down C moves in the grapple and stuff like that.
Sounds good. Try it out. No, I'm not giving up. Oh gosh, I ran to the fence. I'm not gonna...
If you happen to last until, I think it's the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
If you happen to last till the 10 minutes, those black boxes out there are going to cause the ring to explode.
Lol. Ooh, ooh, he almost got me on that one. Yeah,
You almost got yourself on that one.
Yeah, that was not smart. Please die, sir. Oh my gosh. This guy won't... I put him on the easiest setting and he's already kicking my butt. No, don't. Die, please.
So,
Ah.
and you're hitting the B button when you're going over him. If you hit C, you'll do some attacks. Like when he's on the ground.
Oh, that's fair. Try that. Ooh.
Bro, you ain't looking too good there, bro.
Gosh. That was so dumb. Okay, I'm looking really messed up right now.
Yeah, he is.
Into the cage, please.
Yeah, instead of hitting X, try hitting him with like C moves and stuff now.
Sounds good. I'll try
Like
that.
in the grapple. Because he's weak.
Oh. Ow. Oof, he almost got me on that one. How's he beating me in the sea? Dang. Nope, don't do it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Alrighty. Oh, he's beat. Yeah, he must have more priority. I'll keep throwing against the fence. Please die.
I just gotta last another 2 minutes. It's actually like slightly faster than 2 minutes because you changed the timing to 125.
Ow. He really wants
So
me
there's
dead.
a lot of like really deep tag team modes in this game as well. So like tagging each other, you could hold a guy, drag him to the other ring post. You could put a guy on your shoulders and have your partner jump off the top rope on him. So a lot of like really nice stuff like that.
Dude, I'm just messing this guy up.
But use the C moves.
I can't. I try to. He keeps beating me on them.
Dude, you got to use the C moves, man. They done
I'm
told you
trying.
like
He
30
keeps
times.
countering me. You're just taking me to town, dude.
Look, man, just stop lying.
There you go.
You want to see the ring blow up. You want to see the ring blow up. I know what it is. I'm the same way.
Okay, there we go. Finally. Oh God, not again.
Bro, you got 30 seconds. I want to see the ring blow up. You do too.
I'll try my best. I'll
I'll
keep throwing him into. I'll keep throwing him to the. No, don't beat me in that.
Bro, you got to dance, man.
Just
dance
run away
around.
for 30 seconds.
Not even. We're at the 20-second mark at this point.
There you go. Run up in the wall, baby. Run in the wall.
Leave me alone, sir. Leave me alone. I just want to see the ring
didn't
blow up.
change. It's probably like 15 minutes. It should have pulled out by now.
Let's do this again and let me be the guy at the side of the ring, like, narrating everything.
Jeez, this is intense. Oh God, I think he got me on this one. Crap. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, I still got a chance. There we go.
I thought the ring blew up in 10 minutes, man.
I didn't mess with the settings. Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was 10 as well.
Maybe they change it if you put the speed up. Wow, he's
Who
gloating
is
now.
that?
That's- you're
He's
getting-
taunting you, man.
You're getting right into the. Oh, jeez. He's just messing me up. No, 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 no. Okay, there we go. Ow. Yeah, this guy is beating my butt. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. I'm going to catch my breath so I can do that real quick. Okay.
I just want to know what the rating for this game was in Japan when it came out.
Oh, my God. Die. Oh, my God. What is with this guy? He will not die.
Okay, Murder Crows. This wasn't a red label, was it?
He's probably back at work.
Yeah, I really doubt it. It's just a little bit of blood, and there are like you can break people's bones if you do certain moves and stuff like that. But I just can't imagine it being red label.
So it was probably just another yellow label.
I'd imagine.
I mean, I'm sure this wasn't a green label game. Not even by Japanese standards.
Though I've never seen a green label. What would that be? Is it like a Sonic game?
No, there's actually, if I remember correctly, I might be mistaken in that, but I'm pretty sure there was a green label that was like a Universal or something like that. I don't know their rating systems, but I know for pretty certain. Give me a second. I'm pretty sure I got a green label game.
When you pin the guy, try to pin him when the ref is nearby.
I gotcha. Oh, come on. That was cheap. I'm like, get over here, rep.
You can try hitting Y and dragging him. Like when he's on the floor.
Emerald, I was mistaken yellow for
Or maybe
for
Z.
orange.
Maybe Z.
Okay, there we go. Finally, I won. Okay. I'm gonna keep kicking him. Yeah, right in the face.
And scram.
That's me every time.
Because Six Man Scramble is a green label game, so it's basically E for everyone.
Yeah, it's everything 12 years. Oh no, but green is not actually everybody. Green is 12 and above. Black label is everybody.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's not a yellow label. It's an orange label. So.
Alrighty, so
He translated the moves so you can see that it was a half crab.
yeah, I'll just do one.
written
I'll
there.
just do
Okay.
1 minute so it blows up in 1 minute. I'm just gonna do random people.
Right.
We'll see
We
it blow
are,
up
we
and
are
then we'll
running
move
kind
up.
of on time though.
It'll be 1 minute. I set it to pretty fast, so hopefully it'll blow. If it's slow, yeah, it should be 1 minute, and then we'll see it blow up, and then we'll just go. we'll move on from that one to the next game. Yes, this is moving pretty fast, so we just got a minute to wait for it to blow up. I just want to show people how it blows up while I kick this guy's butt. But yeah, anything else on the game before we move on? After this thing blows up, we'll go out with a bang.
Yeah, again, like you can see that there's a lot of depth to the game, so there's a huge learning curve, but it's well worth it, you know.
It's a lot of fun. Like, I'm actually really feeling now that you guys like helped me out and taught me to, you know, do these cool moves, you know?
I mean, you haven't even, you know, started the, you know, climbing the top rope stuff. Like, your character's a luchador, right? So, you know, he has a lot of aerial moves, which you didn't do. He can jump out of the ring. He can jump from the outside of the ring in. You know, there's just so much there.
There we go. It blew up. Alrighty. So, yep, that is it.
Poor
Let's move on
referee,
to the
man.
next one. Yep. He gets what he deserves.
Oh, by the way, to the chat over in the SHIRO Insider General, I posted the Japanese rating system. If anybody was actually interested in that.
Sorry about that. Had some
I
sneezes.
wish real professional wrestling was just as violent as the games.
A little bit more melodrama. Say we crack open a monster. What should we do? Should we do the low carb blue one? Was it the taurine? Should we do the classic green? What are you guys thinking?
I'll go for green.
One for green. Anybody else?
All right, I said green too.
Yeah, you got two for green. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go green.
Go get some coffee, man.
Green. I haven't had one since college in 2010, so let's see if this is aged well.
It has not.
It's a vintage.
Still tastes like
monster.
garbage, guys. So confirmed, garbage. All right. So what is
Horse
the?
piss.
Let's get the next game on our list going. Do you want to do the?
Place, yeah. So in sixth place with 34 points is Grandia.
Alrighty, let's play a little bit of this. I'm in a safe spot where I'm kind of confused. Actually, I'll just show the battle system off. So it's actually, is there any cutscenes in the right beginning of the game? I can't remember.
Oh, so many.
All right,
Yeah,
so
you
yeah,
gotta do the whole beginning scene.
yeah.
Where
So
he's
let's just
chasing his sister.
Yeah, it takes like minimum half hour if you're like speeding through it to get to a first battle. I don't know if
gotcha.
Trekkies is around, but
do we want to show off the subtitles and then we can sort of move on because that's what the biggest thing he added since last year. I just want to make sure there's subtitles in the beginning of the game, right? When you first start it? There's subtitle FMVs, or is that later on in the game? I can't remember.
there's FMVs, but I don't think there's any dialogue. And then you get the king guy or whatever talking, and you know it keeps going through the town stuff with the little kid things, and then eventually you finally get to... Whoa! Demon!
Good.
Bro's eating that food hard, son.
I thought he got like black bagged and taken away, and that was like the sound of him getting kidnapped.
Nah, dude, that was that
RIPC
Burger
when
King. That was that Burger
gonna
King
lose
bag.
out. I'm pretty sure this actually has a cutscene, so or a video thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see. If not, then I'm a filthy liar. I apologize. Your bottom is shining. I hate when that happens. That's what. That's actually no. That's what my bottom's gonna look like after I'm done with this energy drink. There we go. Is it hot, Justin? Yes. Steamy. Alright, let's go into the mouth, guys. Mouth explorers. Let's do this. But yeah, like I said, Trekkies Unite entered this in the last competition. It pretty much was almost done besides the subtitles in the FMVs and a few other fixes. But now that they actually implemented it, it's like at the last candidate, so if there's no major bugs, then it'll be good to go. which I'm excited about.
That's pretty much all he's holding off on, just making sure there's no other bugs. From what I know, everything else is fixed.
From what I recall, this is a release candidate. So once he's done fixing everything, that'll be it.
I'm excited, guys. Well, one step closer to getting this game completely localized.
He always says whenever he releases a 1.0, that's when somebody's going to bring a bug.
Oh, it's going to happen. I mean, the other day you had people arguing about either commas or apostrophes. It was pretty funny.
Every time. Run a little bit and go down these hallways. So I know there's a cutscene in this area, because after I did this, it gave me that cutscene. Or maybe I can't. Can I not progress right here? Oh, do I need to hit these buttons or something? Okay, I have to hit the C button on there to do that. Okay, there we go. That's what wasn't working. Righty. Let's do this. Run. Think this is the right way? If not, oh wait, no, that's back to the beginning. Alrighty, I did not go the right way, it looks like.
I had to drop for a second, and I missed what happened at the end of the Fire Pro one.
I ended up pinning him and winning.
You ended up what?
I ended up pinning the guy and winning, but then we did a quick match, a 1 minute match for the timer to blow up, and then we saw the ring blow up.
Nice. All right, so what place are you at right now?
I'm at Lunar.
This would be 6th.
Yeah.
The 6th game out of the 10.
Sweet.
Green. This might be the way I need to go. Oh, I know this goes back. Oh, damn it. I don't want to go back. Go in the ancient ruins. Oh, don't want to go back. There we go. I'm gonna try the green way this time. And we'll see. I never really played this game much, so it's gonna... It's been on my to-do list, though, to play. So I'll be doing that, playing that, hopefully soon. I kind of want to finish Sakura Wars first and finish that up. We might do something for like a release candidate for this, like when the release candidate drops, we'll do like, oh, congrats, sort of thing.
I mean, is this not the release candidate?
Or like when it's like 1.0 is what I meant, sorry. Yeah, there we go. This is the way I wanted to go. Oh. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Never heard of ruins like this. Moves by itself. Great discoveries. Great discoveries. Stone's always shining. Shining stone. Oh, I got a lot of people in here. 29 people. What's up, peeps? Hopefully you're enjoying it.
Hit that like button.
Hit that like, subscribe, ring the bell, favorite the video, make fun of Patrick drinking really bad energy drinks. That's probably taking years off of his life right now. But yeah, it's all good playing some Grandia. Trying to get to the cutscene so we could show it, and that way we can... do that. Did you ever see what was gonna do about stuff like that, where it's like it's like just like Japanese voices?
Murder, you're there you go.
I don't remember hearing anything about doing any different dubbing for the game. I'm pretty sure it's gonna stay Japanese.
That's fair. Something wrong, a little bit of Japanese here and there.
I think Tricky said that he cannot find where the English voice files are in the PlayStation version.
That's fair. Hey, as long as we can get as good as we can, I guess that works.
I wonder if he checked track too, because PlayStation does have a lot of stuff on like their second and third tracks. It's like weird compressed 80 PCM audio, so it might be hidden in there somewhere.
So, Fazeus, I'm in a similar situation where I started out with Grandia 2, and I'm fairly certain this is like a pattern among a lot of Japanese RPGs, where sequels don't really mean sequels. I don't think they're even connected. I'm not even sure if they're in the same universe. Because like obviously the world map is completely different, but the story for Grandia 2 and how the world is the way it is doesn't really jive with what I've seen so far in Grandia 1. So I think the only thing that they share is a battle system and an art style.
They just look really good. I'll start
Yeah, I
shining
don't
in your
think
pocket, kid.
geohounds are a thing in this setting.
The door does not open. No opening door for him. Hopefully everyone's doing good on the Saturday, though. Or I guess Saturday for some people.
It's
Hopefully
about to be Saturday on the East Coast.
It's gonna be in like a couple minutes now, or about 30 minutes. I do like what Spencer said. They share themes as well. Both are excellent. Oh, I thought you meant that the theme is that they're both excellent games. But probably that too, right, Spencer? Oh, God. Yep, there you go. Here's the subtitles. I can't see it because my screen is giving me a no signal. There we go.
So yeah, Shadow's saying that we could up the sound on the games a little bit to try and hear what's going on.
Sorry, I turned that down because it was a bit loud on the last one. Hopefully that's a little bit better.
You see here the subtitles in the FMVs.
Yes, so they finally have it. Let me know if this sounds better, Shadow Mask. Or if it's too loud. I just don't want it to overpower anybody's voice. So the key here.
It still sounds pretty soft on the live stream. It's definitely not overpowering.
I gotcha. Because right now I have two volume options. I have the one on my... Because basically what I do is I have the audio coming in from the sound, from the HDMI to the device, and I have another one that goes from a receiver I have into my headphones. That's across the room from me. Yeah, I'll keep that the way it is. If it's too soft or too loud, let me know. I still want my voice to overpower it, since that's sort of the... or voice sort of the point of the stream. But yeah, that's that. We'll do a quick battle after that, and we'll move on to the next game on the list. But overall, I'm really excited about this game. It's been a long road. It's been, this dropped in 2019 spring? I think you mean
2019. It was the year of the Saturn, baby.
I thought that was 2020.
Nah, bro. 2019 was it? 2020 was junior, and 2021 was the third. And here we go with number 4.
Year 4, baby.
Yeah, but we did get a... Yeah, there was a large explosion of activity sometime around 2019 in terms of more patching getting done than previously, and more people starting to develop the games than previously, and then you start seeing things like Hellslave and Pony Game pop up. So yeah, definitely 2019 was the start of a lot of progress in Saturn that was otherwise a lot slower than it is today.
I want to say, was it Lingle River Story that started the explosion?
I would say Grandia did. Or no, is it?
I mean, there's two different prongs of this. There's like the original game prong, where XL2 moved on from Sonic Z-Dream to Hellslave before it was called Hellslave, and between that and then I think Pronut was the other high-profile OG game at the time, and I was coming up at the same time getting taught by those two. And in the meantime, I don't know anything about the Mingle Lover Story translation, but Sakura Wars and Grandia came out that year.
Yeah. Those are two massive ones. I think. What was the one before Grandia? I don't think there was one, right? Or
The
the
Sakura
last
Wars
one
came out December 2019, I believe. So
Yeah,
it must have been something earlier.
If I could for a second, just take a step back from the whole Saturn development scene. What I was going to say is that 2019 being the year of the Saturn was more than just the development side of it. That was kind of like a culmination in the entire community. The community at large, gaming, the gamers included, kind of exploded in 2019. So I think there has to be also we have to kind of step back for a second and appreciate the fact that there is a community to appreciate these games. Because
Yeah.
the Saturn up until about 2000 and late 2018 was still relegated as a kind of niche console, even though it still is a niche console for all intents and purposes. It kind of saw a resurgence or an explosion in popularity in the 2017 and 19 range. So everything kind of all hit at the right time, in my opinion, for the Saturn homebrew translation scene to kind of come alive the way it did, was because you had a community to actually receive what you were creating.
Yeah, because
And what we
I
forgot
think
to mention was
sorry.
that the ODEs, the beta for the Sadiator started around the end of 2019. At that point, shortly afterward, the Fenrir and the mode were announced for release for the Saturn in 2020. So 2019, we already had indications of multiple ODEs coming down the pipe in very short order.
Exactly. I actually remember doing my video and talking about all that stuff. 2019 was a very exciting year to be a Saturn fan, especially an OG one, in my opinion.
For sure. I think, and when you said, I think it's more just the gamers. I think the Saturn gamers and collectors that were in total the biggest audience for that. I think it's a big combination of both of those things. And I think overall, I think it was a great year. I think really the biggest game before Grandia really was Policenauts, which was in 2016, or else, unless I'm mistaken, if there was something before that, or between.
Between Grandia and actually between the surprise drop of Linkle Liver and the surprise drop of Grandia, which I don't know, I wasn't really involved with Sega Extreme at all at that point. I know a lot of, well, you and me weren't per se, Pat, but
yeah, we're kind of separated.
Yeah, that just completely came out of nowhere, both of those drops. So that was, from my recollection anyway, the only thing I can really remember would be Policenauts.
Yeah, so it seemed like there's a massive gap because that came out at the December 2016, and then the next game coming out would be Grandia, I believe, unless you guys know if there's between that. And I don't think the Policenauts guys even collaborated with anybody from Sega Extreme, right?
When did Utna come out? Utna. When did what's the actual name?
Revolution or Utena?
Yeah, I'm an American. Utna, whatever. When did that game come out? The translation for it, was it earlier in 2016?
It came out after Policenauts, and then there was also the Shining Force set.
Oh, of course. We're sitting over here not even thinking about all nights over here.
Yeah, but the thing is, Shining Force is like a long-term project, and I think the first time that it was fully playable would have been somewhere around 2011, 2012.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking too.
Yeah, it's much earlier than it's in constant development, but by 2012 you were able to play the whole game more or less, and there's a big gap of time between that and 2019.
Yeah.
When did Ninja Penguin Mamoru drop?
I think that was 19 too.
It was?
No, it was 18. It was 18.
Earlier.
Which release are you talking about with that?
Translation was Ninpen Mamoru.
Yeah, that game, the first version of that translation came out right before I did my first drop of Shining Force 3. Then there was the Resurgence that came out years after.
All right, this is just coming off of ROM hacking, which doesn't necessarily include everything, but whatever. We are going. Shining Force is credited as, I know this isn't right, but they're saying 2006 nights for the premium disc.
Yeah, around. That's when I first started doing stuff, like getting releases out to everybody. Because I started the project at the end of 2004, like November.
Okay, so we've got Nippon Mamaru in 2001, May of 2001, Langerzer 3 in October of 01, Premium Disc in April of 2006. We got Shoju Kakamori Una in, or however y'all want to say it, in October of 2015. Dragon Force 2 was January of 16. Police Knights was November of 16. Shining Force 3 Scenario 1 was December of 17. Linkle Liver, January 2nd of 19. And from there, it's everything's screwed up. For example, like, I mean, I know this is the official release, but Grandia was February of 2021 according to ROM Hack, and that's not whenever everybody in the community saw the beta for it.
Because a near complete version of it was submitted for the very first anniversary competition that I hosted. So yeah, it was definitely the ROM hacking versions have a time delay between when they were released and when they were actually ready for someone to try.
Yeah.
Phaseus, to answer your question, Shining Force has more or less been playable for about a decade. At this point, you're just waiting for more polish on top of polish. It's ready for you to play. But yeah, I mean, definitely, like, I see two time periods in Saturn fan development history. There is the original Golden Age with Rock and B, like 2000 to 2005-ish or whatever. And then there's the 2019 to today when we have this explosion in content. And everything between, there was still stuff happening, but just not at the same rate.
Yeah, I'm noticing that Asuka 120% limit over wasn't mentioned either. That was a kind of surprise when that got translated.
How long ago was that? Wasn't that like relatively like in the early 2000s that was translated? Or would I be wrong on that?
Limit over was a hack that came out like early, but the translation of the hack didn't happen until.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I thought you meant the hack itself.
Asuka isn't even on ROM hacking. Like I said, for anybody up in the stream that's listening to this, do not use ROM hacking as your only source for information whenever it comes to translations, because it's only up to somebody submitting it. If I'm correct, that the author of it has to actually submit it for it to be hosted there.
Yeah, we posted Rainbow Cotton on ROM hacking like 2 weeks after the public release.
Yeah, I still haven't submitted bulk slash to ROM hacking, partially from laziness and partially because I figured it should, have some kind of exclusivity period on SEGA Extreme.
I think Knight was talking about doing something related to early release on SEGA Extreme to promote the SEGA Extreme Patreon to keep the website funded.
Yeah, I was going to discuss that during Wackenruder. Or Wackenruder.
Wackenruder?
We'll get Xenos on here to actually say the name properly.
But
yeah, we are running a little bit short on time if we want to move on to the next game.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to showcase the battle and the cutscene. That was really about it. So I was going to get to this point. So let's move on. RIP Justin. Sorry you died. Rest in hell.
Interesting. Pona was saying Digital Foundry was driving people to Saturn in 2018.
Yeah, I know
Was that when Phoebe and Rhea were coming out?
Phoebe and Rhea have been out for a while, way before 2018.
I think there was Kay would know. I think there wasn't it like 16 or 17 that came out?
It may have just been the Phoebe because the Rhea came much later. It was only the 20 pin at first.
I wonder what was it about 2018 that he was saying. I know. John Linneman's always talking about the Saturn, but other than that, I wonder.
At some point you run out of Dreamcast content to talk about, and then you see, okay, what's another thing for you to talk about? And then there it is, another semi-obscure North American underappreciated console with an entire library to talk about.
I installed my first Rhea for someone locally in 2015, and that was the 20 pin. The Phoebe came out, I think, about a year later.
Well, I got my Saturn in August of 2018, and part of that was because I had heard about the Sadiator being worked on. I knew that was coming soonish. It was still like a year and a half out, turns out. But that was kind of exciting because it's like, okay, well, if I get this old system with this failing disk drive, even if the disk drive is a problem, the Sadiator is going to still enable me to play games. So that's what made me kind of want to get one.
Okay, so just real quick, let's go ahead and announce in 5th place is Fire Pro Blazing Tornado with 32 points, translated by Malenko again.
Yep, this is it's more of an arcadey feeling game. It kind of reminds me of the WWE games back in the day. So this is definitely more arcadey, it's less customization. It's more like an arcade game basically, but it was a lot of fun. I liked it a little bit more than Fire Pro 6-Man Scramble, but now in retrospect of getting good at Fire Pro 6-Man Scramble, I think I kind of like that more now. So I'm sorry if I ranked it differently.
Zayas, I think, is right. I think the Saturn has a little more diversified libraries than the Dreamcast does.
Oh, that's 100%. That is 100%.
Not in North America.
Turn it down a little bit.
Nah, I mean, not in North America, but I mean, the North American Saturn library is infantilely small. I mean, the Dreamcast was pushing to be an arcade machine. Like, in all respects, the entirety of the North American library, with the exception of about 30 titles, are all arcade-style games.
So I just wanted to point out, Pat, that I kind of had a feeling that the work on Blazing Tornado was probably going to be a little bit more appreciated by a general, judging perspective. Because there's not as much, in fact, actually, there's no customization, they're able to get sprites that were a lot more detailed because they're creating characters here. So the animation style and the gameplay style is just, very different. And if you can't appreciate the nuances of what was going on with 6-Man Scramble, and understand, its gameplay style of timing versus button mashing, and the kind of not rock paper scissors, but just the element of needing to wear down your opponent a certain amount before being able to move on. This is going to appeal, Blazing Tornado is going to appeal to your much more casual wrestling fan and arcadey style.
Also keep in mind that generally speaking, the instructions to the judges are to judge on the delta, and 6-Man Scramble was submitted for the 26th anniversary.
Yeah, the delta between that and now, though, is that over 200 moves were named, and a lot. See, that's the thing, is I'm not entirely sure that 6-Man Scramble, if you're not familiar with the game in and of itself, that you were going to be able to see the delta. You'd have to really do some exploration.
Yeah, and you probably have to explicitly state that in the description, but Blazing Tornado would be an entirely new game that hasn't been entered in the competition yet.
Right. I'm just, the whole thing, that's the reason why I did that stream earlier, was to try and show people exactly how much work went into it, even though it was submitted last year. It was far more alpha-y than it is now, and this was a surprise. I knew that this was coming, and I was shocked. Malenko's just churning them out for these wrestling games.
It's really cool because it's actually getting an audience that doesn't really usually get catered to for fan translation, sadly. Even though the Fire Pro games are probably some of the most popular games in general for import fans, weirdly enough. If that makes any sense, of course.
Oh, and just so I say real quick, Fizeas was talking about deleting his saves. There are multiple avenues, no matter what kind of hardware you're running, where you can extract saves from your Saturn, as long as you have a computer nearby, ODE or not. as long as you're able to burn disk, you're able to move saves in between. So I would look into those options between the entries from this competition and the last one. You'll find something that you can use to save your saves, so to speak, without having to just straight up wipe 100% complete file, which I would not be willing to do myself.
You know what's crazy? The character select screen doesn't have their names, only on these intros.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. I like this mellow music for this wrestling. I wouldn't expect this for a wrestling theme. Oof, right out of the ring. Yeah, a lot of the translations, a lot of the effort was for this game is mostly just the menus and the of course the victory and losing quotes, which I think were very important to have. So because I mean the game is very playable, even if you don't understand Japanese. Now it's even more playable because you know like exactly the quotes and how they're like roasting you when you lose. As you can see, I'm getting my butt kicked. I think I probably should have lowered it. But yeah. So yeah, I lost. Yeah. You are a loser.
So,
probably should fix that.
Phaseus, I believe for the mode, Slinga's save game copier should be able to have you move your files onto your SD card, which can then be moved onto cloud storage.
Yeah, it's really cool. He has little tips as well that are translated as well. There's a lot that went into this game as well for the translation in that aspect. So, even though it's not as necessary, it's really cool to see it in some of these games. In that aspect of it, I like this too. This www.segaxtreme.net for the characters. That's kind of funny. I like that.
Okay,
yeah, is there anything else we should bring up in the game that I may or may not have missed? All right.
Sounds like that's it.
Yeah. Should we move on to the next game in that case?
Yeah, let's move on to the 4th place.
Gotcha. Let me go do that real quick.
The important thing, Pat, is you are a loser.
But I still move on. Time marches on. So why am I getting no signal? Okay, there we go. I really need to get rid of this capture card, guys. I'm working on it. Someday we'll get a better capture solution, but today is not that day. Sadly. Alrighty.
So in 4th place, with 31 points, is Dragon Ball Z Legends in Spanish.
So this one was interesting. All the menus and stuff are translated, but some of the in-game stuff is not, and the cutscenes as well. So you'll see when we get into the game itself.
Wait, really? I thought he got everything.
No,
I
so
the
the
impression you got everything too.
Yeah, you'll see.
Find it out when you see it.
There's actually a funny story with this, because Petito, he works on the Spanish-only channel, and the one day I'm just looking, and there's a little 1 badge. I'm like, who's tagging me in Spanish? I don't ever go there. Apparently people were in there telling him to ask me to join the channel, because he had some questions about dealing with the different tiles and fonts in this game. So here we are, I'm trying to communicate with him. He doesn't speak native English, I don't speak Spanish at all. So we're trying to machine translate and getting other people in the community to translate between this. It was very interesting to try and help him solve his problems with this game.
So how communicative was he in English? Was it hard to So to go back and forth, or you both going through Google Translate to figure out what each of you were saying?
For the most part, he was speaking in English.
Gotcha.
He knows a little bit of English, the rest would just machine translate. And from what he was putting through the machine translate, it wasn't terrible, it was understandable. It's just hard to describe things in this game through a machine translator. But we had some people like, I believe Wesker helped us out, the one judge with the C, I can't remember his name right now. He helped us a lot too with communicating between each other.
Yeah, I actually really placed this high on my list because I thought it was really unique, because usually we're used to getting English translations, but we never really got a Spanish one. And this one is exclusively in Spanish. I don't think there was an English. Oh no, this came out in the UK, in Europe, so this did have an English version, right?
No, there's no English. There is French and then the Japanese. And
Really?
This one's based off the Japanese version.
Wow,
So,
that's bizarre.
Yeah, the EU version is the one that came out in French. Yeah.
There's no current English patch for this one. It's only in Spanish and French as of this moment. But like I said, I really like the attention to detail on the subtitles of the menus. And here's the Historia Z, History Z, select an option, Archival 1, 2, 3.
So here's the thing, Fazeas. If there was someone actually interested in trying to get this in English, it looks like the hard work has already been done in terms of the reverse engineering, and all that's left is the actual translation. So, were someone dedicated enough to try and translate this specific game, it would be a lot easier than trying to do a whole new patch.
Yes and no. See, the thing with this game is it's everything's in images. It's not actual font rendering like we're used to. Now, I'm taking his research and turning it into a tool, so eventually we will be able to translate into whatever language we want, since we have this knowledge that we discovered with this game between him and me. So eventually, sometime later in the year, there will be a tool to translate this to whatever language we want.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest though, this game is not that great, so I don't know. Like, I play this in Japanese.
Do you know how to play the game? This is not a fighting game, even though it looks like a fighting game.
No.
Yeah, the control scheme is really weird, and so it's almost it kind of reminds me of Kakarot in that it tricks you into thinking it's a fighting game, but the control scheme is just different enough where you can't treat it like one.
I see. Very interesting. But yeah, I do like the attention to detail. I think all these menus are in. And sorry, I misspoke. I meant the cutscenes are not translated in Spanish.
Okay, so the FMVs still have either the Japanese or French. I don't know which one it is. I guess Japanese, baked in subtitles.
And of course, the dialogue is not in Spanish either, as you can hear.
Yeah, but I think if you get anyone besides the Funimation team to try and voice these characters, it's not going to go over well with anyone. Maybe Team 4-Star. Maybe, but even then.
Yeah.
Now, this game is very close to the cartoon, so it might be possible just to rip sound from the cartoon itself.
Yeah, So just get the voices
Not to
in there.
mention
And
there's
stuff.
dozens and dozens of video games we could rip the sound effects from.
That too, like we could get it from, because there's tons of video games. Like I know a lot of people like with the, I don't know if you guys know about Jump Force at all, but they did an English. Oh, crap. They did an English they did an English redub of it, or like they did an English dub, pseudo dub. They took sound effects from the other games and put it into there for Dragon Ball characters. So they could do something like that with this game. It's literally just like, I'm gonna kick your butt or whatever they're saying in Japanese. So it would be pretty easy just to substitute that, like I'm gonna take you down or something.
You gotta fornicate with your skull?
Yeah, that's what Krone says. He's gonna fornicate with a robot.
Yeah, with this game, combos are king. You need to get the power meter up all the way just to even deal damage to whatever your enemy is. So if you're not doing combos, it's gonna take forever.
Yeah.
Luckily, you have the AI fighting for you.
I think the hardest thing is just getting to them. I don't know where the heck they're at and how to quick get to them.
Just
Forward.
forward.
Yeah, it's like up to move forward and down move back, I believe.
Yeah, it's hard.
And then, like, you're doing combos on the controller, you're hitting down and C to do a certain type of move on them.
Yeah, so yeah, forward goes towards them.
So it is officially tomorrow on the East Coast.
Congrats,
Yes, it
guys.
is.
Welcome to tomorrow, baby.
Woo, Saturn Day.
Yeah, so usually what I like to do is I like to switch them out so that way I can just attack them and whenever they're low, I'll switch back to the other character. So they're doing pretty well, but like, the one thing I hate is that it takes forever to get to the character.
There's a way to move faster. The Y button?
I thought it was the double tap.
No,
Yeah, he's doing his key on some
you
his
get your
destructive
key up,
disc.
and then you move, and you can do like a key flight type thing.
Dang, he didn't cut him in half. What a shame. Dang, he just kicked my butt. See, that's gonna go on for quite a bit. I just wanted to give like a base, launching all the menus off and everything of that nature.
Yeah, the menus are the big part. This in-game fight could take forever.
Yeah, so we'll stop on this part and we'll move on to the next one. I need to learn how to get good at this game and watch some tutorials, and maybe I'll play this on a stream sometime when I'm not bad at it.
Yeah, this game is quite a huge learning curve. How I would just get through it is I would just hit start and let the three of them fight it out. Walk away, do something else.
Fair.
They'll eventually beat the opponent.
Are they fighting during the pause menu?
Yeah.
No. Oh, they are?
Yeah, not this one. The other one.
Oh, like this menu, right? Awesome.
Yeah, that one.
Sweet. We can just watch. We can watch King Kai and what's his name argue. I forgot what his name was. Kami. There we go. In a little bits. I need to watch Team 4-Star again. Alright, so let's move on to the next game. R.I.P. Kami.
All right, so we are finally into the prize pool for hacks, patches, and translations.
Well, there's just one other thing I want to talk about this game, and that's with water fuel. While we were going through trying to figure out how to hack this, Waterfuel was working on his that net that dongle of his, the Tyson Kill one, and he had an issue where he couldn't launch Homebrew because he had a pseudokai, and you can't do both pseudokai and a netlink modem. So we figured out that this game, you could hack it so that it could boot Homebrew. And what we did was we swapped out the first binary. And so you would load the normal game up. And then when you got to the title screen, it stopped the disk for you. So you can just open the disk up, the disk tray, swap the disk, and then reset the game. And it would load the Homebrew up.
Is this a pseudo-free disk swap game?
Right.
Really? Holy crap! I did not.
I don't think that's documented anywhere.
Yeah,
it was just something that we went through, and I was like, "Oh, that's right. This happened the exact same time." I wanted to bring up at this competition.
Hey, can someone?
You realize that you just spiked the price of the Japanese version of this game now, right?
It is what it is. I own it, so.
Hey,
Mention something to you guys. While Pseudo Kai doesn't support cartridge swapping, and technically it's potentially dangerous, the original versions of Pseudo Saturn does allow you to swap because it loads it in memory and then waits for your input. So we used to, at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, I had a null modem set up with a telephone line emulator or simulator for virtual on netlink 2 players, and I only had one mod board at the time. So one of our copies was with a plain mod board, and the other one was using a pseudo Saturn that I would swap with the netlink modem.
Huh.
Interesting.
Well, presumably for this, as long as you have a Japanese Saturn, you won't have to have anything in the cartridge port to do this swap trick.
Right.
Right.
And of course,
You
if
just
you
have
have
to-
if you use like a satiator or whatever, it's not really need to do that in that case, right?
Well, if you have an ODE, that's beside the point. This is talking about like just taking a
Yes, yeah.
stock Virgin Saturn with an official game and being able to do a clean swap without having to install the drive.
Honestly, it'd be a great it'd be a good thing to use for installing pseudo Saturn onto a cartridge. So instead of doing the swap trick, just put this in, take the disc out, put the other one, reset it, and you're good to go.
Yeah, it's a very easy way to try and flash some fresh action replays.
Yep. So
okay.
tips and
With
tricks.
that said, let's move on to the actual the end of the hacks, patches, and translations bracket. So we're finally into the prize pool. Third place is worth $12.12, and that is Wackenreude at 21 points.
Nice. Congrats, Mr. Knight of Dragon. Did you want to give us a little bit of background into why you did this and the reasons behind doing this and how you went about doing this? Because this was kind of interesting how this came up.
Why I did this? Because I got harassed. People kept harassing me. Because a lot of people know that, I'm the guy who did the Shining Force 3 patch. So I would get emails nonstop, not nonstop, but once in a while. Hey, translate Wackenreude. It's based on, or Wackenreude. It's based on the Shining Force 3 engine. And people just tell me nonstop. And it's like, I'm like, no, it isn't. And so, beginning of this year, after the Castlevania contest, I'm like, screw this. I'm going to start actually looking into this. So while I'm out there helping everybody else out, disassembling this thing and going through tons and tons of the assembly code, trying to figure out how to inject text in. So yeah, the drive to prove that magazine wrong is what made me do this.
Yeah, and we actually sourced that. So people on Wikipedia, can you please he asked us hey, when you write an article, can you source this so that way you have a source that Wikipedia can quote, so that way they can get rid of the stupid rumor that this was based off of the Shining Force 3 engine. I don't think it's fixed. Let me go check while this plays out.
Oh, I thought you had to save for a battle.
No, we couldn't save it, remember?
Oh, that's right.
It kept crashing.
Fizeus, to answer your question, every game demonstrated today, all the utilities are all available on the SEGA Extreme contest thread. If the fastest way you can get there is you go to emeraldnova.com, and the first thing you see is the competition. You click on that, and you'll find the link to the thread, and that's where all the submissions are. You can download everything you need on SEGAextreme.com or .net. I already forgot.
.net. .net.
It's always .net. So emeraldnova.com will link you to where you need to go very quickly. But also, if you go to SEGAextreme.net, probably the first big link you see on the banner is going to be the 27th anniversary competition.
Isn't it linked on this YouTube video?
Actually, yes, you're right.
Yes, it is.
The first link in the description of this YouTube video is the thread.
Let's check out this awesome entries here.
Yeah.
See, I got that black background working this time.
It looks good. I like it.
This game has a ton of different text rendering routines. Sometimes it's graphics, and sometimes it's text. Definitely was not fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually see if I can skip to the battle really fast.
Yes, go ahead. Skip.
I'll try mashing. I just want to see. So this works now. This was not working when we tried it out when we first streamed it, but Nice can actually read the text now. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Knight. Love you. The marriage license is in the mail. Do with it what you will. Sign it, throw it away.
So while we're skipping through all this stuff, I found out. Well, I may have been told about this and put on the back burner, but SEGA Extreme has a Patreon account, and I decided to join it yesterday because why wouldn't I? And so I'm sitting there talking with Dibs, and it's like, I want an avenue to release some early stuff to people. And so now with SEGA Extreme, I'm going to release a lot more of my betas into SEGA Extreme as long as you're a Patreon member. So if you go to SEGA Extreme and sign up for a Patreon account, you will have access to everything I do. And I believe it's just at the dollar range. Like, it's nothing huge. I gotta double check with him. But I think as long as you're a Patreon member supporting the site, you'll get access to my stuff. And that's my way of saying thank you to them, because they're the ones kind enough to hold the updates or the services for the updates of the Sega Patcher. They're holding all my content, and they just do so much for them. So it's like, if you want to support me through them. This way, that'll get me to produce more content. That'll get them to host more content, and everybody wins.
Yeah, originally I was thinking about asking people if they wanted to do that for the SHIRO Discord, or the Patreon. But you know what? Forget us. Let's keep it for the Big Extreme Discord and support those guys. Actually,
now, you guys will still get the news.
Yeah,
you'll be the first. So we could always set up Patreon-only news before I release it to SEGA XTREME, so we can work with both
figure out some
sites.
stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm actually, as soon as I'm done with this, I'm gonna go back SEGA XTREME, and I'll well, maybe tomorrow morning when I wake up, we'll figure it out. But I'm gonna go back them as well because they've been supporting us so much. So why don't I give back? Because I didn't realize that a Patreon either.
It's a very tiny button. It's easily missed because the site doesn't need the money. But if we support them and they're in a situation where they do end up needing money, they'll have that nice little nest egg. Right now, it's all funded by Dibs. It's low cost and everything, but still, he's putting up most of the funding to it. Sometimes the original owner, Ice Digger, chips in, but for the most part, it's him. So it's like, if we can help him out, the better.
Didn't you say that it's only like $120? Sorry, what are you saying?
So they're hosting files, and I don't know how expensive that is, but right now their Patreon is only like $19 a month in terms of total patron contributions and what they're seeing. I don't know if that's before or after Patreon's cut in taxes.
Yeah, could you can you send me the link to that, and I'll add that in the video description, put it in the sub box that people would sub to that.
Well, I've put it in general chat in Discord.
Yeah, I'm a two-hander right now. I'm gonna hit the A button with one hand and copy this link with the other guys. This is like some Guitar Hero stuff right now.
I will also put it in the YouTube chat. Or you've already.
I did that.
What do you know?
I think I can only do that. Like, you guys can't do that, sadly.
Yeah, links are blocked for us.
Yeah. So there's in this chat. Give them money. Like, I'm like, if it was between us or Sega Extreme, like I'm gonna be really blunt. Just get rid of our pledge and give that to them instead, because while we do the news, I mean, we have a lot right now, but like, I mean, yeah, if you want to back us and we get extras, but I'm just saying that you should also back them. But if it's like one or the other, please choose them over us. I'm gonna be blunt in that way, because they do a ton for this community and been around for so many years that it would just seem unfair to pick us over them. So, but if you get back, we'll do that.
Knight, are you a Gear, a Mega, or a Pluto supporter?
I am a Patreon supporter because I put in a custom amount.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it has an option where you put whatever amount you want, so I did my own amount.
You put $69 a month.
But if you don't get assigned to one of the tiers, you don't get your special button on the forums.
Oh, I have a button.
Oh, you got a button?
It says Patreon, yeah.
It just says
He's
Patreon?
got the special Patreon button.
It just says Patreon.
That is... Okay, I don't even get that.
Yeah, so that's also enough why even on our stuff, that if you can't, if you don't do a custom, if you do a custom amount, you won't get the reward, which is really dumb. I don't know why Patreon does that. It's like really dumb. So you have to actually back it at that level, because I remember Derek got us at one level, then he raised his pledge amount, but he didn't change the level of it. So he was giving us like $10, but it didn't count towards the all access. So we had to like fix that, or like we had to have him redo it because it was not going right. So just a heads up, if you subscribe and you're in that tier and you're not getting the things, it's probably because you're not in that tier technically, even though you're given more money. I don't know why Patreon does that. They should probably fix that immediately.
Emerald might know more than I do. What do they even offer? I don't even know what the bigger tiers offer. It's really not much.
They don't offer well for SEGA XTREME. I don't know that they offer anything. It's all just different support levels. The only thing that I get different from anyone else on the Patreon is that I get to say Pluto on my SEGA XTREME profile.
Yeah, but I mean, hopefully Knight will work with them and the other developers, and we can get like early access betas like they do with the Mister, where like if you back like a Jotigo, you will get like or Jotigo, whatever his name is. You get early access to the beta thing. So I think that'd be a great way to go about doing that, which I think is really cool. So I'm gonna ask, can I save in this one, or is this gonna crash the game?
You should be able to save.
Okay, I just want to make sure I don't want to crash the game again.
I don't know about your setup there, but I was able to save.
Okay, looks like save complete. It hasn't crashed yet, unless it just did.
Well, if it has, we are running on time anyway. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's already,
sorry guys. Yeah, it did crash. Just if you really want to watch the battles, or you really want to see what changed, you can watch our video on our YouTube channel. I'm sorry, Knight, it crashed again.
It's something with your setup, man.
Hey, can I just say before y'all go to the next one that the proper pronunciation for the game is Wackenroder. Wackenroder. Not Wackenroder or Wacken, or it's Wackenroder.
Listen, Sam, I speak German. I'm pretty sure it's Wackenrader. I'm 100% sure that's the case.
As 9.
It's a ja. There's a ja. Es ist heißt Wackenrader. Also, my thing.
Hey, rock and roller.
Also, what do you mean format not supported? Get out of my face.
Just like a bird is.
That's why you couldn't see the overscan text in Gun Griffin 2, bro. Your stuff's screwed up.
Yes, yes, it is my setup. It's because I have this awful capture card. I hate the Elgato. I hate it. I hate it.
Well, just get the hoppage. That's what I use. It's been working for years now.
I want to go with the data path, but like they're all $300+, and I don't want to pay that much. I'm cheap.
Yeah, the Elgato series is absolute trash for retro gaming. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably be better if I actually, honestly, if I upgrade it to the RetroTink 5X, I think that would have solved a lot of my problems.
Yeah. So
All right,
anyway,
next game on the list.
Second. Okay, well, I'm trying to now. In the second game on the list, at 17 points, is Death Mask by Murder of Crows, which is eligible for a prize of $48.48.
Congratulations. Honestly, I'm gonna be interested when we talk about first place though, which I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna guess what it is.
I mean,
All right.
Seawin, your mic is doing some weird stuff now.
I think he's in the bag now. They've kidnapped him.
Burger King.
Oh, look at that! There was text. How'd you get that warning to pop up?
I guess I had no memory left in my Sega Saturn cartridge, or my Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn itself is out of memory.
Gonna have to hack that.
That's gonna be a Murder of Crows ask.
So Murder, you're in the voice chat. You want to unmute and talk about the game?
He might be working.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what time is it for him?
Attention all units. Attention all units.
Yeah,
be on the
I
lookout
work
for Angel the Boy.
overnights, and in fact, I am now the only person left on
positive identification
shift,
of criminal Angel the
because the other
Boy.
two
Proceed
guys
with extreme
are have to go
caution,
into the
Detective
fab
Parr.
for a replacement. So I can't. I've been listening when I can, and I knew about that text. It's pretty close to done. I'll talk very little bit about it very briefly. Major thanks to Shadow Mask for jumping into the project very gung-ho about a few weeks after we started it, or after I started it. Big shouts to Saturn Dave for mentioning it and giving me the curiosity to even try this. I have no idea how on earth I managed to get second place with this. I was really close to not even submitting it. So, thanks. Huge thanks also again to Knight for providing tools and scripts and things of that nature. And yeah, I mean, this wasn't difficult, and while I appreciate the votes and such, I can't really, in comparison to the other project that I was even remotely involved in, being Fire Pro, this was so easy that it's kind of almost feels like undeserved of that high of a rating. Actually, I just literally tuned in, and that's the first time I've heard it. So thanks, everybody. There's a lot of appreciation to the community. I don't know if there's really anything else I can say.
I think I have to say about that, I have to disagree with this is undeserved and that it was easy. From what I understood, it was an interesting process. It was a bit difficult from what I understood. It took a while, and I really appreciate the effort because it's the most unique, one of the most unique ones, in the fact that you didn't go from Japanese to English. You went from English to Japanese to English, and then added more stuff inside of that. Actually adding dialogue from another voice actress that you got on top of that. So it was very complex, a very interesting process. I followed it from the beginning. It was very, very interesting, and I'm glad that you guys went about doing it the way you did, because it's fantastic. I love cyberpunk stories. I think the game has an interesting story, and probably one of the only FMV games I'd really want to play.
Officials today were shocked to
because I love cyberpunk and I'm a weeaboo, so
a highly reactive explosive
once again call out Shadow Mask. He reached out to the developers, got some of the scripting for the original English versions that didn't have anything there, did some of the translation work, and then it's his friend who did the voice acting for like the 7 parts that had no English counterpart. So that was all on Shadow. But yeah, in general, the length of time that this took primarily was just life getting in the way of the project. When this started, it was a pretty quiet summer, and then towards the end of that, like one of my clients, we had an influx of tech stuff that just, I thought it would be over in about a month or two, and it's still ongoing. So just a lot of life stuff got in the way and of me being able to do anything with this. I'm glad someone liked it. This was a curiosity project. It was not a passion project for me. I hope that there's other games that are this easy to bring into an English-speaking audience.
Sure, it was a great job. You guys did a fantastic job doing all this, and it's amazing that we got something like this. That probably, I wouldn't say that nobody really cared about besides me or Dave, but I just thought it was fantastic that we get something that was unique and out there versus all the anime games. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's good that we're getting different stuff versus just like anime games and RPGs. We're getting like wrestling games, we're getting like FMV games. Like I like the uniqueness of it, is what I mean. And I'm not saying the other games aren't unique and it's good, but I'm just saying I appreciate like these as well. You know what I'm saying, right?
We don't want you walking around croaking at people now, do we?
For lack of a better term, this is a game that no one asked for.
Yeah, exactly.
Because no one knew this existed.
Yeah, it's like nobody asked for it, but when we played it and found out we needed it, it's like the thing that we thought we... Yeah.
Yeah, and on that note, I do have to drop. I've got an emergency call, but you guys, thank you again so much for everyone involved, and good night.
Good night, like always. Thanks again, Kay. Congratulations. Or not Murder Crow, sorry. Shadow Max, definitely get on mic as well, because I'd love to hear your perspective on it as well. Pretty pleased with the cherry on top getting the chat.
He may or may not be asleep. I don't see him in chat.
He literally
I'm
just
picking
posted
up
jump out the
weapon
window.
signatures from multiple locations. May I suggest getting off this roof?
Yeah. So are you supposed to get? Yeah, I don't know if it's. Are you supposed to get shot instantly when you do that, or is it like a?
You're supposed to hit the ladder while she's talking.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remove the reticle. I thought I had to wait for her to be done. I think the funniest thing I thought was hilarious though is that is the fact that like instead of the nurse like getting the cops, you're like all just sitting there. She just has the security guards come in and shoot you in the face. It's not like a investigative arrest. It's like, oh, you're injured, avoid, and the cops just come in and instantly blow you away. It's like you didn't want to question why I was in a bed in case there was like a medical thing. It's like
it seems odd that
future.
they go through the effort of healing you in order to immediately shoot you as soon as you show consciousness.
Yeah, that's kind of bizarre. And like they didn't think about it when they did the surgery. It's like, oh yeah, he's gonna look like Angela Void. I mean, I know the doctors are probably in on it, but it's like the nurse didn't like think about that, or unless she was in on it as well. And
No,
she
the
was
nurse
like,
didn't know about it.
Oh, the nurse didn't know about it?
No,
You don't have
while
to
you're
hide
laying
it
there in
from
bed,
me,
you're unwrapping
Jake.
your
Even
bandages,
blind, I
and then she looks at you and goes, "Oh, it's Angel the Void."
Nobody else has quite
Yeah.
your style.
So that was kind of interesting.
So, what are you doing down here in Neo City? Did Sully assign you to the Trixolite case?
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear the audio on it. If not, I can raise it up a bunch.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
I can hear it.
Gotcha.
You're pretty smart to keep it quiet. Everyone on the street has their ear to the ground on the
Yeah.
Trixolite.
For context, this was all in Japanese
Yeah,
until they
worried.
reanimated. I think what they did was it was 30 frames or it was
Here.
25, and they had to either slow it down or raise it.
Take this.
I forgot off the top of my head, but they were able to do
It's a
that.
Mach
No,
Kyosho
they will take the
73,
audio and
top
put
of
it into the
line with
video
handheld
for that.
plasmas.
That's right, and then
I always carry
they just
two with me, even though
did
they're
a crude
illegal.
cut and paste for it.
I
and
never
that
know when
worked.
I'm going to
When
need
I was
one.
first messing with this, it
Sometimes one
was
isn't enough.
15 on the
Neo
Saturn
City
side, but
isn't
10
a
on the
safe
PC
place,
side.
you know,
So
especially
when we were
if you're
just
a cop.
dumping in the PC videos into the Saturn,
I gotta take off.
everything played just fine, but we couldn't get past the
You be
nurse
careful
part,
down
and I just
here,
kept
Jay.
dying over and over and over again.
This isn't Paradise
And then
City.
that's when we found out we had to just take the original Saturn video and mux in the PC audio. And then what Shadow Mask mostly did, I believe, was realign everything and make sure all those like stops at the end lined up correctly, and just make sure it sounded smooth without those little ticks and hisses. Like he cleaned up the audio parts of it. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I believe that's what he did, though.
Yeah, he did a lot of
This is a good place to get
audio
information.
cleanup.
Just be careful you don't make any sudden
The initial
moves,
tool
Selena
that you
is gun
provided
happy.
allowed pretty easy alignment for most of the stuff. Once you understood the file structure, the naming conventions and such, that was the majority of the beginning work, was just documenting what files corresponded to what videos, which corresponded to what audio. And then I had to do some manual alignment before Shadow got involved. But Shadow took the reins, and after it was part of the reason. Like, okay,
Angel, I didn't think
I
you'd
don't
be
want
in
to
this part of the
be
city
like.
after.
This is gonna sound weird considering how much
Let
like
me
we
give you a
worked on this, but
drink.
I watched every single video clip several times in this game, and I think I was mentioning on the SHIRO show back like a month or so into it that I didn't actually have any interest in playing the game anymore as a result, because it's a full motion video game. You pretty much know the whole story when you have to watch every video clip in a sequence.
Yeah,
So,
it gets kind of repetitive after a while.
yeah, and so it also meant that I didn't really know anything about the play mechanics or what you're supposed to do. I just knew the outcome. And I can honestly say I got a little burnt out on, rewatching clip after clip, and my OCD kicking in with, like whether or not the audio was exactly right with the video lineup. So I'm very grateful for Shadow Mask for, taking some of that burden, a large majority of it, when we found misaligned clips going in and doing the audio engineering to fix it. There's even more than that. He actually
Angels sing the one-time
did
underground
some
song
really neat tricks that are probably going to get missed if he doesn't point them out, or if we weren't looking at our development notes. There were some audio clips that the English was like too long, and so he did some neat editing so that it sounds seamless, because the background noise in these clips was constant. And there's also like ambient sounds, certain like almost repeating machine noise. And there was one clip where he asked me to listen to it after he had worked on it to see if I could figure out what he had done to make it work. And it is so seamless. So really a lot of credit needs to be given to him and his audio engineering work. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. And I don't know if I'm asking into the chat, but I definitely the voice chat as well. But definitely thank you very much. Thank you, Murder Crows, again for all the hard work you did in the game. It's fantastic. I'm really excited to go through this and play it.
Could you talk about some of the stuff that you had to get the new voice actor to replace?
So, okay, you see that there's this little AI who comes up every once in a while. Pat, I think if you hit like, yeah, there it is. There are videos and audio that's associated with these little iNet and ONET things, and they tell you it's kind of like a encyclopedia sort of thing. So, they'll play a little
Selena
audio
Mariah
clip
and
of
Tana Jerome.
whatever this thing you happen to be looking at is. It gives you some idea about the characters or the items. And in the items section, there were several items that were we had no English assets for. I want to say there was a calendar of
the World Web Cache chip instantly transfers
well, you're
credit
not.
for
I don't
the
want to give
purposes of business.
spoilers. But there's a
show
calendar.
one, because the Ice Cream Man suit should be the new actor.
Oh, right, yeah, that one.
How do I
that
get
one
to that?
suit. You were in the iNet, which is the one that the voice actor is going to show up in. But if you don't have the item, or if you haven't interacted with the item, it's not going to show up. I'm sorry,
gotcha.
ONET. I'm sorry.
ONET, yeah. So there's nothing in ONET I have that the actor did right now. Oh, I have the ID. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You can go like a few scenes in. You gotta find the Ice Cream Man if you remember that.
I don't.
Yeah, Dave was the one who primarily demoed this and did all of it. That's another thing I should probably thank him for is not only did Dave, put out the call that caught me to be curious about it, but he also was the primary beta tester for practically everything. So whenever we ran into any sort of a bug or an untranslated aspect, if I hadn't caught it, or what have you, he was the one who was reporting it.
Sure. All right.
Right.
Do you remember who the voice actor was?
You need your gun equipped.
I have the voice actress's or actor's name, or at least like the username. Give me just a moment.
So dumb. I'm about to see.
Like Vanessa Rhea or something like that, but it's not quite that.
Wait, the girl from RGB Retro?
Let's see. Processed files, Afterwork, Shadow Mask, assets. Vanessaria, VANESSAIRA.
Right, Pat, do a 360, I believe.
Gotcha.
And I actually have some of her clips here. Let's see.
No, 360, not 180.
So Venusaria, as in the retro RGB contributor, right?
So I don't know. What had happened is Shadow had gotten the script lines out to her, I think, in like October. And we were waiting on when she had some time to do it. And then it was getting closer and closer to the deadline. I did the submission without those 7 items. And then like the next day, he handed me the files. And so I just inserted them in, did the muxing and got them inserted. Like, this is right after I actually got hit with COVID. So I was like in the middle of COVID fever, chills and everything, trying to get those files, and I don't know the person myself.
Well,
I think
it looks like Shadow is out at the moment because he hasn't responded in a minute.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to go back to that area real quick and try to get it. But I mean, if you send me the files, I could probably play it on the air. If you have like a link to like a Google Doc I can play, or just upload in the chat.
We might want to start moving on soon, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what I want the audio file so I can play it in the chat itself.
All right, this is the scene we need.
That's the scene. Okay, that's the ice cream man.
I believe you need your gun again. Because you don't want to shoot him.
Jakey boy. Angel beat me and said you were walking around with his makeup. Remember when you banged me for dusting my old lady? I guess it's payback time.
Yikes. Okay, can I shoot this man?
Yeah, now it's gonna go.
You rotten.
Okay, then you're gonna run into the shelf, grab the item, and then quickly spin around and run out. You have like 5 seconds to do this.
So run in and grab the item. Which item is it? The suit?
No, it's a little tiny card on the shelf there.
All right, right here.
Yeah, and then once you leave here, you'll have the special voice.
Gotcha. Grab the card. Do I need the gun when I'm leaving this area?
No, you just need to run out real quick. I think you have to go on the side, not the back. Oh, it is back. Okay.
I'm gonna check the net now. Check this.
Now that guy had one cold personality.
Oh, jeez. So it's gonna be the suit.
Yeah, it should be this one.
Gotcha.
The environmental suit allows the wearers to monitor and regulate his body temperature. The suit owes much of its design to the experimental evolution chambers designed to help the criminally insane evolve into responsible citizens. Where those experiments failed, the technology provided a new method to acclimate those with severe neurological damage to function as productive members of society.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Alrighty, I guess at this point let's move on to our grand winner. That I think I actually might need to plug in the twin sticks again. So give me a second.
What are you talking about? It's all over. That's it. We're done.
Yeah, we've kind of done bulk slash to death already.
Swap
Play
of
it
it.
without the twin stick with the controller behind your back and your eyes closed. Let's see how hardcore you are.
I'm not bad enough, dude, to rescue the president.
Bro, you done played this game so much. You at this point, nah, you haven't played it more than me, but you're getting close.
I mean, I must have put like 20 hours into this so far.
When was the first time you played Bulk Slash?
I don't even know. I think the first beta.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. But
I still remember whenever I sold my copy, dude. That makes me so sad I sold my copy.
So
can't
Bulk
get one.
Slash is in first place in hacks, patches, and translations with a perfect score of 6. Winning
clapping.
$90.90. I don't know how they're going to distribute that prize money, but it's theirs.
Lacquerware said he wanted to just donate to charity since there's so many people involved. He didn't want to dirty the game. He didn't want it to get messy.
I don't think we're even donating. We're not accepting it at all. Although we appreciate it and thank you to all judges for thinking so highly of the project. On behalf of the team, thank you. We all really appreciate it. But yeah, as I said in my submission post, because it would just be way too hard to figure out how to distribute that money, and I mean, like 30 people contributed to Bulk Slash's localization patch, and there were varying amounts of effort put forth by different people, and different people had were more front and center than others. It's too hard to figure all that out, and we already had kept money out of the whole process throughout last year when we were making it. No one was paid, everyone was volunteer. We accepted no donations as thanks or anything like that, to kind of keep ourselves legally in the clear, and also just from a internal strife point of view, we don't want people fighting over who gets how much money. So yeah, we although it's extremely generous that you offer the monetary prize, we won't be able to accept it. We hadn't even talked about any kind of a charity or anything where it would go to. So I guess you can either distribute it to the next people down, the other winners in the category, or roll it over to next year, whatever you want to do with it, Emerald.
Actually, what if we just donated to SEGA XTREME?
Well, I can talk to Dibs about that, but I just wanted to bring up that I am not even the plurality of money that's been donated to this prize pot. So let me just give a real quick rundown of everyone who's donated. So there's me, Jason Fischetti with close to $300, Seawin, Astral Junkie, Raymond Maloney, and then Raymond Maloney was the last one for this year, and then I believe I forget who it was. It might have been Dibs. I forget.
He did donate from the Patreon pool.
Yeah. So Dibs donated after the deadline, so his donation is going into the next year's. I was going to give you the option of either rolling over into next year's or choosing a charity to donate on behalf of the Bulk Slash translation team. I mean, you guys figure out amongst yourselves what you want to do. I'll just do the bookkeeping of it after I've shipped out all the prizes. Also, there's also the matter of the 3D print. I don't know who wants the 3D print and who wants what.
Yeah, I think we just weren't going to have anyone get the 3D print, just for like the same reasons as not accepting.
Impossible to figure it out. Okay.
Raffle it off.
What's the 3D print
anyway,
of?
So that's a different sort of problem separate from the actual patch, which did have just hundreds and hundreds of hours put into it by, like I said, like 30 people. We got a bunch of volunteer voice actors, almost all of them amateurs, who are just thought it would be something fun to do, or they're trying to break into the industry, or they just wanted some more practice at it, that sort of thing. And we were very lucky to have all of them contribute to this. And it definitely elevated the project. And I don't know where Lacquerware is right now. He was our project lead and our translator. He is a professional Japanese to English translator, English to Japanese. So he definitely put out quality work with everything in this game. This game had more than 8,000 Japanese characters that needed to be translated. About 2,000 of them were on screen, and about 6,200 were voiced. Across the 7 navigators, the endings. So that was quite a bit for him to translate, which, he did that first thing before anything else. He got most of the game translated just kind of on his own last year in February and March.
It's ahead.
So he did that. I did some proofreading on it, and Burntens did too. Didn't need to do much though. He put out very clean translations. They're very well written. And then we started trying to do some auditions for voice actors because Lackerware said he didn't want to do this project unless we could get the voices translated. Because the briefings aren't even that necessary to understand what you're doing. As everyone says, you can play Bulk Slash in Japanese and get through it just fine and enjoy it. So you don't even need the on-screen text translated to play. But you're really missing something when you don't know what the voice actors are saying. So the navigators during the mission, and I mean, sure, what they're saying isn't necessarily that necessary either, but it's half the flavor of the game is hearing your navigator of choice shouting at you to go right, or you just got hit by a bomb or whatever, and it's a lot of fun. It really adds to the fun of the game. So I'm glad that we were able to get this done, and I'm really proud to have been part of this. And my part of it was proofreading the script and making a lot of graphics edits to on-screen text. I drew the fonts that you see during the briefings and that sort of thing. So yeah, this is a cool project to work on, and I'm glad that lots more people know about Bulk Slash now and can enjoy it even more fully.
I'm really excited to see what you guys have in store next. I don't know, like I don't know like what the thing is. I heard rumors, like this is like rumors that you might do another project. Is that any truth to those rumors? I know, of course, you guys are on break from doing this massive undertaking, but I meant like I guess the thing that's what everyone's thinking on their mind. I know it sounds paparazzi-esque, but I'm a journalist and that's sort of my job to ask these sort of questions.
Oh, it's your job, huh? Okay.
I mean, I'm a journalist. That's what I do.
We've talked about it a little bit, but yeah, we've kind of been on sort of a break. I mean, as soon as we launched the patch on December 10th last month, we immediately went into like kind of a triage mode a little bit of answering questions, tracking down problems, trying to get information out to people, helping people with patching the game, and that sort of thing. So for about a week, and then after that it was the holidays, and I'll tell you what, after all the time I spent on Bulk Slash over the year, I just kind of wanted to not think about it for a little while, just focus on personal life things, and I think a lot of the team felt similarly. So,
exactly. I mean, you guys need a break. I mean, it's a Christmas holiday, and after that whole all that you went through, what you guys told me of the restless nights and stuff, I mean, you guys deserve a well-deserved break.
Yeah, the crunch up to launching the patch was pretty intense. So
yeah. There's been no break for me. I've been working on a ton of other games in the behind the scenes.
You just keep throwing yourself into projects. See when I can dig it.
But yeah, so we've talked about it a little bit, but Lackerware has been really busy with real life work. I guess he's had a lot of stuff to do on some projects, so he hasn't really chosen a new thing. I've kind of poked around with a few games that people have mentioned in the SHIRO Discord over the last few weeks. I looked at that Cleopatra Fortune game a little bit, and it looks like the text for his graphics, and they're all compressed. I'm sure Knight would be able to figure it out. Figuring out compressed graphics is beyond me at this point. I'd like to learn at some point and be helpful, but and that's just a little puzzle game. That's not a big project like Bulk Slash, but so I don't know if we'll try to get something smaller out, or if we'll jump into something bigger, or if we do anything else. But yeah, nothing's been decided yet.
Fair enough.
Turkey said it's an easy job. Radiant Silvergun. The voice acting is quite drag and drop.
Yeah, it's just CD audio.
Oh my god!
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Wow.
I am here. Sorry, I had friends over for a game night, so and they
What'd
all
you guys
just
play?
left. Smash Brothers.
Did you
Night
win?
of all nights?
Well, I do it every other Friday, and it just happened to coincide with this.
That's cool.
And it was the first one of the new year, and basically everyone was antsy to play Smash.
It's all good. It's all good. We talked about your games quite a bit.
I got to anger people with Bayonetta.
Awesome. Are you actually good with Bayonetta? Because I suck with her in the new one.
I can do decently. I got a combo that like I've never gotten actually in normal play before, so that was nice.
Awesome. I'll have to hit you up or Smash sometime.
But were there any questions with my stuff that weren't like properly answered? Because I saw like there was some. I was kind of just skipping back through, and I saw there was stuff discussing with the Mickey and Donald if it was emulation or not.
Yeah, I misspoke, and I thought that you actually just inserted the English ROMs in there. I didn't realize how much effort that went into that.
Yeah, the like just real quick on them, like with Castle of Illusion, that one I had to patch the Japanese ROM because you can't just drop in the US ROM. It's too different. The game would get all confused and break. For Quackshot, the US ROM and the Japanese ROM are actually identical. It's the same ROM. But what it does is it uses the region jumpers of the Genesis to, if it's like a US Genesis or a European Mega Drive, it will boot in English. If it's a Japanese Mega Drive, it will boot in Japanese. So what I realized was all that logic was still there, and basically the area of memory that it thought was like the Genesis region jumper is somewhere in just low work RAM. So I put the value, I had it just write the value for a American Sega Genesis region to that region of memory, and then poof, it just booted in English.
That works.
I think I saw somebody ask if there was any cases of like hardware emulation.
The only one I know of, I think, is the MSX collection from Konami.
Yeah, that one kind of runs kind of crap though on the Saturn though.
There's also Final Burn Alpha or Neo, depending on.
Well, there's homebrew stuff, but I mean, like officially, the only one I know of is the MSX collection.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything else, to my knowledge, is just straight up like ports like that. Phantasy Star Collection works the same way. That one I have had some luck with swapping in the American ROM for Phantasy Star 2 and remapping all the pointers. There's just a problem where the American version used Nemesis compression for the tile data to make up enough space for the English script. The Japanese version has no concept of that. So when it tries to load those compressed tiles, you just get garbage on the screen. So you need to come up with a way to work around that.
Fair enough. Well, does that mean that we have another English translation in the works?
I did that years ago. I just haven't had a chance to go back and play with it.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, I played the crap out of a Phantasy Star Collection on the Saturn.
That actually would be kind of awesome.
Basically, what I do is I just wrote a Java code base, say search for all the because the ROM just gets loaded into low work RAM. So I just said search for all the pointers in low work RAM that are within like the Genesis like cartridge memory map area. And then I said, now look in the compiled code for all those values, and then just remap them to where they are in the American ROM. And it worked for the most part. There were just a couple areas I had to touch up. But like I said, there's that compression issue. And I've only tested it with Phantasy Star 2. I haven't tried the others. Phantasy Star 4 would be the beast because it's not really the actual ROM that's in there. Because Phantasy Star 1, 2, and 3 are small enough that they can fit in RAM, whereas 4, it's too big, and basically they just split it into a whole bunch of different files, and it's a mess. That's why there's actual like load times with Phantasy Star 4 on the Saturn.
Interesting. Oh gosh, it's lagging pretty bad. But I guess is there anything else that I saw we can say to wrap it up with the games and hacks is congratulations all the winners and everybody that entered, because like in my book you're all winners. I mean, like everything was fantastic. Like I love playing each and every one of them. Like none was like a drag to play. I found something interesting and fun in each one, and I'm not like, it's not like sort of the trophy or all winners sort of thing. It's like I appreciate everything that you guys put out because it just means more games for me to play, which I appreciate. No matter how little it is, from like I love Mickey and Donald, even though it's technically not really little from the effort he put into something like Bulk Slash. It's all amazing, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for doing it.
with the Mickey and Donald, that was kind of just more thing like I was like, I wonder how easy this is, and if it is easy, it could inspire other people to try all those other collections that are on the Saturn.
Yeah, there's like a dozen different Sega Ages things.
Yeah, and it's like if it's easy enough, like really, like the Phantasy Star one, if you got the community that's really like big into ROM hacking Phantasy Star 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the Genesis to just take a look at that, they could probably just bang that out in like a month, I'd imagine.
We should probably try to recruit the people from Phantasy Star Cave. They might have the time and the inclination.
I posted the information I found like two or 3 years ago on their forums. I don't know if anyone's really looked at it.
To be fair, I don't think the Phantasy Star fandom is that active. And no offense to them, of course.
What remains of it is pretty much in Phantasy Star Online at this point.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. Is that's probably all PSO2. I don't think there's anybody clamoring on the forums for Phantasy Star 1 through 4. As good as the games are,
they may as well be different franchises. The Phantasy Star single player RPG fandom is basically dead at this point.
I kind of figure as much. But anyway, shall we move on to the original games, or is there anything else we should probably say?
So just as a quick warning, Trayno, at the rate that we are currently proceeding, it will take 5 hours to get through the original games category.
Well, with the original games, there may not be a whole lot of like content in them to cover. No offense.
Yeah, literally, I'll probably a lot of them are like cloth and the Santa Claus one. It's like a couple of minutes, if that.
Yeah, like Final Fantasy is maybe like 5 minutes of gameplay, unless you go the whole way to getting a game over, and then it's maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah. I don't think we'll get much out of Garfield Tetris.
I mean, I got a lot out of Garfield Tetris, but anyway, let's. I feel like without trying to denigrate the entire OG category, because that is the one that is most emphasized in this competition based on the prize structure. I feel like we're gonna have to time ourselves on like 5 minutes a game if we're gonna plan on trying to get through this in any reasonable amount of time, up until we start hitting the prize pool.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we'll have to when we get going on that. Then in that case,
in 16th place. Sorry?
I was just gonna say that and I don't know if it got mentioned or not, but with Grandia, the only thing really that's left at this point is there's people reporting typos. So it's just once those people finish their playthroughs and I fix that, it's probably just gonna go to 1.0.
Yeah, we mentioned that it was basically release candidate as far as we can tell. Anyway, so we're going to start on the original games category. The original games category has 6 prizes, distributing the rest of the prize pool, which again is a total of about $606. In 16th place, with a score of 91, is Chris Mingle by Cobradile.
This one was pretty interesting. I really like the concept. This was entered last year, and it was pretty basic. It basically was just the menu saying, you want to date Santa, and then it crashed. But now it's got a little bit further. It got a little further than that. It goes to the next day, and we get introduced to a new character, and then after that, it kind of just stops.
The sound works this year.
Yeah, so I don't know if Cobra implemented Pone sound, or if he's trying to work with the Joe Engine version of it. I know that with Joe Engine, I had severe issues trying to get the CDDA audio to work at the same time as PCM samples. So maybe he's using Pone sound. I think Pone may have helped him at some point. But the universal opinion from the judges that I read was that the concept is great. Everyone's looking forward to actually playing this game. The only problem is that the progress feels really slow compared to last year's entry.
Yeah, in all honesty, though, I think it might be him working on the engine. It's probably the biggest thing.
It could be, but I believe how do you pronounce his name? Sensigolo?
Sensigolo, yeah.
Sensigolo, sorry. Sensigolo has, I mean, I know this is like trashing the entire Cobradile engine to start from the beginning, but Sensigolo has released a visual novel engine that probably will allow more rapid progress. And I think it's been included as a Joe Engine demo.
Yeah, we should
but
probably.
Then he also had a program, which is what he was trying to do.
Yeah, he is picking up programming skills at the moment. Yeah, and I remember for the 25th, he was not working on Chris Mingle. I believe he was working on a port of one of the other games that he made on a different console. Um, oh, I forgot the name, but I remember helping out a little bit on it. It was like a little arcade shooting gallery type deal. It was like a fun little complete game.
I got you.
Like Rossi's something or another. I totally forget the name.
Yeah, it was like a gallery shooter, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And it was a legit complete game. You could finish it. You can play it. But yeah, Cobra, if you're hearing this, we want to see more. Just I don't know what your real life is like, but people are really excited about Chris Mingle. They just want to see more of it.
For sure.
Okay, so moving on to 15th place.
Yep. Yep.
So appropriately, 15th place with 89 points is 15 Extreme by Hitomi.
Okay, so this one I'll have to tread carefully because there is NSFW content in it, so I'm going to try my best to not get that. I think I know which.
I'm pretty sure it's all safe for pony stuff.
Oh, it is. Someone told me that there's some clop in here. So
let the man speak.
Oh, is he here?
Hi there.
Hey, Hitomi.
Hey.
So is there clop in here? Is that yes or no?
About the game?
Huh?
Well, since NDD started posting 2 years ago images to the Garfield channel, and then Ponat caged into this game, I felt like I should do something about it. Something like a game, maybe, and here it is. Here's how it materialized. It was basically a visual novel engine that I took, and in the course of 2 days, I made a simple game out of it. Lots of images you can see. Yeah, that's the safe one, I guess.
I feel like this is one of the more suggestive ones you could have chosen.
I mean, as long as there's no naughty bits, it's all good.
Actually, I was going to put...
Wow, I guess Discord just crashed. I guess there was naughty bits in this.
Pictures were portrait, and this.
Oh, sorry. Would you be able to explain that again? The Discord just crashed on me.
So we just lost Pat in Discord.
I'm back now.
Which means the stream just lost everyone. So Hitomi, you might have to repeat.
The stream is still going.
Yeah, it's still going. I just lost Discord.
Right.
So sorry about that.
So Hitomi, when we got cut off, I think you were mentioning that you were considering putting some stuff from Garfield channel in this thing, which would have made it very hard to try and stream.
It was the wrong aspect ratio, so I either had to put the big black bars to the sides or rotate it. It was completely inappropriate, and I thought that maybe I should do something about Garfield channel for the next competition.
I mean, you didn't think of cropping it? I mean, you just need to crop it to 4:3, right?
No. I think maybe I should do another engine with a different game, a different puzzle. Maybe I think about the jigsaw puzzle next time.
That'd be kind of fun.
I'd be down for jigsaw puzzle. But like you don't have to make it a porn jigsaw puzzle. You just make it normal images or just like Saturn images. Like
I don't know. Honestly, porn jigsaw puzzle would be kind of neat.
I'd like to be able to stream some of these.
I don't know. I thought that'd be kind of cool. Maybe that's kind of weird of me to say, but maybe.
The map behind it. Most people just move the blocks around trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm not the expert at this. I'm just trying to do the best I can on this. I'm not a block expert, sadly.
Blockhead?
Don't worry, you're still doing better than Ponut.
See, we've got the body. Just need to get to the head. Let's get some. I was about to say a head thing, but it sounded really inappropriate, so I stopped myself.
I don't know that we're gonna actually have time for you to.
Oh yeah, I'm not completing this. I'm pretty much. I'm just waiting for the conversation to sort of die down and we can move on. Just to get the information out there. No offense to you, Hitomi, of course.
Hey Pat, which version of Final Fantasy do you have? Do you have the 0.2 or 0.3?
I have whatever version that that was sent to me by Emerald Nova. I think we determined it was .3.
Yeah. If you updated on the first, it would have been 3.
Okay, because I saw like Film Cal when he was streaming, it wasn't. It was the buggy version.
He might have transferred over an earlier version, but I'm fairly certain that I re-updated it.
So I was just gonna say, if necessary, I can send you one, just because it's a very annoying bug and it irritates the living hell out of me.
It's all good. I don't think we'd really have time to switch it out anyway. Sadly.
Okay.
No offense, of course.
Yeah, I mean, let's probably move on to the next entry.
That works. Yeah, we can do that. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, this game was rather addictive. I was playing it, and it's like, I really got addicted to this puzzle. Like I was like, it was uncomfortably addictive. I don't know. I love puzzle games, so maybe I'm just weird about it. But let's move on. Great job, Hitomi. This was very weirdly addicting to play. So thank you very much for this.
You're welcome.
Next time I would recommend...
You got pretty far on that pony, though.
Yeah, I was pretty good. I'm pretty decent at those puzzles. But yeah, I would recommend next time add like some cool music, like some soft music in the background. So it'd be like a really relaxing experience. But it was pretty relaxing to play that, so that was a great job. I think I ranked that quite high in the list. Just because of how relaxing that was. Alrighty, what do we got next, Mr. Emerald Nova?
Let me see.
It was a Final Fantasy, right?
In 14th place with 84 points is indeed Final Fantasy.
Alrighty.
I don't know if you can push the preview up on Discord. It'll make it easier for me to figure out where you're at. Because YouTube is just.
Am I not pushing on Discord? Oh shoot! Sorry about that. Oh yeah, because it booted me out. That's right. Sorry about that.
Yep.
I forgot. There we go.
And for some reason, Firefox lately has just been crapping out on YouTube. I don't know if there's like a memory leak issue or something, but I'll get from like half a gig to 3 gigs of RAM being consumed by Firefox before YouTube starts crashing on me.
Fun stuff. So what's this respond rate? What does that mean?
It's not actually implemented. It's from the original NES game. It was how fast messages would go. But I've decided to just opt for you press A to make them advance. That just seemed to make more sense to me.
Gotcha. And I think you have to actually, I don't think you can actually, you have to actually make the names go all the way to the end, right?
You can fill in with spaces if you don't want it the whole way.
Okay.
That's like it was in the NES game.
Oh, it was?
I did expand it to 6 characters instead of 4, though.
Yeah, what to say? I thought it was 4.
Yeah, I expanded it.
So did you have to modify the text boxes at all to fit that all in?
Yes.
Neat.
Okay. Nothing but the best names for...
profane names?
What?
Are you making profane names?
Nothing but the best names. Got Atus, Butte, Coke, and Pai Pai. Very... Wait, how did I do that?
That's just a bug. It's supposed to do it instantly, but it starts with the warrior for some reason.
Oh, weird.
But it's supposed to be whoever's the first in the party. So, like, if like your white mage were to die, it would go to the second in command.
I gotcha. And it's only a fight command. There's no like magic, right?
Yeah, fight and run are the only 2 that are implemented.
Gotcha.
Couldn't you change that with the select button? Something like that. I thought there was a button you could use to change whoever your guy was.
That was in last year's demo. I took that out.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna turn the music up.
Last year you couldn't make a party or anything.
I actually want to appreciate so how did you implement this music? Is it just like a PCM conversion of the original soundtrack?
It's CD audio tracks from the PSP release.
Oh, really? It's CD. That's pretty cool.
What I would like to do eventually is, I think it was Damage X had a VGA FM synth kind of engine. I'd like to see if I could implement that and get it to emulate the NES and just feed it the PSG data from the ROM. That would be ideal.
Pretty cool,
I
actually.
think.
Ray said he woke up.
Yeah, he did wake up.
Yeah.
So yeah, did you want to talk a little bit about like what this is, like in terms of, because I know I explained yeah.
So basically, this is I've been reading the disassembly of the NES ROM and just recreating the logic for the original Final Fantasy. And then the NES ROM is loaded into RAM, and that's where all the data is coming from. The only thing that's not coming from it at the moment are the graphics, just because they have to be converted to a Saturn format. Eventually, I want to get it to a point where it will just read that from the ROM and convert it on the fly. I just haven't gotten around to implementing that yet. But all the logic for like determining like the random battles, any RNG that's determined in battles, like what enemies you're going to encounter, stats and all that stuff is coming from the original NES ROM. The collision detection, all that is again coming from the NES ROM. The tile map for the world map is coming from the NES ROM. And it's basically just slowly working on just trying to re-implement all the logic.
Presumably, you should be able to uncompress all of the graphics information from the NES and fit it all in VRAM.
Right, it all would fit. It's just it's in a completely different format. So it's just I have to convert it. So it's like it's NES is it's 2 bits per pixel, and I forget the exact format. So I need to convert that to at least 4 bits per pixel, and then convert it. I think there's some slight differences in how they're stored, as how they're just formatted as well. For the sprites, they're all done with 8x8 tiles on the NES, whereas I'm opting for just actual like the correct size of the sprite. So I'd like to try and figure a way to convert that on the fly as well. What else was there? Oh, and all the palette data for in the battles for the character sprites, that's also coming from the NES ROM. I have a function that will convert those values over to the appropriate value on the Saturn, to a value that's approximate to what it should look like on the NES. So again, all that information is also coming from the NES ROM.
So, Ray, to answer your question, we are currently on Final Fantasy, who has taken 14th place in the OG competition.
Yep, it's really good so far. Races, random battles are implemented, and that's about it. And
you can also
going
get the whole way
requesting
to a
music.
game over.
And
you can
the
also
game over
go
too.
the whole way till you get a game over. So if everyone dies, you'll get a game over.
Sounds good. Yeah, my character seems pretty strong.
If you go well, everyone has starting gear. So like whatever you could have bought in the store, I gave everyone that for like whatever would be the optimal for them.
Yeah.
At the start. If you go the whole way up towards like the Temple of Fiends, you should be able to like encounter some tougher enemies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I'm on my way over there right now.
And then also all like the backgrounds are implemented properly. So I did do a test where I turned off collision detection, walked the whole way over to like deserts and that, and those were all loading the correct battles and everything as well. So that's looking good.
To answer your question, Ray, yes, you should join the Wiz.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if you just wander around in like the forest here, you should run into some like right up by the Temple of Fiends. You should start encountering.
That's where that castle is, right?
Yep. So that's the Temple of Fiends. It's just you can't go into it at the moment.
I gotcha.
But if you wander around the like the upper part of the forest there, you should start encountering some tougher enemies.
Yeah.
But it does look like this is the correct version. So like the annoying bug that was happening was certain things I was a bit sloppy and I wasn't cleaning up after myself. So like every time you were done with a battle, like your position on the map and the actual like alignment of the map were becoming off by 1 tile. So it was just getting really like screwed up as you would proceed. And there, see, now that your white mage is dead, you've switched over to the warrior.
Nice.
'Cause that's the next in command.
Yep, I'm hoping this guy will kill my entire party.
We want to wrap up in the next minute or so.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Is there anything else you want to say before we move on, Trekkies?
No, it's just like I'm still working on this. Like my hope is at some point just have like I said, just a program that you can just throw the ROM in there and it'll interpret and go. Other goals would be eventually to have it so like if you like extracted the graphics from the MSX version or the PSP remake, it could use those.
That'd be kind of cool. I'd be down for that.
Yeah, so like if you wander around the forest there, you can actually encounter quite a few different enemies. There's spiders, fungus. I think you can actually get ogres if you're lucky.
Just whatever the hell that thing. Oh, creep. Butt creep. I like that.
Yep. And then some of the bugs are also implemented, like the critical hit bug is implemented because that's implemented in every single port of Final Fantasy 1. I did fix the run bug. The critical hit bug in Final Fantasy is basically critical hits are supposed to be determined by the crit rate of the weapon, but instead of using the crit rate, they accidentally use the index of the weapon in the weapon list. So early on in the game, you're getting almost no critical hits because your critical hit value is like 0, 1, 2, and very low values. Towards the end of the game, you're going to be getting a ton of critical hits because you're going to be using weapons from the end of the weapon list, so you're going to have like 255, 254, and things like that. That has been kept in every single port of Final Fantasy 1 because if you were to fix it, it dramatically alters the way the game plays. Because it makes it so... That bug makes it so like there's certain weapons that are supposed to like be like good against certain types of enemies. Like there's weapons that are like, oh, it's a frost sword, so it's supposed to have high crit rate against fire enemies. That's broken and doesn't work because it's using the wrong value. So fixing that makes it so those weapons suddenly become useful, and it just makes certain things just not play right. So they've kept that over the years, just because it dramatically alters how the game plays.
Do they keep that in even like the remake one? Wow,
yep,
really?
it's in the PSP. It's in the Wonder Swan version, the PS1 version, the PSP version, I believe even the Pixel remaster.
Wow.
One I did fix, and I'm not sure if it's actually fixed in the other versions, is the run bug. So run is supposed to work off of like a luck value in, it's supposed to be like the character that's using the run command, their luck, and a random number, and then some other value is put into it to determine it. The problem is in the original NES game, they're using the wrong pointers. So if player 1 runs, it's going to use the stats from player 3. If player 2 runs, it's going to use the stats from player 4. If player 3 or 4 run, it's going to point to garbage data, and they always fail.
I see. So basically, if you're speedrunning, you'd have to know for a fact that each character does each one. And
that's why you'll almost always see like speedrunners get like, they just get like the rest of the party dead, and they just use player 1.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like there's a whole ton of bugs, and honestly, if you just want to laugh, just read through the disassembly because there's a ton of comments that are they're hilarious. So like with the run bug, there's a comment where it's like, okay, wait, no, that's not. It's the sleep bug. So the sleep bug is anytime you cast sleep on an enemy, immediately the next turn they wake up, and it's because it does a calculation. Then what it tests is, okay, if the value is negative, they stay asleep. If it's positive, they wake up. The problem is they point to the wrong math buffer instead of the one they're supposed to be using, and as a result, it always clips things to positive values. So you always get a positive value back, so the enemy always instantly wakes up.
Interesting.
So, Ricky, to answer your question, he's drinking Monster Energy. For some reason, I can't place. And I think at this point, we're moving on to the next game in the competition. In 13th place would be Plot Simulation by Super Ray with 76 points.
Yep. I'm drinking Monster Energy because I need energy to stay alive. Stay awake right now. It's obviously not working because I'm slurring my words and sounding pretty bad right now. So I apologize for that. So this one is pretty interesting. I really appreciate this one. This one got a bit high because it was just super interesting. Actually, I forgot how to change the cloth color. I forgot which button it was to switch.
You want to ask anything, you can.
Yeah.
You want to talk a
Ray,
little bit
if you
about
could
this?
just talk us through what's going on here, that would probably be helpful, just to describe what this is.
Basically, I once see a video of guy doing a compute shader that simulated the cloth in Unity, and I said to myself, oh well, I could do that on Saturn. So I basically took what he wrote and optimized it down so that it can do this nice cloth simulation. It basically does it in a way that each connecting line between quads gets stretched, and when it gets stretched over a certain distance, it tries to put it back to its original distance, to its original length, and it does it randomly throughout the cloth, so it does not know that if it shortens this one, it will lengthen that one. It just does it iteratively over the whole cloth on random segments, and it will make and that makes this stretchy like effect on it.
Great. So are you using like a spring on each point, or is it literally just restore if past?
Basically, every edge of every quad is a spring.
Okay. So you use the restoring force on each. So are you accelerating them, or are you just?
I just take the points and push them back. Just set their distance back.
So I'm asking, like, from a physics perspective, like, what kind of simulation are you doing? Are you setting the distance equal to exactly what it takes to get it back to where it was, or are you using a restoring spring? Because a spring is not going to get you to an exact distance; it's going to apply a force in the opposite direction.
I set it directly to the correct distance, but because I do it randomly through the cloth, it makes it feel real. It does not make it feel like artificial.
How fast would it run if you tried to restore every single point on the cloth at the same time?
It just takes like few milliseconds at most. And if you have like smaller cloths, like if you have a character with a cape, it would be instant. I reuse the P data points, so there's no wasted memory there.
Fair. I really like it mostly because like stuff like this didn't really start looking good until like the late in the sixth console generation's lifespan. Like, this is really impressive. I mean, I'd say it's ahead of its time, but then that'd be kind of cheating because it technically is. But the physics are really interesting, and it makes me wonder, like, would you be able to implement something like this in a full game on Saturn and give like actual physics in that nature?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I don't know yet how the physics response works correctly. So like, if you put two boxes on top of each other, one should rotate and fall off. I don't know how that's done yet, but I'm looking into it.
Right, and that would be an entire collision code, and this cloth simulation would be an entire physics simulation on top of that collision code. I suspect it would be very expensive to do outside of cutscenes, but it might be an interesting effect to have inside of cutscenes in engine.
From what I know about this cloth simulation, basically I don't use any square roots of numbers. I just use multiplication and division, and that allows me to use like almost 400 quads to target 30 FPS. So if you imagine a bit, you could have a cloth of like 50 quads or somewhere around that, and if you do like spatial checking whether it's worth to update the cloth or not, you could have whole levels full of physics objects. There are many optimizations I could do, and the collision code for this axis aligned bounding box you see there, the box, is extremely simple. I use it already in other games. There's no division, there's just multiplication and compare in it, so it's extremely fast.
Okay.
It's really good though.
So
it gives me like Half-Life 2 vibes. Like, I remember watching the demo in 2006, or 2003, the Half-Life 2 demo, like the pachinko machine or whatever it was, and it was just fantastic. And it's giving me like these vibes.
If I figure out the collision response code, I will try to do the pachinko machine.
I'm down. Like, that was probably my favorite demo of all time. Just that, like, it just impressed me so much seeing that an in-engine game could do something like that, and like seeing this is just fantastic, and it's giving me that vibe. So if you could recreate the pachinko machine demo in an engine for Saturn, I don't care who says what, you're getting first place in the competition, because that is just impressive on so many levels.
I have updated the demo lately, but I did not submit the new version to competition since it was well over. And in the new version, you can drop the cloth.
Oh, nice.
And you can also reset it, so you don't have to reset the whole game.
Nice.
Just small things that I saw Film Cow complaining it on his stream.
That's awesome. But yeah, I think
we probably should be moving on because we're about like 5 minutes behind schedule, which is like a whole game at this point.
Yep. I just got super excited about this engine, but thank you again, Super Amy. This is really cool. I appreciate this demo a lot. You're awesome. Thank you.
And stick around for your next game, which is coming up later on.
I will be there.
And that is the space shooter, right?
Yeah, it's the Sky Blaster.
Awesome. I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm excited to talk to you about that one too.
So moving on to 12th place. Once we get into the menu, with 65 points is Everlasting Summer, again by Hitomi.
Alrighty, so this one we're gonna have to navigate very carefully. Hitomi, if you could, I'm pretty sure chapters 1 and 2 do not have nudity, so if you could confirm that to me, that'd be great.
So I'm fairly certain chapter 1 has something that would be questionable. Like, once you meet the girl, you might want to just stop ahead of time.
No, I think that was in the prologue, though.
I'm not sure if I know the safe path myself.
I remember I got the chapter 1, it crashed, but I know the prologue has some questionable stuff.
Well, it happens through all the game. I'm sorry about that, but it just happens. Well, I think I should talk a bit about the game first. The game was started in 2008. It was a joint project of the Russian anonymous image board 2chan. If you know about it, it's not functional anymore. But
oh yeah, the 2chan, the 4chan Japanese equivalent.
Yeah, it's a Russian version. And basically all the characters there are the mascots from there, from this image board. The game was finished at the end of 2013, and basically it was mostly 5 years of non-stop in drama and development. I was not there. I'm not the part of the original team, and I can't about it a lot. But if you want to read, there are sources on the internet. Well, the game actually is not exactly about the image boards, but the main character is the meme.
Anon?
In Russian means the same person. Gotcha. It's a meme when in the image board the same person responds to itself. Well, that's the quick story about the game, but what I wanted to showcase here is not the game itself, it's rather the engine. I feel there are too many engines in this competition already, but here I am. When I joined the SEGA XTREME, rejoined SEGA XTREME in 2019, I thought I should make a simple game, should join this feast of the game development, and I thought, what could be the most simple thing ever? How about a visual novel? It's such a simple thing to put a few pictures, a few sprites, and a text on the screen. Well, I was in for a big surprise. It's not that simple. I had to fight a lot with VDP2 to actually put 3 independent sprites and a text box and this background. But it works in high resolution, and there's that. The most work to actually make it done, the work where it was possible to stop and say, no, it's impossible to do these things. It's past. I'm sure I can finish the project. It actually have a script system. It had a font rendering system. So you can basically put in any font you need. You can put in any assets, any pictures, any script you write yourself, and you'll get a new game. I think I'll be finishing for next year's competition. There are still some bugs in the script jumps. There are still some things to be fixed. There is no sound engine. I'm thinking about point sound a little, a lot actually. So there's my plans for the future, and here's what I got today.
I really liked it. I was seeing how the engine worked, and it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that my assumption is the engine worked for the characters and the clothing amount on them is that each character is essentially nude, and there's clothes put on top of them, and it looks like it's drawn in that way. Would I be correct in that assumption?
Yes, that's true. That's the way the assets were stored in the original game on the PC. Actually, it was designed as a erotic dating sim first. It was an SFW from the start, but it's not anymore, I guess. And that's the internal structure of the sprites. You have a new sprite and you have a cloth, you draw them to change it. The appearance, yeah, that's that. I didn't change that because it involves too much additional data on the CD.
That's fair, and it was interesting. I hope we can get to a sprite that's not nude. I think Chapter 2 has some. I don't think this one has any, but let's see if we can get to some. I have my finger over the hide button on the script, so if there's some nudity that somehow slips through, we can easily hide it for a millisecond and then censor it in post. But we'll see. I was really pretty impressed with the intro.
Yeah, I should make a stream-ready version for the next competition.
Yeah, this one's pretty good. Like as you see, it's really pretty sprites.
So Film Cow was voice acting all the visual novels, and he had to cut short for the exact same reason.
Yeah, as you can see, it's kind of interesting when it kind of pops in sometimes. But there's some glitches in that aspect. But overall, I think it looks really good. I liked the way it looked. Also, there's also the glitch where it shows the Russian text for the options versus the English options if you click English.
At least the glitch draws the clothes first.
Thank God.
Not translated because the structure of the internal script data in the game itself. I don't know where it stores the English data for the menus. I can't find it myself, and maybe I'll just translate it manually. So I didn't have the data to put there, so it's all Russian. I'm sorry.
That works. I thought the story is really good. I'll see if I can finish up Chapter 2. I'm fairly certain that also does not have nudity in it, but we'll... Like I said, we have...
Yeah, so we are still running behind on time. We're slowing down. So...
Okay. Well, I guess we'll do as fast as we can. I just want to make sure I give them enough time they can explain their games and, my sort of opinion on that. But overall, I like this. I guess wrapping up, I like this a lot. And it's a really good game. I'm excited to play more of it. Not because I want to see the nudity, of course. I'm not immoral. I just want to play a nice game. Obviously. But anyways, let me go get the other game set up now.
And just hooray for more devs using VDP2.
Exactly. You did a great job, and I really appreciated the game. Thank you very much for doing that. Much respect and love.
SEGA Saturn!
Okay, so let's see. We got next is going to be...
So rank 11 is White House of Salvento d'Oeste by Sensigolo, and that is with 57 points.
Alrighty. This one we'll just go through a little bit. So this one caught us by surprise. This one came up out of nowhere. He decided to put this demo up, and it was a cool little visual novel. Another one. You're a detective, and you're finding these missing persons in Sao Paulo. It's a very interesting game. I really enjoyed it a lot. I don't think Sansa goes here, but you play Renee, and you just have to find these people and just meet up and talk to people and investigate what's going on in Sao Paulo at this lighthouse. That's basically the story that I've gotten. Engine's really nice. I don't know if there's I didn't get music, sadly, so I don't know if there's any music to begin with, or it was just a silent game. So overall, I liked it a lot. I kind of felt like this is I kind of like this a little bit less than Red Moon, because I thought Red Moon had more in it compared to this game, and I kind of prefer the story in Red Moon a little bit better. But that's just my opinion on that. Yeah, there's not much I can say. It's a really good visual novel. It's a solid game. I recommend playing if you had. Great job, Sansagolo. Is there anything you want to say, Milnova, before we, I guess, moved on?
I mean, obviously, the inclusion, or I think he shared it, and I think his engine is the one that's included in Joe Engine now. The most important aspect of his two entries are probably the contribution of this engine, so other people are able to get their feet wet in Saturn Homebrew. It's not necessarily the best tool to learn C with, but it's the best tool to make yourself comfortable on the Saturn with, I would say. Is like because a lot of the work is done for you if you play around with this engine. So I would say, as far as the visual novels themselves, I don't personally play a lot of visual novels. I don't get a lot out of them. So in terms of the entries themselves, yeah, I mean, apparently people are enjoying them. It's not my genre to really judge well or poorly whether or not they're good, because I don't get a lot out of them, even the good ones. But I would like to thank him for his contributions with the engine.
Exactly. Big props to that. I think I might want to look around in that myself, hopefully one of these days. So definitely go ahead and do that. Anything else? Anything else, Emerald?
Nothing comes to mind. It's a detective story. You're meant to be asking the right questions to get the right answers.
You're here.
I don't think I've seen FilmCal play it to the end of the current demo, and I'm not sure if I can really keep track of who's who. But that's just me, like, following along, listening, and not reading.
Fair enough. Well, hopefully we'll see how far the other one, Red Moon, has got up on the list. So we go up on to the next game in that regards.
Okay. So rank 10. Once we get that out, with a score of 54 points, is Fly vs. Fly by Damage X.
Well, it's pretty interesting. I really appreciate it. It's like a Street Fighter, except if you're flies. It's a weird concept to think about, but it is what it is.
I felt like it was closer. Balloonatics is close to Joust, but I feel like this has the same kind of inspirations of a two-player versus arcade game.
When there are two entries at the previous category?
Sorry?
When there are also the Zygo in the previous, or I misheard?
I don't follow. What are you saying?
He's saying if we hit Zygo.
Yeah.
Isn't Zygo the platformer?
Yeah, I think I probably misheard you. I think you said there are two games in that single category.
Oh no, we're talking about Red Moon and in Sao Paulo.
That's for the visual novels, but I'm saying in terms of what I would call similar in inspiration to Joust, a two-dimensional arcade type versus game, Fly vs. Fly, and I think also Lunatics would be in that line of game and the control scheme and inspiration.
I just misheard. You can disregard what I said.
I'm not sure if I follow.
I probably just misheard you, so you can disregard what I said and continue with the show.
Because Zygo would be just it's a platform. It's not like a versus game.
Yeah, so this one is really interesting. I believe it uses the high res mode. Am I right in that assumption?
It certainly looks like it just by looking at it.
It's very crisp.
Yeah, I know there were some issues getting it to boot on. I think it was PSK. I forget, but I know that Film Cow and Pandemonium both were having some trouble, and DamageX had to come in and do a quick patch job to fix it up, make sure it booted correctly. But I think it's because it's stressing the system. I mean, high-res mode in general is a lot more stressful than the standard 240 setup that most people use.
Yeah, and that's why I really like this one, is that it really caught my eye, because like, oh, it uses the high-res mode and it looks really, really good.
I mean, you can just tell from the backgrounds that it's not, 360 wide or whatever.
It's it's definitely not 240p. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of funny quotes. You're 10 days earlier to defeat me. I think you did a really good job on this one. I wish I could play the two player one, but unfortunately, I do not have the ability to do that, sadly. But it's really good. I really enjoyed the game. Highly recommend trying it if you have not. It's on the download link right there. You can just download the ISO and put it on your any device, a disc, or any device you want to try it on. Did you have anything that you want to add, Emerald, over to that?
No, it's just a nice, simple, fun game with a lot of graphical fidelity.
Sounds good. All right. Congrats, Zygo, on your placement. That's not Zygo. Congrats, DamageX, on your placement. And I'm excited to see what you got for next year if you enter that, because I'd like to see maybe more animal versus animal action. And the music's pretty bopping too, so respect on that.
Yeah. I mean, it's always nice. It's like I kind of liken it to last year with Ervilsoft's Sickle, where it's nice when you're not expecting a game, and then just even if it's a short, small package, everything is there. The music is there, the sound is there, the graphics are there, and it's a complete playable experience, even if it's only 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure. All right. I think that's about it from me. Why don't we move on to our next game, which is also another Sansagolo game.
Yeah. So, in ninth place with 50 points, it is Red Moon Lost Days.
Now, this one we did a video on the SHIRO YouTube about. Also, it's falling down on the side. Basically, this game is very interesting. It was a visual novel. You're this girl, and I'll tell after.
So Trayno, you're kind of cutting out.
Yeah, sorry about that. So we did this on. I did a video of this on the SHIRO YouTube channel. This was a very interesting game, visual novel. You basically I guess the best way to describe it is you're this. I guess this girl is an orphan from China, I believe, and she basically joins the this rank of knights and runs away from home to become this strong warrior, and she just investigates a bunch of weird happenings. But I really enjoyed this one because it has a pretty nice soundtrack that Sansagolo implemented. I like the story of it. The war between China and the United States was very interesting. You can tell it has a great soundtrack. At least I think so. But yeah, I love the character models as well. The art is very beautiful in this game. And yeah, they just did a great job. And I love the Evangelion-inspired teaser thing. Everything for the most part was good. The script definitely needs work and clean up, but besides that, if they just fix the dialogue up, I think it'd be a really, really great game. And I really think it'd be well, even now, I think it's worth playing because it's a very interesting story, and I'm really excited to play more of it. But yeah, it's very good. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Blue Moon mentioned you can actually download this. And you can actually donate to Sansagolo as well, which I highly recommend doing because he does some great work. He's a great guy, and it's amazing to play these type of games on the Saturn. You can also pick this up on PC. He's developing, I believe, both this one and and Lighthouse have PC ports. So if you want to play it on a more convenient way, you can also do that.
But I believe they're also on itch.io. Even the Saturn release should be on itch.io, or not. Is it itch.io or does he have his own?
It's itch.io.
Yeah, it's itch.io. So itch.io allows you to give away the download for free, but it also has a suggested donation. So for a lot, well, not a lot, but I'm thinking going forward, some more original games are going to end up using that tool to like fundraise for things like assets or whatever. And also, it's a way to support development if you want to support original games, because there's with axe patches and translations, it's a little bit murky whether or not you should be mixing money with that kind of thing. But for original games, that restriction does not exist, and itch.io allows you to give money directly to the development team.
Yeah, and like I said, this is only a demo right now, but once it's complete, highly recommend buying this. Honestly, I really wish there was a way you could distribute it on the Saturn in an easier way, but I think really the only option would be like including a pseudo Saturn with it, but that would make it astronomically expensive to do something like that. Like easily, each game would probably be $100.
Well, it's like how a lot of the reproduction resellers do is they say, hey, this is sold under the expectation that you have a pseudo Saturn Kai to boot it with.
Yeah. Honestly, I think maybe it should be like a thing moving forward. It's like they sell a version with pseudo Saturn and a version without it, so that way they can be like, do you have a way to play it? Here you go, you can have it. But if you don't, here's a pseudo Saturn, have fun. Plug it in if you want to play it. That way, if you want to save money, or if you just want like hey, here's a whole package, go and buy it. Yeah, I really appreciate the work. Sorry, what were you saying?
Ben, I think I just want to address. I don't think you can buy a physical copy of the game. I don't think he's making prints. You're accessing a download page and naming your price to download the ISO.
Yeah, there's no currently there's no physical option. I would like to maybe see if we could work with him on that. That'd be kind of cool. Peter Malik says visual novels rock. 100% agree. Love visual novels. I know him and he actually played through Revolution Girl Utena, and he loved that. That was a really good game. And yeah, I really enjoyed this. I'd highly recommend people playing the demo if they can, donate, and yeah, definitely play as much as you can of this. I think it's a ton of fun. Did we have anything else we want to say about this before we head out? Also, that's weird. I see a comment from... Okay, there it is, Film Cal. Like I said, it sounds such a popular system for visual novels in Japan. It's really nice to get ones in the system in English, and I agree. Also, Film Cal, if you'd like to join the voice chat, Peter too, if you can, feel free to join, because I'd love to hear your opinions.
I mean, honestly, I kind of want to have some Saturn original games in English that get popular enough where we can snub the Japanese audience by refusing to translate it.
Nah, we need to be better than that.
Just out of spite.
So rude.
Oh my god.
But anyways, I think we should probably move on to the next game in the list. In that case, so we talked about this quite a bit, and I think we covered what we need to do. Great job, Sense of Goal, in the 2 games. I am psyched to play this when it's completed because I love it. So congratulations, my dude. Much love.
So in 8th place with 47 points is Ndiddy's The Garfield Master.
Oh boy. Here we go with the Garfield Master.
Which in its own way is its own romance game.
Romance.
Right. Yeah, Garfield Master is so good that it shouldn't be scored. I am disappointed with all you judges. There should be no score for that thing.
I mean, honestly, Ndiddy has a talent that is underutilized because he's constantly putting out these games that are simple yet solidly designed and constructed. I know the last couple have basically been different forms of port or whatever. I don't know if this is a port of an actual game or if he's just porting Tetris over with Garfield stuff on it. Either way, it's great. But like even with his platformer, the platformer engine that Mr. Cockview ended up using later, it was a solid system, and he just didn't capitalize it. He I guess he got bored and moved on. But I'd like to see him focus and finish on a game. And I guess the Garfield Master is basically finished for what it is. But I'd like to see him expand his reach because he has a talent for game design that I think is being underutilized by his focus on programming. And those two are not the same thing.
I want to take a second to appreciate this music real quick, so I'm going to take about 15 seconds and appreciate this music.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a solid soundtrack. It's like I said earlier. It's I always especially appreciate it when you have a small but complete experience where all the sound effects, all the music, and the action of the game mesh well together. And even if it's a very short experience, in this case it doesn't have to be because it's Tetris and going forever.
I just dropped my controller.
It works.
See, he just needed to get a Synpack video of the Garfield cartoon intro. Then it would have been perfect.
I mean, honestly, yeah, I would be singing along to "Are You Ready to Party" if he put that up in there.
But yeah, just for like things that like NDiddy's like contributed to it and given like people code for, the base that I used for Final Fantasy came from one of his projects. Yeah. He sent me that and said, "Here's a good example of using SBL," so that's what I went with.
Yeah, NDiddy is basically the resident SBL master of SEGA XTREME.
Which, to be honest, for what it's worth, like, if you just want to do a 2D game, SBL is actually not that bad to work with, and you get a lot of features that you honestly don't get as easily with Joe, I'd say. So like for like what I'm doing with Final Fantasy, where I'm making that scrolling background layer, that was relatively pretty simple to get set up in SBL and get it working.
Yeah. So Joe, for all of its strengths for learning, makes it particularly difficult to break into the VDP2 side of things because it does obfuscate stuff enough where it's very difficult to figure out what's going on. And a lot of things that you try to do outside of the Joe environment will break things inside the Joe environment in ways you're not expecting. So it kind of discourages exploring the VDP2 thing.
Well, I wonder if I can get this and be tight.
Are you trying to get a game over? Because it looks like you're intentionally...
No, I'm trying to actually win this, but I'm stupid. I'm not a grand master at oh wow, I almost said something really bad. I'm not a grand master at Tetris.
Yeah, that's distinct from different kinds of music.
Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't mean to go that far. That was dumb of me.
Pat has never worked at a grocery store in his life.
I actually did work. I actually did work at a grocery store for 6 months, and I got a job that wasn't a grocery store, and I was very happy after that. But I mean, I'm not gonna dox myself or say what store it was, but it definitely was a safe way to buy stuff, for sure.
That's a real good way of obfuscating that.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a safe way. I guess I mean, if I bought a Dell and had an E-machine, I think it'd be a great way to go doing the store, working at a store. Maybe you can combine them and make a Dell E.
Tetris.
Huh?
Like I thought this was on purpose, honestly.
Like I'm in shock.
Yeah.
I am garbage. I'm Garbo at Tetris.
Yeah, normal. Oh.
In all fairness, he's probably really tired too.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's the reason. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this is an Emerald Nova size stream at this point. You guys are used to doing 1 to 2 hours. We're 3, and we're not even halfway done with. We're just about halfway done with the OG content.
It's more like 4 hours, to be honest with you.
Oh really? Oh, because I forgot the Fire Pro. Yeah, you did a Fire Pro pre-show.
No. The recorded time exactly on OBS is 3 hours and 53 minutes.
Oh my goodness! So you're on hour 5.
This started at 10 p.m. and we're closing in on 2 a.m. Eastern right now.
Yeah, that's why I've been rushing you this whole time. Is like, dude, we are taking up this is a whole Emerald Nova size stream, and no one ever rewatches those size streams. Those are just archival content.
Our fans are dedicated. Like people have watched. Like I had people like watch our last stream, and they added like entire like notes of what each game was. So.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, our fans are dedicated with that. I mean, I'm not saying your fans aren't, because I'm a fan, I'm just saying is all that, you know, it's people are
I'm
crazy.
not expecting anyone to go through my extra live content and rewatch an entire 12 to 14 hour stream.
They're gonna
no
teach
one
that in
should
school one of these days. It'll be in the history books.
But Garfield Master, solid game. I don't think there's really a lot to say about it. It's Tetris. It's Tetris with good music, with solid
It
programming.
bops.
That's it.
It bops.
Yeah,
Good
it
job,
bops.
NDD.
very badly.
What?
Yeah. Hey, I never claimed to be Tetris master here. That's not my wheelhouse.
Do you want to move on to the next game?
I'm glad that you guys could see my abysmal Tetris skills. That was pretty funny.
It's really rough.
Yeah,
so
that's definitely something I need to brush up on. I'm no grand master of Tetris.
So in rank 7 with 44 points is Zygo by Jay Beretta.
Cool. My capture card is crapping out on me at the second.
Elgato Game Capture HD.
Always Elgato Game Capture HD.
Yeah, they like to
get
twist it a lot.
I don't understand how they still sell those things.
I have one too, and it's.
I technically don't anymore. They announced the Game Capture HD 60, which only does HDMI.
Well, screw them.
Yeah. Okay. So we said the Zygo's the next one up, right?
Yes, in 7th place with 44 points. I don't know if Jay Beretta is available to talk about it though.
Yeah, it's probably late. Just a little bit late. Tiny bit. Tiny bit. Just almost 12 a.m. where I am. I got some ats. I'm gonna see. Oh, yeah, it's Trekkies.
For Raimi and Tomy, it's early.
Well, for me, it's now 8 a.m., so that's why I was able to wake up.
Yeah, I really like this game a lot. It was very interesting. I was surprised because I was not sure what I was expecting, but the game seemed like, oh, it's just a platformer, right? But when you look deeper into it, it's more than just like a basic platformer. It's like very intensive. There's a lot of mechanics to it that I thought was interesting. And maybe I'm hyping it up a little bit too much. Maybe that's just me. Also, why did I die? But yeah, basically, you play as this little guy jumping on stuff, and you collect gems, and the more gems you get, the more stuff you unlock. Of course, you need to not die horrendously first. But I am obviously dying horrendously. So I'm gonna try to not do that. But yeah, this is a pretty interesting game. Dave, oh my god. Dave and I talked about it on the SHIRO show. I think it was last year, a few months ago, when this first dropped, and it was a very interesting game. I liked it a lot. I was honestly surprised how good it was. A lot of good mechanics in it. A bit challenging actually in some aspects. Or maybe these are just janky hitboxes, I don't know. I'm not going to completely blame the game for my skills because I'm running on empty almost right now, so as you can see, I'm doing some horrible noob mistakes, but this game is very fascinating. I really enjoyed it for what it was and more, and it honestly surprised me a lot, and that's why I kind of gave it a little bit of a higher rating than I was expecting to give it. I don't know, maybe you guys came in with the same thoughts of that.
Did you beat the first level by chance?
I didn't get all the gems to get to the next level, but I did get the ability to do the spider ability.
Right, that's what I was wondering about, because you didn't talk about that yet. Yeah, that's the cool feature of the game.
Yeah, like you can get enemy
really
abilities.
enjoyed that part.
That was really cool. And it actually is challenging. Like I expected him just to give me gems, but they're not. He's greedy with it. He's like, no, you have to like earn them. So, which I appreciate a lot. A lot of games are just like it would just give it to you, like, oh, here's some gems. But this one's like, nope, you gotta earn them, sucker. And if you don't get the good abilities. So it's honestly it's pretty challenging, which I enjoy challenging platformers. So Or maybe it's not that challenging, I'm just bad at platformers. It's probably the latter, but I mean, this game is very fun. And this is pretty awesome. Like, when this kicked in, I was like, oh, shoot! Intense boss battle music, giant spider fight. Very fun. And then it goes back to normal. And once you beat them, you unlock the spider ability, so you can now turn into a spider for a short time collecting the spider coin and walk up to the walls and get into new areas. So I'll show that again. I think I unlocked that. So yeah, if you get the spider thing, you turn into a spider.
Don't you need 10
climb
gems
up.
for the second?
Huh?
Don't you need 10 gems for the second level?
Yeah, I need to get those. So like I said, I'm just running through it real quick and trying
Climb up the wall on the left. The tree on the left.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there right now. I have to get the spider medallion again. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
that wall. If you climb all the way up there, there's a thing at the top.
Yeah, I just need to be able to reach it with the time span given with the medallion for a second. But
So I think the trees with those markings on there, I think those are the ones you can climb up. I could be wrong.
Those are the ones.
So you climb up like sideways on.
Yeah, so you need to be fast at this though. You need to like.
I definitely did it. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
You climb all the way up.
Yeah, there you go.
And there's I think another thing if you go up even more.
Yeah. Which I need to get another spider gem for that, but I'm gonna see if I can collect. I'm gonna collect. I know there's another one that's easy to get with the spider medallion, so I'm gonna get that real quick.
Does this guy not remind you of the Quiznos mascot? That's
honestly, I was thinking the same thing. Hey, Quiznos subs. Da-da-na-na. That was a memory. It was kind of funny. People posted a Sears commercial too when the Discord, and I was like, how do I know this commercial verbatim after all these years? It's ridiculous. I remember that. Oop, I died. All right, so I think I probably should move on. I'm just take my word for it.
You just missed the power up. There's the spider power up. Go left.
Go left. I know that. I just like
You can go straight up. Go straight up the wall. Go straight up the wall.
Oh yeah, there we go.
All the way up. No, all the way up. All the way.
There we go.
All the way. Keep going.
Yeah,
that one.
I missed that one. But yeah, we probably should move on though, because it's getting kind of late and I need to go through all the games. But it's a fantastic platformer. I'm not going to spoil the second level for you if you want to play the second level. Actually, I think, can I just exit out with that? And that way, yeah. Oh, damn it. I need it. Oh, it didn't count it. Oh, well, yeah, like I said, if you guys want to check out the next level, play the game. It's a lot of fun. I recommend playing that one. They're worth it. Good job. Good job, Jay Beretta. There's a great game, and let's move on to the next one that I might fall asleep to, not because it's boring, but relaxing.
Okay, so in sixth place with 42 points is Sartist, or S-Artist, I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced, by
Sartist?
Herbalsoft.
Sadist?
Sartist. I assume it's S-Artist as in Saturn Artist. That would make more sense to me. And this is the first prize eligible in the OG category. This has won $18.16.
Oh wow! Congrats. And this one was really last second. Like, this was cutting it super close, right?
Technically, it was a late entry, but the judges allowed it.
Fair.
He was only late by a few hours, and the more the merrier. And I'm really glad he contributed. I really enjoyed this game.
Alrighty, so we'll start on the controls. So draw that. Let's start. Relaxing music. I like the Sanic. Oops.
Gotta teach him Saturn mouse support.
Yeah, I'll be down. I'm just gonna draw some basic things real quick. Nothing naughty, of course. This is a wholesome stream. I wonder if you, how do you make a round shape? This maybe? No, how do I delete that? Shoot.
Try in the bottom right. You see where that yellow egg is in the bottom right? Oh, there's something there.
I see right
to
there,
the bottom
the
right.
eraser. There it is. There we go. So you make nice little. It's not mistakes. It's happy little accidents. Give him a little wobbly face. Give him a little
Dog
nose.
made a happy little accident yesterday, and I had to put him in his cage.
Rip. We give him a little smile right there, a little mouth. Give him a
You
little.
can use the paint bucket to fill it in.
Little tongue right there. All right. Let's get the paint bucket now. We're gonna get some. Gonna do a little red for the tongue right here. So why don't we just select that? Ooh, I like that. And then for the mouth, we're gonna do a little light color in there with that. There we go. What eye color? We're gonna have to make his irises black because that's the way that you like.
Look, Trayno, if you're gonna talk like that, can you at least get the wig?
Just pretend I have one on. We could do a little black there. Fill the a little happy accident right there. We're gonna go black eye. Black a little happy accident right there. Why don't we go down to that shape tool again?
If you tell me that bush is there, I'll kill you.
There we go. Let's go fill that in again. Get that little shape right in there. Nice. Ooh, we almost forgot. We need to add another little thing right there because it's. Ooh, let's get this shape tool. There we go. See, it's all about. You don't have to make this great, boys. Boys and girls. Oh, that's a select tool. I am not smart, guys. I'm sorry, but we all make little happy accidents. But that's why I love you, and that's why
I think the shape tool is the one all the way in the bottom right.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, oh yeah, that's. Thank you very much. But yeah, like I said,
Where the egg is, or keep going, keep going. Like
you know,
if you
I see it. I don't need it right now though. There we go. Happy little accidents. Little guy. He's got a little black eye. Why don't we make him Solid Snake, guys? You know, let's get a little black in there. Make it a little eye patch. See, there's no mistakes, guys. Happy little accidents. See, you got a little eye patch right there. Connect that like that, and there. And why don't we, like that? Perfect. See, guys, and that is how you draw a face. It's very beautiful.
I mean, the more I watch this, the more I wonder how FilmCal managed to get such a nice drawing in the thing with a controller.
Well, that's what happens when you're a good artist. But you know what? We're all artists in our own ways, guys. I mean, it's not about the journey. I mean, I can
Shades
do
is
this.
here.
Wait, what?
Come join the chat.
Who's here?
CubeCat.
I don't.
Seven Shades.
Where are you seeing Seven Shades? I don't see him anywhere.
He's in there.
In the chat.
He just. Yeah, 7 Shades. So basically, yes, FilmCal, would you like to come in here and help me with the Bob Ross? I know that you're a very talented artist, and having you in the voice chat would help me out a lot with my piece. But here it is, guys, boys and girls. This is drawing with Pat Ross. Why don't we save this? Looks like I can't save it. So, in all honesty, that's the beauty of things. You know, everything in nature is not set in stone. You know, everything comes and goes as it goes. So, you know, sometimes it's here, sometimes it's there. So we have to memorize and memorialize what we make because, you know, on this God-given earth, we're all special, but, you know, everything dies. You know, it's the way it happens. You know, we're born and we die, but we're renewed in life in ways. And that's what's beautiful about life. And that's why I respect it a lot. So anyways, this game is really good. All right, so let's move on to the next game. What's next on the list?
Okay, well, in 5th place with 37 points is Slinga's Balloonatics.
Right, let's do this. Also,
Slinga,
the Discord
Retro
link is in
RGB
the
got
chat.
the name right today.
First 1 out of 3.
Wow.
Balloon Antics and Balastatics or something, man. Like,
It's time for Balloonianiacs, and we're zany to the max.
Oh no.
Yes.
So, the original Balloon Fight is one of my favorite games of all time. I'm not saying it's a perfect game or a great game, but it's just so much fun to play with another player. If you're
actually,
not familiar,
hold on. I think you dropped your Crown King because that's also one of my favorite games as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. There's nothing to it, but it's just such a fun game, right? It's just fun. And it was a black box original NES title. It was developed by Satoru Iwata, who later, went on to become CEO of Nintendo.
R.I.P.
It's very, very clearly a Joust ripoff, but somehow it's more fun than the original. And kind of way back when in 2003, after writing my first game, after writing 12 Snakes, I got the obvious idea that, if 2-player Balloon Fight is fun, let's make a 12-player version. Unfortunately, I was a complete noob, and I really didn't get far. I could do a couple of sprites, but, really, really didn't get anywhere with it. So flash forward many, many years later, at some point in 2020, I came across a very small, like less than 200 subscriber YouTube channel called Let's Clone. Steve, the host of the channel, he takes classic games like Space Invaders, Ice Climbers, Bomberman, Tetris, and he remakes them in Game Maker Studio. So he's cloning games. And sure enough, he had a short series on Balloon Fight, like 6 videos, and that like totally inspired me to, come back and give this game a shot. So I learned so much from him, and I ended up joining his Patreon and just asking him a ton of questions. So I also wanted to thank, I had 2 guys on Fiverr do the sprites, Louis Den Pixel and Jamin Suthrisman, and for audio was Frey VGM. And I want to thank Faffling because he's the one who told me how to do 480i. So this game, believe it or not, is actually running in high-res mode. I needed that little bit of extra vertical resolution. I want to thank Rami for helping with some of the load time and some of the other stuff. And, just the regular guys in the SEGA XTREME Discord who just, helped me out a lot with different, things like collision detection and stuff.
Yeah, and I'd like to also point out that you're the goat that came up with the game save copier as well, right? Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
and actually,
I want to thank you, Base God.
Yeah, I mean, no worries. It was, to be honest, the hardest thing with that was just the menu. Everything else is pretty good, and I'm using the same file format that Cafe Alpha is using, and he gave me a lot of advice on how to do certain things. So I'm glad that a lot of people are using the same file format for saves.
That's pretty awesome.
So here you hit X, which changed the level. Can you hit X again?
Yeah, it goes to the fish
X.
level, right?
Keep hitting X. So those are the versus levels. That was a debug feature I accidentally left in.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Which one's the fish level?
So they're all fish levels.
Okay.
Except for the pipe one, right?
You also left the debug information. Also, I'm glitching like crazy.
Yeah, against the little bumper.
That's fair. I also noticed that when you die, that you don't respawn. So I'm gonna try to not die.
Yeah.
Oh, this is something I missed with that.
Well, no, that's on me. Because when I was testing the game at 6:30 a.m. before submitting it, I never died. So.
Dang. Yeah,
I ran out of time. I wanted AI, like the original game has, the bad guys and you have to fight them. So I definitely wanted that. I just ran out of time. I have some really great sprites for them, but I just never implemented them and never, worked on the AI.
And I think you should bring up probably the most important thing about this game is that it actually has support for 12 players. Is that correct?
I can't believe I forgot to mention that.
Yeah. How did you forget? Are you losing your base god status?
Oh gosh, it's getting late here too, man. But yeah, the whole point was to make a 12-player version of Balloon Fight.
For sure, and it's really fun. I really enjoyed it.
The real joy of the game is shoving people around. It's just so much fun to just shove someone. I added some other features in the game, like if you touch a guy who's being electrocuted, you'll be electrocuted as well. So the idea being, like there's a strategy to shoving people into sparks, and then you yourself getting shoved into it.
For sure. Yeah, no, it's a ton of fun game, and I kind of really want to bring more of your games to conventions because I think showing off Angry Birds. Also, you also forgot another important thing. This actually supports widescreen mode, right?
Yes. So the game was made to be 16:9 compatible. It's actually looking pretty good on your setup right now, actually. But when I got the sprites made, I made them, had the designers make them a little skinnier than they should be. And so when you stretch them out, it's something the math came out to be, make the sprites 25% too skinny. When you stretch them out with the 16:9, it's like roughly adding like 35% to the width. So it would look, close to correct. Like not perfect, but good enough.
So how do I enable the widescreen mode?
Nothing. You just do it on your TV. Like you can see here, the text is kind of scrunched. So
Yeah.
if you were if you had to change your display to 16:9, the text would be a little easier to read.
Okay, I see.
Like it would be, yeah.
So what is the game being rendered at?
480i. I'm doing 640 times 480, which is not the right resolution I should be using.
Right.
You get a 10% performance boost by doing 704 times 480, which I'm not doing. So I'll do that for the next release.
Yeah, and I noticed the credits had all these enemies and stuff, and I was like, I'm guessing you just haven't had time to implement the story mode yet?
Exactly. So that's exactly right. This is the bonus game in the original game, which I didn't have, which I ended up just slapping into, the story mode here. And if you score 85 here, you'll get the ending.
Okay, I only got the 69.
Was it intentional? Oh gosh.
Yes, it was actually. That's why I changed it when I hit 69. You gotta get the 69%. That's the way it works. We're very mature here on the SHIRO show, as you could tell. Very mature indeed.
Gosh.
Or I'm just losing my mind. One of the two. You got a lot of games.
You're tired, bro.
I'm always tired. That's the trick. Is if you can't.
What time zone are you in?
I am in technically it's basically it's Pacific Standard Time, but without daylight savings time. It's like Arizona time is the official name of it on my cell phone. It's like some weird. It's not Mountain Time either. It's like literally just Arizona time is usually how you have to call it. Yeah. It's bizarre, but
so it's 12:17 for us, and East Coast it's past 2.
That it is.
Oh, I got 73, but that's it.
Yeah, so no ending for you, but
yeah. So I think that's
versus
about
you
it.
need two controllers.
Yeah. I think that's about as all we could cover right now. Is there anything else you want to add before we move on, Slinger?
I do want to talk about features for next year. So I plan to finish the game and submit it again for next year. The AI is the big thing to add, and then a lot of like visual flourishes. Like, I have sprites for like plants and stuff on the ground, which I didn't have time to implement, and then the gameplay logic. Like, obviously, I want like rounds and stuff. Like in the versus mode, I want multiple rounds. Versus right now, it's one and done. So like less programming and more gameplay design for this coming year. So
well, I'm excited to play it.
That's it. Thank you so much for reviewing.
Yeah, no worries. I'm definitely gonna bring it to cons when it's done.
So anyway, you're the recipient of $30.30 American. We can figure out how to get you that and your 3D print later on down the line. At 5th place for the original games category.
Well, thank you so much for hosting the contest. Appreciate it.
I'm pretty tripped out that you were a Balloon Fight fan. One of the games that we featured over at the Callets Gamers for Kids a number of years ago was John Riggs' hack of Balloon Fight that put Iwata into the game.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So,
apparently there's a... Oh, sorry. Apparently there's a 4-player NES Balloon Fight hack out there.
But yeah, no, I'm a massive Balloon Fight fan. Hoping to play this at cons going forward, though. It's amazing. Thank you again, Slinga. Much love.
Yeah.
Keep being based.
To get to the 4th place spot in the original games category, it is with 25 points, Hellslave by XL2.
Amazing. This game really blew me away, mostly because it implements probably my favorite level in any video game period, which I'm not going to spoil because I'm going to play the multiplayer real quick. I'm going to do, because basically last year we focused on the single player. This one, all about the multiplayer, and it's insane. And when you see it, you're going to be like, oh my god. Like, this gave me Quake vibes back in the day. It was amazing. And there's some fantastic levels that he implemented, and I'm super excited to show my favorite one off. Also, I like the RTX thing. That's kind of funny. Number of players, we're going to add one player, going to add 7 bots. That's right, 7 bots. I'm going to start on map. I think it's 1 is technically the one that it is. 7, score limit. I'm just going to put it down to 5 just so I can go through it pretty fast. But there's just 8 players on this game, and you can get 2 multi-tap. I don't know if you get 2 multi-taps. I don't know, but yeah. I think
he mentioned support for 8.
Yeah, there's support for 8 players. I don't know if we can have 8 players on screen. I was not able to test that, but I know 2 players can, like, it's just insane that they can have 8, like, there's 8 bots, so they wins pretty fast, so, and it goes to the next map after next map. So this is my favorite. It's called Algor, but its real name is let me know if anybody could guess it by when I show you. Oh, if I can get to the area. So here's the area. Let me know if people think it's familiar to anybody at all.
It is to me because I made this map for him.
Yeah, so also thank you very much. But for those that don't know, this is a map from a game called Gary's Mod called GM Construct, which is indeed probably the most iconic map in probably all video game history, in my opinion. It's just, like, to people that play, it's a amazing map. I love it. I had so many memories on this map, and I'm thankful that he added GM Construct to it because this map is amazing, and the attention to detail is insane that you put into it, dude. So thank you very much for making my high school years awesome.
I just want to point out sheer quad count on screen right now. I don't know what the actual poly count is right now, but the apparent quad count in terms of how the subdivisions work when you get closer to it and the level of detail that he's managing, it's enormous.
Yeah, and this game is insane. Like, it's 7 players in these close quarters. It gets insane, but it's a lot of fun. And it is going by fast, mostly just because I want to show off the maps, and yeah. I'm not winning any of them, but it's just like the idea of winning. And the bots are actually a pretty big challenge. I actually did not win all of the maps, the games last time. So it's a lot of fun. It's a really fun game. I don't know if this is based off of anything. How many maps did he include that they based off of other maps in other games? Or is it just the GM Construct?
There's the Facing World one from Unreal Tournament.
It's fair. And I just won. Yeah, there's a lot of really good levels in this one. I think this Oasis was in the original multiplayer for the last year's. I actually played the multiplayer recently with Brian Vine from the Dreamcast Saturn Junkyard, and he really liked it. But we found the shotgun to be the most OP gun in the game. Like, it pretty much is a one hit kill on anybody. Which I think he made it more in abundance in these games, like the rocket launcher. Because if you hit somebody once with it, they're dead. Just it. But yeah, I'm not sure what's more to say about this. We talked about it last time. Amazing game. Multiplayer is a lot of fun.
He got environment mapping working on the guns, so you have reflections.
Oh yeah, the reflections are pretty neat, and it runs pretty well. Like the lighting looks really good.
It's most apparent in that map you were just in, but yeah, you can actually see the reflections of the textures on the rifle, on the metal part.
Hey, look at Ponut. It says Pony in here.
Yeah. So generally speaking, I think a lot of the OG developers are essentially use Hellslave as a benchmark or a high watermark to figure out what is possible, what we should be aiming for, and what to emulate. So technologically speaking, it's probably the most complex piece of work in this entire competition.
Exactly. It's a really good game. I really enjoy it. I don't usually like console shooters, but this one This one gave me a lot of hope and a lot of happiness in my heart.
I think he does support the mouse if you have it.
Oh wow. I have not tried that out. I feel bad now.
I think even the 3D controller.
Yeah, I think
yes, definitely the 3D controller.
Gamepad in the first part and mouse in the second part. You can use mouse and gamepad at the same time.
That's pretty insane, actually.
Hey, can you
Yeah, so
zoom
like
in
you
on the
move with
Saturn on the table?
Oh yeah, give me a second. I need to get back to the frigate thing.
Yeah, because you basically you move with the D-pad, and I think then you aim and shoot with the mouse.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, let me try to get inside.
It's a shame that the Saturn never did the PlayStation thing of the dual analog additional controller down the line.
Well, they went with their own analog controller. It was designed more around knights. Like even the Dreamcast didn't have a dual analog stick.
Yeah, and it kind of gets in the way because you play even the Dreamcast shooters, they use face buttons to aim, and it gets really awkward.
Well, really, like that was kind of thing that just people struggled with because even like the N64 only had one analog stick, and like GoldenEye, that people played that for years and only had one analog stick. And that they did it with the thing of you move forward and turn with the analog stick, and then you strafe and look up and down with the C buttons.
Yeah, but yeah, what about the Saturn? I'm in the Saturn room. Also, these bots have wall hacks because they're hitting me. Or maybe he's just behind me. I don't know. But yeah, I do like this one. It's funny. It has the Ponut.
Did you crash, bro?
Ponies. Huh? I think I crashed. I'm good. But yeah, do we have anything else we want to say about this before we move on to the next one?
Keyboard support? Question mark.
Honestly, that'd be kind of cool.
XL2 is probably asleep at the moment to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't think he has keyboard support working because I don't think he had any one with a keyboard to test with, and I think he also said he just didn't have anything to really like show how to use it properly, if I remember correctly.
I'd be willing to send him a keyboard if he'd be willing to implement it.
Yeah, I've got a pair of them.
I was the one that tested the mouse for him because I don't think he has a mouse either.
Yeah, so the Saturn has a PS2 adapter, so really you should be able to take any old keyboard and plug it in with that thing. Same with a mouse.
Right, there's that one, and then there's in Japan there's one that's just a Saturn keyboard that has just the Saturn controller port on it. So I don't know if they're treated the same or if there's different libraries for each one. That's the thing I'm not sure on.
That would be awful if that's the case. But most people are going to be able to get the PS2 adapter a lot better or a lot easier than the official.
Well, that I don't know because the PS2 adapter is only sold in the U.S. with Netlink, whereas the Japan one was sold in Japan, and we all know the Saturn did better there. So, and there's more games that support that, I think.
Yeah, but just in terms of price difference.
Oh man, you usually fall off this map.
This is the map I like. This was like my favorite map in Unreal Tournament '99.
Yeah, this one I love this map, the 2/4 sort of thing. I just really wish the physics would support it a little bit better. That's my only issue with it. But it's a good map. I like it a lot. Honestly, I kind of want to play some Unreal Tournament again. Like 04 was my jam.
You know, I never having played Unreal, the first thought that came into my mind was, man, that almost looks like a Rainbow Road kind of Mario Kart level.
That's the first place you went to is Rainbow Road.
Yeah.
Like the thing I like about Hellslave that XL2's been doing is he really is implementing that really intense, vibrant colored lighting that Unreal Tournament really like just went all out with. Quake 3 did to a point too, but Unreal Tournament really went nuts with it. It's like you have those deep blue lights, you have the red ones and all that, and it just makes it pop.
Damn, these bots are good. But yeah, ton of really good levels. I think XL2 for doing this again. It's amazing. Thank you. I forgot who implemented the maps in this, in the chat. Was that Raimi that did that, or was that Superfly?
We can check
Only
the credits real quick. And on my website, I have the credits for the maps as Anton and Corvus.
I
Gotcha.
did for him only the GM construct, the base for it. He then took the base map and updated it so it's not boring in multiplayer.
Fair enough.
Okay, so Ray, did you also contribute maps to this game?
I contributed the GM construct, but it's not the original version he used in the end.
Okay.
He modified it himself to make it more fun in multiplayer with bots.
Already, yeah, Raimi. There you go, Raimi XL2.
Another thing that I'd love to see if this ever, like as a continuation or something, is to see if there'd be like a Descent clone kind of thing using this engine.
I don't know if this engine is going to be well suited for it, because I think the camera trickery required for full 3D movement doesn't. It's really awkward compared to what he's probably doing, which is actually tracking angles. I think the engine for Blue Skies would be the baseline you'd want to do something like that in, but you would need to add in a lot of the 3D tools that he made in terms of the rendering pipeline to do that.
Also,
you would probably also need to break out a Joe engine at that point, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, the camera trickery and rendering pipeline for Blue Skies is not in Joe.
Ah, okay. I thought you were still using pure Joe.
I am using pure Joe in that Joe is a subset of SGL, and I have all the SGL at my disposal. But in terms of the rendering pipeline that XL2 is using, it's much more advanced than my copy of ZTream tools.
Yeah, this game is just insane though. Like, man, yeah. And the craziest thing, this isn't even first place. That's what's insane about it.
I think it's the Delta that hurt him, because he has been submitting Hellslave, and he lost the first player campaign in order to add in all these deathmatch maps. And he did change the technology enough where the physics, I don't think, was supported for the first player maps anymore.
Fair.
Are we talking about 3D?
We indeed are, opponent. We just got done with fourth place in the competition with Hellslave. Once someone actually sees if XL2 wakes up, probably like 6 or 7 a.m. local time, because he's got a kid now, he is the recipient of 4848 in American. I'm going to have to convert that into maple leaves and send it in the mail with a bottle of syrup.
No, don't send him syrup. That's an insult.
I mean, if I want to be really salty about it, I'll just send him a bottle of Aunt Jemima. And,
Great. Now we're banned. Thank you. Thank you, Emerald Nova. We're now banned on YouTube.
It's better than maple. It's got high fructose corn syrup. It's a product of Indiana.
It's what plants crave.
I believe it's called Pearl Mill Company now.
Yeah, well, they said that they stopped that brand.
Yeah.
So I wasn't here for the whole Hellslave discussion. Did we talk about how XL2 is basically matched Unreal Engine?
We've made comparisons, but we have not. The only thing I've done is vaguely talk about the fact that he is the most technically advanced engine in this competition at the moment, and he is the benchmark for a lot of the 3D work that anyone else is doing. But in terms of what he's accomplished compared to original game or like official games, no, I don't think we've touched that, because I don't think I think you and XL2 are the only ones with the expertise to actually speak on that.
Also, I killed your pony.
Yeah, don't do that. But anyway, so this engine has really matched, maybe even exceeded in some areas, what game engines of that era were capable of doing in terms of 3D rendering. Because as you notice, he has reflections, he has environment mapping. Environment mapping started showing up in games around 1999, 2000. One of the first games I saw with it was Battlezone 2, which if you look at that game, you can't believe it's released in 1998, I think. Unbelievable how good that game looks for how early it is.
Didn't
And
you have stuff on the N64 with it? Like Mario 64 does it, and then you have Sonic R doing it as well.
you're right, but I'm talking. Yeah, you're right. But that in combination with the complexity of the levels that he's able to deliver here is well above what the Saturn ever did before. Certainly in terms of how advanced the engine, we've said advanced, how much the advancement that is here is a modern BSP compiler and modern BSP tools. So even if, of course, you could go back to the BSP compilers, if it even is BSP, I don't know, for Slave Driver, which would be Quake, Power Slave, and Duke Nukem 3D. Even if you went back to their compilers, but if you had the modern tools, because these maps are made in something called Trench Broom, which is light years ahead of Unreal Editor that you were using back in the day in Unreal Tournament, Rune, and obviously Unreal. Because it's just layers and layers of technological improvement that have went into this being possible. And these levels can be built in days. So it's pretty good.
That, and also, didn't we find that like using newer versions of GCC gave like a slight performance boost as well?
Oh,
I think
significant.
he's using that, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's crazy how GCC does that.
Well, that's like one of the things that just we kind of have like a little bit of a step up from some of the other homebrew communities. Like I think the N64 guys, they're stuck on very old versions of GCC for their libraries. Not sure what the PS1 people are on, but like that's one of the areas where like people like to talk crap on like some of Sega's libraries and that, but it's kind of speaks for it how the fact that you can take SBL and SGL and they'll still compile with new versions of GCC just fine.
They don't take much modification, that's correct. There's a couple syntax things you got to change, but mostly they work. Well, entirely they work, actually. And this is a leg up over the other consoles because their architecture hasn't been updated as much in GCC. But also, this is a leg up over the people developing games in the 90s. The compilers we have for SH2 are, if they're ahead of the other consoles, which they are right now, we're light years ahead of what they had in 1994. So keep that in mind too.
Sounds good. All right, I think we should probably move on to the next game. I really like this game though. I ended it on a high note on the best map of all time, GM Construct. Big shouts out. Exactly. Gmod, best game all time. Okay, maybe not the best game.
See, I think it'd be entertaining, but it would definitely get you like an instant like cease and desist would be like make GoldenEye on the Saturn using this engine.
Worth it.
You could.
Worth. Let's get that other game.
I think you could go all out and make it be like how GoldenEye should have been done back on the Saturn or PlayStation. Put like FMV in there from the movie.
Yeah.
really just milk that cease and desist.
Or better yet, just
what I really
put the
wanted to
entirety
see
of the movie
is more
on there.
modern 007 maps on GoldenEye engine, because the GoldenEye maps are not super impressive compared to some of the set pieces in the new movies.
Why was the reason that he dropped the first player content on that?
So the technology changed enough where the old maps were broken, and he was working on the deathmatch at the time. And obviously, for deathmatch, the map format needs to change to suit the play style. So
specifically, he updated the BSP compiler, and he didn't recompile the old maps. And also, he updated the plugin for Trench Broom, which meant he couldn't compile the old maps again in the same engine. They had to be edited. They're still there, obviously saved, but they need to be reconfigured, basically.
Reconfigured.
Right. So anyway, third place in the original games category with 23 points is Sky Blaster by Raimi.
Congrats, Raimi. Do you want to tell us a little about this game? I kind of liked it a lot. This was a unique shmup because it's not typical of what shmups usually are. It kind of feels more like you're flying a glider versus a very precise ship, which I kind of like the concept of. I know a lot of people would say, oh, there's Pwn sound. Shouts out Pwnut.
Yeah, by the way, in this game, you can just sit on the bottom of the screen and you're invincible. So.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Except the bullet went past at the bottom.
Yeah, what
if you shoot
I
them.
like in this game is I wanted to make a shmup for a long time now, and I did not want to make a shmup that everyone makes, just player moves instantly everywhere. I wanted to have a bit of acceleration to it, so it feels more like you said the glider.
Yeah, that's what I liked about it. And of course, the graphics are very unique.
It makes it, from my perspective, it makes it much nicer to move around, because if you clutch between bullets, it's just a nicer, better feeling about it. I also planned to have a campaign mode, but I wasn't able to get that finished. I basically not even started the campaign because I wanted to have some story to it. And I got sick, and also I got overworked from my day job, so I have not finished that.
That's
but
understandable.
There are plans for a campaign.
So these are all 3D models, right? They're made to look 2D?
They are all 3D models. Even the text you see on the
Yeah.
screen, like the story, that's all 3D models.
I thought that was super impressive. It looks so sleek, and like I said, it felt it kind of reminded me a lot of like what's that game called? Einhander on the PS1 almost.
Yeah.
In that style.
I have many of the old games, even though I own few of the old consoles. I usually play few games over and over again. So when I make some game and it looks like some other game, it's basically mostly coincidence.
Yeah.
Like with the tank game, I originally based it on the V tanks, if you know those.
The what?
Or the V tank game. On the tank game from the Wii, Nintendo Wii.
I don't really remember. I don't think I know those games.
He's talking about his entry from last year, his tank game from last year.
Oh, tank game. Yeah, no, that was really cool. I like tank game.
Yeah, I based that on the Wii version of the tank game.
Nice. Is that like, yeah, those are pretty fun. I like those. But yeah, tank game was a ton of fun. I like playing that one. It was also
This
very
game,
impressive.
I had also real trouble with the audio because the SGL library really sucks at that. It was terrible. It took me for a few days, and then I just switched to Pwn Sound. Help Pwnat to get the CD audio working.
I got you. So this is actually CD audio, right?
That's the Red Book audio in here.
And then it was what's his name? Random that did the music for this, right?
Yeah, Random did the music. I really need to thank him because he did the music at the really like a few days at the Christmas, because I before asked a Servo to do the music, or not Servo, who was it? Astraljuk was the person who had to do music, but he was busy, and basically at the Christmas I was like, oh shit, I don't have any music, so I asked Random to do for me.
That's fair enough. Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed this game, and I thought it was a ton of fun to play and looked beautiful as well. So, thank you very much for doing this game, man. It was a ton of fun, and congrats. Also, I died. R.I.P.
All my games and all projects I made on Saturn, you can check out my GitHub, where all source codes are open. You can dig around in them, try to rebuild them. It's all open, even for the club demo. It's all on GitHub for people to check out.
Nice. Yeah, definitely check that out, people. That was good. I'll see if I can remind myself to add it into the description, or just send me a link to it, and I'll add it to the video. Actually, everybody. If you want to do that, that'd be cool.
It's all on my website. Basically, I have on my website I have a download link and link to GitHub, and I link it to the post, I think.
Also,
Sounds
you're
good.
using VDP2 for the background, right?
Yeah, I use it VDP to background. There's a funny thing about that in Joe engine. Joe for some reason breaks the line color stuff. So without a tiny modification to Joe engine, basically removing one flag, it does not work correctly. And the background you're seeing is not blue in the files, it's just black and white. I added the blue using the line colors. So there's a hidden part in the code that's not used in this demo, but I can change the color of the background at will smoothly.
Nice.
I'm just happy to see more games use VDP2.
For real.
It looks great.
It does. And you got did great too. You got third place, so congratulations.
The third place is worth $66.66 in American.
Nice.
And of course the 3D print. Look, I didn't choose to have a pot of $606. That's just how it happened.
You mean $66? Oh no, you meant the pot of money. The whole pot is 60.
Yeah, the pot is 606, and 11% of that is 66.66.
Wow. It's a bad sign, but I mean, you got third. You got a good place. So, I mean, that's good. You got some money. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, what is the next game on the docket? Let's see. Gonna go change my game out, and you can introduce that while I do
the
that.
moment of truth here.
Yeah. So in second place with a score of 20 points is Cube Cat by 7 Shades.
Alrighty, let's get this cube cap up. And you're here in the chat, right? 7 Shades. I'll take that as a yes. Wait, he's
I
not a
see him,
guest.
I don't hear him.
Sorry. Can you talk now, or you might need to enable your thing?
His mic's enabled, but he's not glowing.
You might need to enable
Devin,
it.
you gotta
Sometimes-
project. We gotta hear you from all the way over here.
It's very quiet. Yeah, try to enable your mic on the thing. Sometimes it's not on Discord. It's not set to the right input because Discord sucks.
Or just like go on your phone. Your phone will work. The sound quality might suffer a tiny bit, but it'll be fine.
I love this game.
A very nice soundtrack. It kind of reminds me of like those PS1 titles, like the nice little platformers. Yeah, this one's heavily expanded from last year. Like, there's a lot of text, introduction text I like. It's cool and cool effects. There's new moves for CubeCat. Like it can do like this crouching position thing, like a strafe position to get into position, which I kind of like. Cause like a real cat scooting their butt across the thing. And there's a lot nice new UI. The life and bells thing. I kind of like that. I appreciate a lot. I was saying that the cat should actually be named Buttons because of the buttons, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, it's a tricky jump. There we go. It just feels like the controls are really nice and really tight and in there, so that way you feel like you control the cat completely and everything's sort of smooth. And here's the new feature he added: the cyber rats. So you want to stop them by like, I don't think you can stop them. You need to just like not get hit by them, or else you lose your buttons. But I think the models are really cool. The AI is pretty decently programmed as well to like chase after you.
I think you can Mario stop the rats, by the way.
Oh, you can?
Yeah,
he said you can jump on them.
Just don't try to claw them; they'll whoop you.
Yeah, it looks like I'm just
Seven,
going through
get
them.
Discord on your phone and join on your phone. You should be
there
able
it
to do
is.
that.
There you go. Yeah, I killed him. Yeah, if you can just get on Discord on your phone, that would work.
So the first time I saw that guy, I was trying to scratch him, and he whooped me really badly.
Oh, you can actually grab it and drag it. That's cool. I did not know that. That's kind of neat. Definitely makes it a little
Martin is
easier.
asking about a boss. I don't think I've gotten far enough in CubeCat to see a boss because I keep losing at like the second level.
Yeah, this game is actually surprisingly difficult.
No boss in this level. Or this demo.
Yeah.
Seven, just download it. It's just get it real quick in the App Store and log in, and then you can. Oh, there's no bosses in the game, but we want to hear you talk about it. Just download it real quick. Hopefully, if you have a decent enough internet to talk, you should be able to get it real quick.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'd be good to hear your voice and hear you talk about your awesome CubeCat game that got second place.
Make sure you hit the checkpoint so you don't lose the yarn.
Okay, that's a good point. Do I have to just hit B on it, or can I just run into it?
I think that's good.
Yeah, it's probably
Because there's a checkpoint for you, and there's a checkpoint for the yarn also. So like, if you lose the yarn, it should respawn at the checkpoint
Awesome.
right here.
That's
if you did it
pretty
right, yeah,
awesome.
see, yeah.
Nice. So my dumbass will not be able to lose. I lose the yarn quite a bit. 'Cause I'm stupid like that. No, oh. Damn it, so close. I'm
hoping to see some alterations to the cat color next go.
Yeah, I tried to. It had a customization option, but it didn't work, so I assumed that it didn't work.
You have to hit A every time you change the color for it to apply it. I didn't understand that at first too, but then I started hitting random buttons and it worked. So I found that out.
Oh, I did not know that.
But you can actually change the color of the cat.
Yeah, there's a
Yes, you
customization
can.
option.
Do you happen to remember which button it was?
Here's A, I think.
Did
you see that? You were bouncing on the yarn there.
Yeah. Oh shoot! I almost died. That's really cute. I liked it. Yeah, it's a really good game. I really enjoy this a lot. The only thing I have to say, the criticism that it crashed a lot. Like, it was like every other time it would crash on me, and I was actually kind of bummed out because I thought it was really fun. But I mean, in all honesty, it just got kind of frustrating how it would crash all the time, and I felt really bad dinging it for it. But I mean, I just had to, like, I mean, none of the other games really crashed on me, so it's like, it's kind of hard to, not knock it for that, sadly. But I apologize for that, Seven Shades.
This build, I think, is supposed to be more ambitious than the last one because you see the levels seem to be different, more expansive, and I think there's some new technology being implemented here. I'm seeing some interesting water effects with the models beneath that water layer. I don't know how that's done at all. And obviously some new features like I think the enemies are new. Definitely the checkpoints are new.
I can't believe that worked, man.
It should not have worked.
I went the safe way. I went down and then through the middle.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, isn't it? That's what I thought you were supposed to do. And then this thing with the freaking laser fence, this is where I gave up.
Yeah, this one's pretty laggy.
Too hard for me.
This is when I criticize the build. I am all about performance. I know I like this game, despite this, it's great. But you should probably fix that.
Yeah, I appreciate the ambition, but yeah, honestly, I kind of agree that I think I would prefer it being like a stable frame rate over sort of the craziness. Or maybe find a way to get around that, hopefully.
Well, is this pure Joe, or is it kind of like
SG.
branching off and doing
I
SGL?
think this is Zero Joe. I think this is all SGL.
Okay.
Yeah, raw SGL.
Pat, you suffer from gamer rage. If I play League of Legends, I fucking hate. So excuse my language. I hate that game. See, even like just talking about it gets me angry. Like, I absolutely do not like League of Legends at this. Like, it's just a game that just like everyone hates each other. The game's just frustrating. Nobody awards. It's just awful. Don't play League of Legends. Just don't. Play something better.
I played like
You know my
five
what
matches.
Did I
Sorry.
ever tell you what I call it? League of Legends?
What?
League of Shitheads.
That also is true. Yeah, League of Legends Zillion really makes me rage. Halo Infinite, I like it, but it can frustrate me, especially trying to get big team battles where it never loads it. It's like, oh, big team battles. Oh, sorry, we're not gonna load the game, and also here's like 25 text boxes that pop up that you can't exit out of, so you have to restart the game.
I remember trying out League of Legends when it was relatively new, I think in like 2010, and I played 5 matches, and every single one of those matches, someone was being a dick in chat, even on my own team. Like,
Yeah.
I had complaints that I was using attacks too frequently in order to kill someone too fast. At that point, I just wrote off the game, and I haven't been back since.
It's probably for the best. That game is garbage.
I just in general don't like MOBAs. To me, it's like, let's take the part of the RTS that no one enjoyed, the individual one-on-one unit fighting, and let's make a game around that. Doesn't that sound fun? No.
And here's the thing: the whole single player, single unit RTS thing was super popular. It started out Warcraft 3 mods.
Yeah, but I never enjoyed that part of an RTS to begin with. So to me, I'm like, this is boring. I hate this. I enjoyed building my base and building the army and just watching it flood everyone.
Yeah, that's like half the fun of Age of Empires, like building up, and like it feels a bit relaxing just building all your stuff up and getting your units up.
The true fun of Age of Empires is getting an army of priests to just wololo everything to you.
That too. Did you have you played AoE 4 yet?
No. Actually, I only ever played Age of Empires 1. I never played the later ones, to be honest.
There's a glitch in Age of Empires 4 where if you can abuse the spearmen, or the pikemen or whatever, that if you build all of them and build one of the upgrades to give them like an increased range, you can do it an infinite amount of times and increase the range to like 1,000,000, and you could pretty much throw Molotovs halfway across the map and like spear people from halfway across the map, and it was probably the funniest glitch of all time, but it would lag the game incredibly so.
So Pat, we got Seven Shades back. Seven Shades, can you be heard?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, let's get back to talking about the actual game instead of freaking RTSs.
Yeah, so so can you tell us a little bit about this game and like
We have
I don't
several
think,
questions.
Yeah, because I don't think you were on last year, were you? Right?
No, I was not. I missed it.
So
Yeah,
can you tell us a little about
this
this
is
game, your inspirations, what you liked about it, why you decided to make a cube cat, and why you decided to name it Buttons?
Oh yes, the tentative name now. Let's see. I guess I mean, I've been interested in Saturn development for ages, and didn't really have a lot of time to make a finished game or really get into game development very far until maybe around 2019 is when I started actually getting places, putting the engine together, and actually like being confident enough with C and using the SGL and stuff. So yeah, it's been in the works for a couple years now. CubeCat started as a cube. Like, I literally started this project learning C, and the first thing I got to happen in my project was have a cube move around on the screen. So the cube morphed into a cat, became a character as I learned
and did the Resident Evil style with like tofu.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, are you using quads instead of triangles? Like, was that an intentional thing, or are these still triangles under the hood, or, you know, because the Saturn supposedly is better with quads than triangles. Not that, you know, I know anything about 3D.
Oh, everything's quads on Saturn. Like, I mean, you can do triangles, but it's somewhat wasteful to do
They don't really
triangles.
look right.
They're just quads that are squished on one end, basically. So yeah, they're all quads. It's basically using SGL for the rendering, like the FGL graphics library, Sega's 3D library, basically. I want to try to get off of that a bit because there are some limitations. What I really want to do...
sorry. I just want to say I was noticing some sort order problems that are probably SGL related.
Yeah, I really want to make my own Z-sort, basically. That would solve so many things, and it would let me do the depth fading of the textures to flat color a lot smoother without wasting a lot of CRAM, which is what I use right now. I just put a bunch of palettes in CRAM and then have basically garage shading go over them and do a distance effect to fade them to a flat color. But that wastes a lot of CRAM, and I'd like to be able to use it for other fancy things. Like, I mean, XL2 is using it for those reflections now, and that's crazy awesome. But yeah, I got into Saturn development. I saw everything XL2 was doing and really wanted to try my hand at stuff. Is it frozen?
Yeah, that's a froze.
More questions. Like how do you do the water apparent transparency? It's not real transparency. You're doing something weird there. But the water having the transparent effect over the land underneath it.
So the land underneath it, I mean, it's VDP2 transparency, so it's like the transparency between the sprites and the VDP2 background. I use RGB rotating background 0 for the water, so I just fade it there, and since there aren't any other sprites down there, it doesn't cause any like sprite eating problems or anything because the perspective is all correct. So basically all of the sprites, the quads, are on top of the water, but then I have the ones that perspective-wise should be underneath the water be partially transparent with the water, so it looks like they are protruding underneath the water.
So you're basically doing something similar to what I think Panzer Dragoon Saga does for some of its areas.
Yeah. And then the
one boss battle, I think.
Yeah, and then the only other fancy thing with it that I found kind of cool that you could do was like in things like Sonic R, usually you see just like one level of transparency per quad, basically, like one ratio. But I am using garage shading basically to use all 8 color calculation ratios over a single quad to get the sort of fade effect down into the water. So
I see.
Wait, why did you say 31? You're corrupting memory.
I don't want to interrupt them. You were putting in pretty large values.
Those are just to get the colors. It's just the 256 colors. I assume that's how it works.
Yeah, it only works. It actually, the values aren't capped on the menu, but you'll only actually get results up to 31. 31 is the max for all for RGB.
Sorry, I
was curious to see what happened with negative blue. Like I thought it was going to be super blue. You know.
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding correctly, these are 5-bit colors, so that's 2 to the 5 would be 32.
Yeah. Sorry, I assume that it was a regular RGB 255, but I'm coming from an art perspective in a Photoshop versus programming.
That would be 8-bit, and I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm not certain because actually I'm thinking of 5-bit colors probably on VDP2, but this would be. I don't know what you're using for your quads.
It's in color RAM and 16-bit mode in color RAM, so it's the same RGB color code, 5 bits per channel.
Yeah.
Okay, so 555. So that would be 32 color range per color.
Yeah. So from 0 to 31 on each.
I'm not sure if you answered this already, but how are you doing the reflections at the horizon?
Those are also just VDP2 transparency between the rotating background scroll and a normal background scroll that I have both the sky and the reflection on, and then I just apply a line scroll effect that I update using like just the basic sine wave function to the part that's underneath the water to make it wavy. So yeah.
I know there was a trampoline there. I was about to tank it, and I was going to actually just tank the water and just be like, okay, I'll tank it just to speed run it.
Is this the version that was posted on day one, or the updated version?
If he's using the judges folder, I believe I updated it throughout January 1st. If there's an update after that, I can't guarantee that I updated it for him.
Yeah. Also, why isn't this block working? Is that supposed to?
That is because you're using the version that was posted on January 1st. I fixed it in an update like 2 days later, I think.
Oh,
So
RIP.
there is an updated version, and I believe the updated version should sort out all of the crashes as well. There was a problem with the entities, with moving entities that I did not foresee that was causing some crashes early on, but I sorted that out.
I apologize about that. I didn't realize that was the case. I would have judged it more fair in that case, because I basically judged it based off of the crashing, because it crashed quite a bit during it, and it was kind of a bit disappointing. I didn't realize there was a update, because it's like I just assume when it's submitted and he gave us the game, that's what we judge on.
Oh, you should judge on that. I didn't have it fixed in time, so I found the fix a few days later, so it was late. Definitely judge for the version that was released on the day, and then fixes can come later.
But yeah, no. Overall, I really enjoyed the game. It definitely was high on my list. I think it was second. I think this was second.
Yes, second. So second place in the OG category entitles you to 84 in American. So
wow.
We'll arrange your payment later, and then you get to choose out a 3D print from Thingiverse or from something from the predetermined list, and we'll get that from Millennium Machine and send it to you.
I didn't realize the pot got that big this year. Last year, second place was 15.
So last year it was entirely self-funded by me. By request, I opened up a PayPal donation link, and we pumped the pot up to 606.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, there's been so many great entries this year. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm afraid for next year, because this showcase is already running late. It's 1 a.m. local, 3 a.m. Eastern. No way that we're going to be doing this all in one go next year. This is definitely going to get broken up.
Yeah. It just was a tricky situation. But you know what? My body is dedicated to you guys. Oh, that sounded really messed up. My sanity is dedicated to you guys, because I know you guys probably did the more insane stay-ups than I have and crunches. So, I mean, this is the least I can do to present these awesome games as good as I can.
So, I think the appropriate response would have been, your body is ready.
My body is Reggie.
There you go.
But I think we should probably finish up with the last entry. But I really enjoyed this game. I liked it last year, and I really enjoy it now. And I'm really excited to see what you have in store, because I think this game is frankly amazing. Like the graphics are amazing, the platforming is amazing, the art style is amazing, the cat is cute and I just killed it. And there's a lot of cool things.
There's a lot of stuff that I definitely want to improve and change. I still feel like the game flow, just manipulating the yarn is a little bit finicky. I've been trying to add ways to make that better. And I think for this next year, I'm going to try to open up the level design a bit, maybe make some new objectives. So we'll see where it goes this year.
That'd be cool.
Honestly, if I think the only thing that you got dinged on was the crashing issue, and had you had like 2 more days, in this competition, you probably would have taken it.
Yeah, if it weren't for the crashing, honestly, it would be a hard toss between Blue Skies and this, because this is literally, I think this is what I think I put it in second. Let me check my score. So Cube Cat, yeah, I think it was pretty high up. Wait, no, was it high up? Yeah, 7. Wait.
Save for one judge, Cube Cat got consistently solid scores.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it a lot, but did a great job. I'm excited for next year. Recommend you name the cat Buttons. That's just my opinion. That's
awesome.
But yeah,
I'll take all the feedback into account and keep working on it.
Great game,
Is
dude.
source code available, or
source code is not yet available just because the whole project is kind of a mess right now. But
sure, no, I totally understand. It's the same reason I didn't post my game yet.
Yeah, I plan to release some stuff at some point once I get stuff cleaned up.
Yeah, because I think it'd be cool to have like a level editor or something like that, and then you can have people like make their own custom levels with different little asset things.
Yeah, I have a Blender add-on that I've been writing to basically make my own little level editor in there. It's still full of a lot of problems, but yeah, it's getting
I am
there.
very interested in seeing your collision code and your collision setup, because I've been working with various different ways of solving that problem between Scenario and Blue Skies, and yours is obviously working a lot cleaner than mine is.
Oh yeah, we can talk about that anytime, for sure. I don't want to take up so much of your guys' time tonight since it's so late, but
I mean, your game is more interesting to talk about technically than the next one, at least from my perspective. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it is a little bit late actually now that I think about it. But I'm sure everyone is going to catch up on this on streams, and you're probably going to get a few ats in SX Discord.
A lot of access Discord ads. Sure. All right, but yeah, let's go on to the final, and I'd like to say Guten Morgen zu meine Freunde auf den Chat. Wie geht's mit dir? But yeah, let me go do that.
Cube Cat needs a Cube Pony NPC.
Well, you can kill the pony as well.
I hope next year with the sample code that I've been putting on SEGA XTREME, we see more games using FMV.
That is certainly in the plans and in the works for some games. I
wanted to put it in Final Fantasy this year. I just could not. Like, the issue is the playback code for at least the quality I want. The buffer it needs, like, it doesn't fit in RAM with the rest of the game. So I need to come up with a way to load the player in and then load the game back in, and I just didn't have time to figure that out.
Alrighty.
So, first place in the original games category with a score of 12 is Blue Skies by Xenos Interactive and Team Starlane.
Yep. I have to congratulate you guys. This game was it was utterly relaxing.
I was honestly expecting Xenos to be up at this time to start loading. Because I told him
we got two Germans in chat, so what's his excuse?
Yeah. Yeah, I was honestly expecting Cube Cap to take it. It's unfortunate that the Day 3 build did not make it onto January 1st, because that's the only reason, really. Cube Cat is a lot more technically impressive than what we've done here, because I'll let you know, in on a little secret, is that the collision in this game is largely broken. It works by accident, and we've done some patching to fix it, but otherwise, there's like 3 different 3D model systems in this game. There's the close-up visual model, there is the LOD distance models that get swapped in, and there is a collision mesh, which, because of the mathematics that I'm using, does not work with non-planar quads, which means there are certain parts of the islands with holes in the collision that you can fly right through.
Yeah, not to mention the island's a lot easy to he just like barely go over it and you like get a crash. It's like, come on. One, like a crash of the plane, not the game.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you're flying a plane in real life, how close are you to get to land, really?
I mean, in FSX I buzz houses all the time, and I pretty much like fly like a maniac. Like if I flew in real life like I did in FSX, I would like probably go to jail. Ja, ich bin ich will schlafen, ich bin sehr müde. Andreas. Es
I really like
ist,
the feel of it, though.
es ist müde.
You guys did a really good job on this.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, so obviously Xenos is on all the 3D models. He also went and did the collision. Because we changed the way the collision was working last minute, that's the reason why there's holes in it. And it might need some updating based on the mathematical motivations of it. Right now it's mostly it's basically all plane to plane collision, projecting one quad onto another quad to see if they overlap. But yeah, there's two islands in the game, and the Arch Island is repeated multiple times, and all the courses are on the Arch Island. There's a lot of music tracks in the game. May Rosenkrantz, Random Stuff, and Shadow Mask all put tracks in. You can find the credits and the track order on the submission page. And of course, because it's just plain old WAV files, the way I have it programmed, it's not easy to swap in and have it play correctly. I need to change it so that you can just swap in whatever WAV file you want. But yeah, essentially the game is just flying through waypoints, and the waypoints is just simple distance calculation.
And it's just really fantastic. Like, it's just really relaxing. And speaking on the music, I was actually thinking, like, an idea in my head is like, maybe we could find a way to compile all the music tracks for the competition, and then like maybe squeeze them on a vinyl record, and maybe like do like a sale of them. Be like the honorary like maybe make 100 records. It would be like the 25th or 27th game competition soundtrack, and just have all the music tracks on it from all the games.
You can't put mine on there. That would get you in deep trouble.
Wait, where's yours from?
They're ripped right off the PSP disc for Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, well I meant like for the
edition. You can't put that in there.
Yeah, I meant like sorry. Well, I mean they're bootlegging everything nowadays, so they'll put everything on it. But I meant like in the original games for the most part. Sorry, Trekkies, you're gonna get screwed on that one.
So Final Fantasy is in the original games category because it's an original engine, but the music is not. I believe all of the original music this time around that's not like taken from basic public sources would be May, Random, and Shadow. So basically just be taking those 3 guys and making a vinyl out of it or something.
Yeah, because I mean there's Zygo as well, there's Cube Cat. Don't forget that. That has a bunch of sound music on it.
But Seven, where'd you get the music for Cube Cat?
Oh, I forgot to mention, shoutouts to my brother, actually. He scored all of the songs for it.
There we go.
Okay, so
we got 3 more songs.
All original. Yep.
Great music.
Yeah, because I thought it was stock like cutesy cat music or whatever. I didn't know it was like an actual original composition. You need to get me his information so I can make him a credit on the Emerald Nova family tree.
Yeah, I put him in the credits in the game, but he didn't want me to credit his full name because he didn't feel happy with all the compositions yet. But I was like, that's crazy. They sound amazing. So,
no, yeah, they're appropriate. They work with the game. They work. But okay, so
but yeah, if you guys would be interested in that, I could.
And then the 3 people that we already mentioned have basically all the original compositions that aren't public domain kind of stuff in the games. And yeah, I'm sure we can shove them all onto a CD and do some profit sharing stuff. I think Xenos is already talking about making a Blue Skies soundtrack and splitting the figures up for the 3 musicians.
Yeah, no, I'd be interested in doing that. Like, I know some people that have some video game vinyl record labels, and I could probably reach out to them and see how feasible it would be to do something like that for this competition. I don't know how. I think the issue is just how well it would sell. We'd have to do something limited, like maybe like 100 records or like 200, and see if they would even sell with that.
I mean, I think that's pushing it. Xenos is really excited about trying to monetize Saturn games, and I'm trying to explain to him how small that market actually is. If they're not like official games.
Yeah, that's fair.
If we did a CD one, I still have my CD like repro setup. I'd be more than willing to help put some of that out, assuming I can get it to still work.
That'd be kind of cool. A CD would definitely be viable.
I just think he thinks he's actually going to be able to sell it, and I don't think we're going to sell more than a dozen copies because everyone is just going to download the ISO, especially if certain groups start to rehost this.
Well, I will be happy to put my money, even if it was like just the prize money, I would put it towards purchasing this. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you guys' stream, but I've been out with work stuff for like the last hour and a half hour. Where are you?
This is first place. This is the end of the stream. This is the winner of the OG competition, entitled to $121.20 split several ways. That's
so happy to see this. I am so happy to see this.
We see what you did here. You hosted a competition and give yourself first place.
I mean, once he gave me that money for the, wait, what money? I totally didn't take a bribe for this.
Yeah, okay, All Valley. Gonna be All Valley.
Can you talk about the plane sprites a little bit?
Spoilers, case, spoilers.
So what was that about the plane sprites?
Can you talk about them a little bit? Like, did you make them? Did someone make them, or did you get them from somewhere else? Or
all the art is
kind of nice.
So all the models, the textures, the planes, that's all Xenos.
Okay. But it's a 2D sprite, correct? It's not a 3D model, right? Correct.
It is. Yeah,
the game is 3D, but the plane is 2D sprites.
Yeah, that was a solid sticking point with Xenos. I, along with many other people, have suggested a 3-dimensional biplane because the Saturn can handle it. However, he really likes the pre-rendered format. He likes as much pre-rendered as possible. I think he barely compromised on getting that skybox in 3D as opposed to VDP2 because it just wasn't working with the math.
It looks great. Everything looks great together.
Yeah. Damn it! He said it looks great.
Lol.
You don't like it?
I don't like the goddamn sprite at all.
Fair enough.
I imagine in the collision would be a bit easier with 3D, but you might not.
You have no idea.
I honestly don't know what your polygon budget is, though.
No. It's not the polygon budget. If the plane was an actual freaking quad mesh, the calculation would take slightly longer, but it would be so much easier for me to bug check.
Right. I know that, but I just don't know. For the level of detail he wants in the plane, if you have the polygon count for it.
Oh, no. He wants like a full Blender render. This is that's easily 1,000 polyplane.
Right. That's what I mean. I don't know if he wants that level of detail. I don't know if you're going to be able to get that.
So here's the thing.
Oh no.
The trick of pre-rendering the textures onto the plane. You have the thing where you can do UV mapping. You can't actually do it in the game, but. You could have a bunch of textures and pre-render the big texture, whatever. I'm stupid.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but it's still a little bit. It's
See,
never
this looks very janky and motion sickness right now. What I'm seeing on screen.
Yeah, sorry. There's a little bit too much.
Just not moving, the world's spinning around it.
You are not sorry, Pat. I see that smile on your face. You are not sorry at all.
Listen, I just want to see how sick I could get myself. I didn't realize I would get everyone else sick, but
yeah. If you really want to do something sick, you can replace all the textures with an FMV that you're decoding into VDP1.
Fair. I think the funniest one is with the Ponut game or the Pony game where I just kept spinning him like 1,000,000 miles per hour, and it was just there's just big rigs over the hill racing. That was pretty funny.
See, what made me laugh with the Pony game was there were just certain ways you could get to the if you did something in a weird way where you jumped in a certain point, it's like the pony got launched into outer space.
That's pretty funny.
Those kinds of bugs are my favorite, and I promise I will not fix those.
Thank you. Thank you, Base Ponut.
It's like you get it bouncing and it's picking up speed, and all of a sudden, boom, you go into outer space.
Yes.
Pro Skater.
In the first year, you could hit a tree, and you could bounce, and you could most certainly go to space. I loved it.
Gotta go to space, baby. But yeah, no, the game's very relaxing, and actually, I haven't been on this island before. I wonder if there's gonna be an Easter egg, or it's gonna be just nothing here.
It's literally the same island. That's all we had time for. So right now, Xenos should be working on more LODs so that it's not like a severe pop-in as soon as you get close. Because this is like a fourth or third level LOD. There's supposed to be 4 levels in total. On top of that, at some point he's going to make enough art assets to justify me actually finishing the engine. But I have to completely redo the collision, as you just saw.
Yeah.
What he should be doing is writing up
Is there going to be a hellscape level where it's like all lava and fire?
I agree. Well, I mean, they already have.
Honestly, you can say this is the prequel to Hellslave because the plane crashes and then you end up in the world of Hellslave.
I mean, at that point, that's like the it was a dream all along thing, where you can write any game into that at that point.
Honestly, you should put the film cow characters in the pilot seat and be like Charlie's Big Adventure.
I wish I had the time to make a llamas with hats action platformer or RPG or something, or even a horror game.
The whole series is horror games, so you'd be good. You'd be right on the money with that.
Emerald, what resolution is this? Because Pat's losing a lot to overscan in this mode.
This is the standard 224 resolution.
320 by 224.
Yeah.
I think this is a Joe engine thing with the stuff on the top. I just think that
I have to deal with this in my game. I push everything inside the screen a bit because the border takes up some stuff.
Honestly, I think it might just be a Joe engine thing.
I get the top half of the top line cut off.
Yeah, because I don't think any of the stuff like in Final Fantasy and Diddy stuff, I don't think any of that stuff was cut off, and that was all SBL, and I don't think any of XL2 stuff was either.
But he's losing the messages on the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, I swear the resolution's the same. Like, I have it calibrated and everything on my PVM, and everything that's getting lost is in overscan. So the thing is that, I mean, this is adjusted. This is the FrameMeister for the Saturn without the overscan. So the only thing I can think of is that it's just losing it because of the way that that's set. So I don't know, because it looks the same way on my PVM, and Sam and I had the same issue with it where I lose information in the overscan. So
yeah, you're losing basically like 4 or 5 or 6 pixels worth of information, and that's just the top line. And these are Joe engine defaults. I didn't bother changing anything like that, and obviously that's not going to stay in the final product whenever this thing gets finished.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously have a better UI than the Joe engine defaults. It's just a given. But yeah, no, I did find it interesting that the thing is that I would think it'd be the FrameMeister in the settings, but it also affected the straight input of the RGB into my PVM. So, and I set it to where it's in the overscan area, and the only time I have issues with it is with indie games like this or fan translations that don't account for the overscan area.
So Sega will specifically.
Which fan translations don't account for the overscan area? That seems odd.
Gun Griffin 2, the text goes off screen. The last line.
Well, that's not good.
And yeah, because he expands it from 3 to 5 lines, but the 5th line gets cut off, and we talked about it at the beginning of the HPT section.
And actually, technically, a fan translation I worked on happened to me with Rainbow Cotton on Dreamcast. I didn't account. The thing is that the profile I picked had overscan in it for Dreamcast, but I didn't account for the overscan on the PVM, or maybe it was in that area. So then when somebody played it on 240p, it didn't. It cut off the bottom of the text, so people looking at it, it was in the overscan area. So I messed up myself on that.
So for doing that, did he keep the font the same size as it was?
No, he shrunk it by half.
But he rearranged it.
No, I thought
right,
shrunk
but
it.
I mean, he kept it 8 by 16, I take it, and then just added more lines.
Yeah, he just moved stuff around and bunched them up closer together.
So what Noah Steam did for Sakura Wars to address that is he actually went with he made the font smaller. He went with an 8 by 12 font to get more lines.
And Knight and I are working on Baroque, and we did shrink down the 16x16 to 8x16.
Wait, is that an announcement? I don't think. Have you talked about that publicly?
Because 16x16 is just a bit odd for English.
So, Pat, in typical Saturn Dave fashion, Dave just basically blurted it out multiple times on SHIRO so by now.
Oh, okay. So, yep. That's
So everyone already knows. It's been brought up.
Okay, I just didn't want to know. I didn't know if it was public or not, so I didn't want to write an article about it.
It's on the Discord, but nobody checks the Discord except to figure out who to ban on certain Facebook groups.
There was a certain group of people who were spreading the word about it.
No, not Walker Red. We're talking about Baroque.
Oh, that.
Yeah. But it's going to be a similar
It's only
situation.
a matter of time before they start spreading that too.
Oh, of course.
Oh God. Well, I mean, they can't kick me out twice, so.
I'm hoping someone in next year's competition creates a game all about that situation.
Oh my God!
I think it would be hilarious.
Like people you have to stop. Oh no! Somebody stole this game translation. You need to go. It's a platformer. Like the you played it. Oh, the PlayStation prototype one. Kay, did you Murder Crows? The one that the super boss Gaiden on the PS the Sony the Nintendo PlayStation.
No, actually I didn't play that, but I'm thinking something very similar. Like you take the role of one of those guys and have to have some stealth action platforming, trying to find your way across the Saturn landscape and pick up random people's community people's homebrew, and then make your way back to your Facebook group home base to try and publish it.
I bet you I could slap together a real quick uplink Hacker Elite clone, where it's just you have a Discord interface, and then you switch over to your Facebook interface, or you switch over to your Google Drive interface and upload files without permission, and then link it on your Facebook.
No, they've upgraded to OneDrive now.
Oh yeah, OneDrive. Okay, sorry. You switch over to your Microsoft-based OneDrive account, whose terms of service specifically do not allow for this kind of thing, and you steal the patches, you host them on your OneDrive account, you link them on your Facebook account, and that's only 3 different interfaces you have to simulate. That can all be done on VDP2, and then the text is just basic Joe text. I mean, easy. This is like a 1-month game at best.
You can make it an FMV game. SEGA gave tools for doing exactly that, where it's just like you just put your video files in there and say, when you click this, map to here. When you click this, map to there. It's all in Japanese and works only on an old map, but you have that.
Nova, you could make it a website to play on a Netlink browser.
Well, it would have to be HTML 1.0. That would be really you'd really have to be careful with it to make sure it worked.
No. EmeraldNova.com works on the Sega.
Right, but I mean, if you're thinking about making a web type game, you would probably need to really keep in mind what HTML 1.1 or 1.0, whichever it's supporting, lets you do.
No, I can handle that. I grew up on really old HTML. I remember what it was like.
It supports everything you need. It supports forms, so you can fill out stuff. It supports buttons. That's all you need. You just log in into some game account and just have those online games that were just the website where you clicked on stuff. If you
new category for next year.
I still like the idea of the honeypot.
New category though for next year is trying to fit it into this theme.
Oh jeez, man!
Don't forget,
we're just all playing with fire tonight, aren't we?
Don't forget, for a bonus level, sending insane deranged walls of text letters at people.
Oh my God!
You just button mash and it'll find and replace, find and add adjectives and nouns.
Oh God!
And then if you get the right combo, it'll put in a vague threat.
Especially if you call the MPEG card cheating.
Oh my God!
I swear with all the knowledge y'all have, I mean, y'all can literally destroy that entire situation. Could be gone in a minute. I promise you.
I'm going to go on a rant about the fucking MPEG card right now. That library is the biggest pain in the ass to fucking work with. I hate it. You read the documentation, says, "Oh, if you do this, it'll scale." No, it doesn't.
Wow. Yeah,
It's
I can imagine the trauma you've been through.
It's like, oh, if I put in 1650, it'll do a 1.65 scale. Only if I put in 1650, it's not actually doing 1650. There's like this hard-coded table it maps things to. So like between like 500 and like 750, it's actually just going to scale by the same value.
Nice.
So, Trey, I just want to say that your pitch, delivery, and tenor of voice is exactly matching that old "Don't Get a Mac" commercial from that video editor guy.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
It's like dropping up and down like an effing
Here's the thing, I have
jackrabbit.
to work with Windows 95 for this.
Oh.
Yeah, to be fair. No, at the end we have to replace it. It'll be like Windows 95 killed my childhood.
Well, don't get me wrong. Like, if I had to pick between Mac OS 9 and Windows 95, I would take Windows 95 because at least on the actual hardware, it's not as bad. But they're both unpleasant in VMs and emulation. It's basically, which would you rather like deal with?
Doesn't 95 run off a browser now? Like,
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure.
I need to put archaic software on it and run it. Which the other thing have any of you guys had like Windows 95 randomly to just say like all your Saturn dev tools are viruses, so I'm going to delete them?
No.
Even though I have the folder and that do not look in here, this is fine. Don't touch it. It is like it is multiple times taken. What is it? MKISOFS, I think is the one. It is multiple times just said this is a virus and just wiped it entirely from my computer.
Me. Also, apparently Martin says it's 8 o'clock in the UK. Like,
Watch your language.
Is there a curse thing? Like, I don't know. Is there like I'm honestly asking, is there like an etiquette thing where you can't curse in the mornings in the UK? I'm just interested.
I think
or
it's
is
a
it like you have
standard
kids
TV
around?
rule where, like, before a certain time of evening, you really are supposed to limit your language in case the kids are watching.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. I was like, I think it might just be tiredly deranged. I just wasn't sure if there was like a thing in the UK where it's like etiquette, like you can't curse in the mornings or whatever. No offense to you, Martin.
Like, I was flipping through TV at my parents' house at like 10 in the morning, and South Park was on one of the channels.
Pat, you did not pay your TV license fee, man. You did not pay the TV license fee.
Listen, they can arrest me. I'm gonna download as much Doctor Who as I want.
Which, again, the thing of that MPEG card is cheating thing. With the headache I have dealt with in getting that to work in SBL, I cannot even imagine that person who was claiming to use it in Joe Engine would have had to go through.
Oh, that person is totally lying. Go look at that person's GitHub. He has done nothing.
I know.
What is the story behind the MPEG card being a cheat device?
So, for those who do not know, SEGA Extreme is hosting a cross-platform FMV competition where we have given people 4 sample files, and basically they just have to encode those in whatever they feel is the best quality possible for their platform. So we have people submitting stuff for I'm submitting stuff for the Saturn. There are people submitting stuff for the 3DO, the N64. I think we have some people who are going to try and do some MDEC samples on the PS1. There are people doing stuff for
on the Genesis.
Well, I'm getting there. We have people doing stuff for the 32X. We have people doing stuff for the SNES. We have people doing stuff for the Genesis, and we even have people doing stuff for the NES. So I think it's going to be a very interesting competition.
For the NES?
Yep. And we put something in there where we said basically like there are 2 categories. There is the like pure category, which is where like the actual like main competition is, and then for fun there's the cheater category. The cheater category is basically things where like the Saturn MPEG card is in the cheater category. Like any of those VCD decoders for like the 3DO, the Saturn, the CDI, the Amiga CD32, the PS1, any of them that had that's in the cheater category. Because like how that works in almost all those systems is, and the Saturn included, is basically all the Saturn is doing when it's playing MPEG with that card is it's streaming an MPEG stream off the disk, feeding it to the card, and the card is just giving it a video signal and an audio signal that gets piped straight to basically AV out. So it's not doing anything really. So that's why it's in the cheater category. So whereas the ones that are in the other one, like the actual system has to be doing the decoding. And we've had some people basically get their panties in a bunch over it.
Yeah, on
Simply
all
because
honesty,
we called it cheater category.
Yeah,
this is the same group of individuals who added new music to a game and called it a hack, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
thing.
okay.
Is that I don't understand why they're so like I remember I posted like I posted like because I got added to everybody at like 3 a.m. and I just posted that thing replying to somebody Andrew like joking, and they thought I was like serious about it, and they banned me from their Discord. And I was like, okay.
I mean, they nuked their Discord in response to me.
You kind of spam that a bit. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Also, and why the hell is this marker all the way out?
All they had to do was like talk to me like an adult. Instead, they're like, we're going to delete your comment and sweep it under the rug.
Well, I mean, they kicked me after I called somebody out for using a screenshot.
Pat, in his defense, man, like literally, my message wasn't even read, and I got banned.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I shoved my message down their throats, so it's kind of hard to not read it.
Yeah, I mean, once you spam it like 80 times in their Discord, I'm pretty sure they get the message.
He was just making sure that if there was any lag involved, that it got through. That's all. He was just trying.
Yeah, there's a lag. There's a lag test to make sure.
I literally had like a text file of like the max amount of lines I could copy paste, and was just like I had it selected, was just doing copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste.
No. What he was really doing is he was showing him this is what a DDoS attack looks like on your server. Just imagine what it looks like on your files.
Yikes! But yeah, it's a bit bizarre. I don't know why they just don't chill out or talk like normal adults, but I don't know. But I mean, whatever. Yeah. They want to be cool. I'm down with it, but they like block me. It's like okay.
Yeah, I do want to ask a quick question, if you don't mind. Y'all, I actually jumped back on because y'all were talking about the Gun Griffin situation. Pat, what settings do you have for your FrameMeister? Like, are you actually working on integer? Like, how are you actually displaying the image?
Let me double check. It's the Firebrand X like the Saturn 5X profile.
Is it the one that actually makes it the entire image of a 1080p monitor, to where you don't have any black bar space?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sam, it didn't seem to matter because if I remember correctly, Pat had said earlier that the overscan issue is still happening on the PVM, so right through the cables.
Right. No, I get that part. It's what y'all were talking about with how we did the text is like we've already reduced the spacing between lines already one time. That it doesn't matter. This isn't a discussion for the stream, I guess, but I was just trying to get an idea of what he was looking at, what settings he actually had going on, because I'm actually in the process right now of about to test it out up on 3 different monitors to see what it looks like in those. So
if you want the exact profile, just go on Firebrand X's website and just download the Saturn 5X or whatever that fills it. And that's the exact one I use. I don't muck about with the settings that much. I'm more of a set it and forget it guy, and in all honesty, it works for 99% games. The only thing it really doesn't work for is some of the fan games, but it's not really a big deal. I'm not losing much information that I need specifically.
See, I run my profiles at as close to integer scale as I can get, to where basically whenever all of my video work has to be done in post. So I have black bar, I have pillars, and I actually have bars across top and bottom both times. And it depends on the game.
Yeah, I suppose so. I just don't, you know.
I was trying to say earlier that Sega in their design docs give like a safe area on the TV to avoid these kinds of problems, and you're supposed to aim for that for any sort of text or vital information.
Yeah, that's typical also for like just of the era for anything really. Like there's action safe area, and then there's text safe area for broadcast. So if you ever watch like old animes or things, you'll notice like when you're getting like, for example, with Dragon Ball Z with the dragon boxes, like you'll notice like the text is actually like pretty like in a very like kind of like small area of the screen. But if you were like watching that on like an old CRT in the 80s, that would have almost been like the full screen, which is kind of like crazy to think about.
Yeah, then they did the Blu-ray set and messed it all up. R.I.P.
Yeah, and then there's the one I'm annoyed about there is we never got the Dragon Ball Dragon boxes here. Instead, we got those blue bricks that are horribly zoomed in.
Yeah, they're really bad at that. Funimation really needs to not be garbage at remastering it.
I mean, all they had to do was just say, "Hey, can we have the Dragon Box Masters you did Toei?" Okay, here you go.
To be fair though,
Like, it
Toei
really
is
took them,
pretty.
like-
To be fair, Toei is pretty bad with even doing that. Like they have
They gave it to,
readily.
like, every other country.
Yeah, but the thing is that they have the masters for like the audio, like the original audio for stereo of all of Dragon Ball and GT, and they decide not to use it because it's fan captured. So they're just gonna take the L and stick with the mono sound of it. So.
Well, I think with like they didn't have that when they did the Dragon Boxes. That was like in the early 2000s.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if they have. I don't know if they had. Have they done a remaster since then?
They've done a couple, like, but the
I
thing
know
is
there was
that
like Funimation did their own in-house. I didn't know if Japan did their own actual. Since then.
Yeah, the thing is that fans had access because in Japan they had a collection of Dragon Ball Z tapes that it was Z and GT that were.
I knew that where they had like all those. They pretty much have all of like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, I think, from like fan recordings from the era that were like the broadcast audio. I just don't think they were able to like. Toei, I don't think, has done an official remaster since it. Even if they had that, they could use it.
Yeah, Toei's kind of bad in general. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know. Like, it seems like they like having their fans show stuff, but as soon as they do something that they don't like 100%, they just nuke their channels and just disrespect fans. It's just really dumb. I don't know why they do that.
Some of that I wonder if it's actually them or like because YouTube like copy protection in that sense is just kind of like wonky. Like
no.
Copyright strikes from people that like clearly don't even have that copyright.
Yeah. So I got hit by some guy in Lithuania for Green Hill Zone, but for the example of Toei actually is like a real dick about this. If you look at what happened recently with Totally Not Mark, he lost like over 100 videos about Dragon Ball. A lot of them didn't even have any captured footage from Dragon Ball at all. It was literally like a guy on camera talking about Dragon Ball, and they just completely destroyed his entire backlog.
Yeah, because they were annoyed at him because he did something or they featured some footage, so they decided whoa, sorry, I just never mind. Anyways, yeah, they just basically what they just like they even asked them to advertise the One Piece movie. They're like, hey, you want to advertise this? And like a couple days later, they just nuked this channel with like hundreds of copyright strikes against Dragon Ball and all other Toei properties like One Piece and I don't know what other garbage anime they do. But yeah, it's pretty sad and it's kind of disgusting. I understand you want to protect copyright, but I mean, they're not uploading entire episodes of One Piece and Dragon Ball to the channel.
Well, I did. When I uploaded my video showing the Sin Pack samples for the FMV competition, I had to cut out the Star Trek sample because it got blocked before it was even done uploading. It's like apparently my 240p Sin Pack encode of a 5-minute episode clip is a threat to their copyright and streaming service. Yet the thousands of videos up of like the entire episode is okay.
Yeah, it's weird. Like
and it was good enough to trigger the system. Clap Sin Pack.
It's pretty bizarre. But yeah,
24-bit RGB.
But yeah,
you gotta watermark it next time or something. That's the only way to protect it.
Next 7 Shades.
I'll render it to a VDP1 polygon and just have it like spin and twist and stuff.
Have a good night, 7 Shades. Congrats.
Love you, 7 Shades. Good job.
I mean, we should all probably turn in, right? Like it's like 2 a.m. local.
It's almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah, like we've run way too long.
I mean, to be fair, we finished it up. We just were talking and shooting the crap. So
yeah, it was like 5.5 hours.
I mean, out of curiosity, did you download the Synpack demo, Pat?
Not yet. I need to do that. I've been kind of preoccupied with a couple other things. But when's the competition judging, or did I mess that up?
The deadline is the 31st. So basically, I was gonna say try and have stuff like judged. I guess like 1 to 2 weeks after that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll start looking over the stuff, the demos. I've just been kind of busy.
Right now, I think the only ones that are submitted is the Synpack one I did, and I did a video CD one. The other people, they're probably gonna go like pretty much to the limit. But
yeah,
honestly, it's looking pretty exciting. The one, like my money, I think is going to be on the N64 people because they have that thing like in like they have, I think, which one is it? Is it the RDP or the RSP? One of them, the guy's writing like assembly code, and he has that thing decoding H.264 and MPEG-1 at this point.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't think I have the system, because I thought it was only going to be Saturn demos. I didn't realize it was going to be all these other systems. So I think I can do like a lot of NES, SNES, but when it gets to N64, I don't think I'm going to be able to judge those because I don't have the ability.
I was going to ask people if they can to like submit a video of it running on real hardware as well for the people who don't have the hardware. I'm trying to find as many people as possible who have a lot of it. It's just tough.
Yeah, that's the thing.
The NES one, the guy said he's going to basically what he's going to do is he's going to provide everyone with a video recorded off of composite and also a video of like showing like a camera that yes, this is actually running off the NES. Just because like what they're doing for it, they have developed their own mapper, and it's basically just to give them more memory, like a bigger cartridge, but it's still in like a prototype phase, and they want to use it for like some commercial homebrew projects that they want to do, and they don't want that getting out yet.
That's fair. Yeah, and that's
like with all the stuff we've gone through. I'm like, I totally understand that.
Yeah, totally.
So just a couple things. Is first, I've been having a lot of trouble with judges with a 2-week judging period. I think you might need to explain that to like 3. I mean, obviously this contest is a lot bigger.
Right. I mean, I'm more than being like more than willing to be flexible in that. With that, it's just that's kind of just like the general ballpark idea at the moment. If people need more time, just say so.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I can't do 3DO, but if everything else is normal consoles, I might be able to judge on real hardware for the most part.
Yeah, and that's
I'm also asking the people in the different communities if they want to recommend anyone to be judges, just because it's a cross-platform one. And I'd like to have some people who aren't just. I mean, we have a lot of great people in the Saturn community, but I don't want it to be like all judges from the Saturn community because that might make it come off as biased, possibly.
Yeah.
I think the only issue though with that is that my only caveat is that when I judge it, I kind of wanted to play it on the real hardware like I do with the Saturn games to be able to experience it, and I feel like that I might be doing it a disservice because I can play pretty much most of them, but I don't have a 3DO, I don't have a CDI, I don't have a way to play N64 Homebrew.
I don't think we have anyone doing CDI, so I don't think you need to worry about that. Really, it's like the oddballs out there I think would be tough is we have 3DO. They are like really trying to basically like their thing is they have the tools to do SynPack, and that there's just a bug I guess with because how it works on 3DO is like they have this whole like scripting thing that you give it this video stream and the audio stream separately, and it like basically like it's called like a Weaver script is what it was called for 3DO, and it puts it together into like this stream file that's like proprietary. And I guess the version they have has a bug in it that makes it so like the audio and video get severely out of sync after about a minute. So they're trying to figure out how to fix that.
Yeah, because if everything's like playable, like PS1 or the only thing I wouldn't be able to judge is like N64 or 3DO.
Which the N64, they're like it's only the only emulator like that their stuff works on. I think it's Eris, which is like the what I think BSNES evolved into like Huygen, and then that evolved into I think Eris at this point. And they said that's the only one it works in. Because of what they're doing, no other emulator at the moment even gets like close to.
I'm surprised it works in any, because maybe that's the only emulator that actually emulates the N64 rather than simulating it. But that's a different day.
Yeah. Right. So then if I had an EverDrive, I'd be able to test that though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I'll look at it. I'll be able to probably test most of it.
I'm not expecting all judges to be able to test like everything, unless like say we got like the DF Retro people or like the Bob from Retro RGB and that to possibly judge. That would be those would be the only people I would think would possibly even possibly have all this stuff to test all of them on real hardware.
Well, I mean, SHIRO has the connections, so Dave pretty much talks to John Lemon all the time, and Bob. We literally just did a podcast with.
Yeah, I sent some of those guys messages, and it just kind of went. I wasn't expecting to get a response back, and I did not. So, if any of you guys want to like poke out to those people, go for it. But
what I was missing, I missed part of this conversation.
We're just looking for more judges for the FMV competition, namely like people who would be able to like play as much of it on the real hardware as possible. So it's
Right,
just we have
you guys
people.
mentioning obscure ones?
What was that?
Were you mentioning obscure consoles or something?
Probably the most obscure one we have at the moment that we know people are working on is the 3DO.
I've got one.
So like we have people submitting stuff for the 3DO, the N64, the SNES, the Genesis, the 32X, the NES actually, and possibly PS1. And did I mention N64?
Yeah, you did. There's the first one.
Got all of these.
And then obviously Saturn.
Yeah,
Okay.
I definitely. Huh?
The only one I'd like to see someone do would be, but the only person I know who can do it, I've not been able to like get in contact with, would be I'd like to see someone do like a Sega CD Synpack one.
Yeah. Yeah, I could test most of those out. I probably would test them on Mister just for a fun little thing. I don't know if I could stream it on YouTube because probably it's gonna be a lot of copyrighted stuff. So.
I mean, they were fine with the video I put up once I cut out the Star Trek TNG clip.
Yeah.
Once I cut that out, they was happy.
I'll see if I can like maybe stream it like on a faux YouTube channel and just be like, hey, stream it
I
on.
was able to put it on Rumble. It was fine there. They don't care.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll see what I can stream it on.
Minor Easter egg for people who were playing Death Mask. Very early on, there was an attempt to see if we could import the Paula Abdul Diet Coke commercial from the early 90s, and it almost worked. Almost.
What do you mean? Like, what part would you replace it with?
The opening screen. So like I would say maybe about a day or two I was tempted to submit a build of Death Mask into this competition where the intro was replaced with just the Paul Abdul Coke commercial, but it gets so badly out of sync. But I thought it would have been hilarious.
I thought it would have been.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if I forget his name, but the guy who actually like made the True Motion Codec, since I know he's in some of the channels. That'd be
David
great to see if he
Warhol.
wanted to take I want to see if he'd take a crack at doing like True Motion ones, because like I've tried and I do not do well with that codec. I can get it okay, but like for example, I tried doing the Final Fantasy 13 sample on it, and like I just could not get the bit rate down.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I was surprised if David would have that still.
I mean, we have it.
Oh, no, sorry, that's Eric Alvarez. Sorry, David Warhol's Real-Time Associates. I'm dumb. Sorry about that.
You've also been like awake for many hours, and you were kind of loopy at the beginning of the stream anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is hour 6.
Hour 7, baby. No, I'm probably gonna call it a little bit. I have to cut a lot of this out because obviously I'm not gonna add that other part into the podcast.
You don't want to have that dumpster fire of a conversation in there?
I'd rather not. I'd rather not try to bring that up. I don't really want them to think to give us more proof of if we're harassing them or anything. Because I just kind of want to like just leave them alone and let them do their thing. And if they want to do it, they can do it. And if they want to collab, they can collab. But I just don't want to deal with that anymore.
We should totally work on a game, though. I mean, I'm telling you guys, like next year's competition, there's the theme. Try and fit it in a theme. See what you can come up with.
You could always just do those spooky, like, it's a crime to pirate video game screens from the SNES days. Like, with, like, the Super Metroid ones and all that. Just make it so anytime, like, there's, like, any kind of, like, error in the game, it just goes to that screen.
But make it, like, creepypasta. Like, you know, the ones where it's, like, it's like Mario, like dead with the crosses, and it's like, don't pirate games or Luigi's gonna, like, climb into your house and steal your child.
Well, that's the next encoding thing you guys gotta do is don't copy that floppy, but just have it like replaced with Saturn images.
And just have like someone be like, don't copy that, and every time they say floppy, it's like Saturn.
I could put my letter in there.
Oh god. Oh god.
Did I tell you guys what happened with Don Russell when he was trying to sell the prototype for Crime Patrol.
You did, but I don't think they have, so definitely tell them again. I thought it was pretty funny.
I have no idea who John Russell is.
Don Russell, he acquired a whole bunch of unreleased prototypes and alpha, beta revisions for Saturn games, including Bedlam, Armed, and Crime Patrol, a port of Prize Fighter, like the Sega CD game, but it was ported to the Saturn. A couple of others too. And he was a friend of mine. And he had some health issues and was trying to sell off some of the prototypes that he had after he had me dump them. Somebody offered him, asked if he could buy one of those prototypes, the one for Crime Patrol, for I think about $1,000, but he wanted to make $100 payments. And the caveat to this was that Don had to provide the dump that I made to this guy. And I was like, there's something really fishy about this. The moment that this person gets the hold of this dump, the prototype technically loses all of its value, and he doesn't necessarily have to pay you for it anymore. But Don was really hoping that he was going to just be a good guy and come through. So I took the dump and cloned it and then injected some files. This was in 2017, I think it was. And sure enough, the guy gets a hold of the dump, puts it on his website, and stripped out all the credit for who made the dump, what it was all about. Don had a little write-up in there about how he acquired these things. And he starts showing off on his website and at what used to be Assembler Game, or what's now known as Obscure Gamer, was Assembler Games back then. But we caught him, and actually with that injected file. So
that sucks. Were you able to do anything, or did you try to paint egg on his face at all, or?
There was a huge back and forth about what had happened, and he eventually took down his version of the file and put back the original, which included the write-up that Don did. So, and you can still find it. I think it's like Sega-Saturn.net or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, that's
don't remember. I talked with Emerald about it like a week or two ago.
Yeah, I recall that conversation. I just don't remember the situation about the wild or the file.
Yeah. He had swapped out basically when I packaged up anything that I dumped, I put in a blank text file saying it was dumped by me. And if it was one of Don's prototypes, I put in the file that he requested, and just bundled it all together and released it. This guy wanted the dump. Don's wish was that he would sell the prototypes, the official discs, and when those discs got sold, then he'd let the person know, we have a dump of this, can we release it? This guy wanted the dump before he got the disc.
It's a bummer. But I'm just gonna close out so that we can just talk more about this off air. That's cool. No offense, Kay, of course.
No, it's timely on the show.
Yeah. All right.
Pat,
so
thank you for hosting this.
Yep. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. This has been a wild ride. Lots of games reviewed. Lots of fun that we had, lots of good stories, lots of weirdness, lots of okay stories. But yeah, thank you for joining. Congrats to all the winners of this, and actually spoilers, everyone's a winner in this contest because it's all amazing games that we can play, and everyone wins. So thank you very much, guys, for doing all the games. And yeah, I think that's about it. Usually this is where I do the credits and stuff, but I'm a bit tired right now, so just want to thank all our patrons, everyone that supports us. If you guys love us, check us out on Patreon. Check out the SEGA XTREME Patreon. I'm going to back that tomorrow morning when I wake up and I'm conscious and I know which way is up and down. Right now, I'm still confused on that, so hoping we'll get that sorted by tomorrow morning. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching, and remember, you must play Sega Saturn.